Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of LCK Summer 2017. I am Valdez. With me is Crumbs, as always. We're going to be jumping into Samsung versus the Jin-Air GreenWings for game number 1 tonight.
And this is a Samsung that just came off a victory against the BBQ Olivers, a team that should be solidifying their position at the top of the table, competing against the likes of KT, SKT, and Longzhu. Both of those teams have respectively 2-0'd the Jin-Air GreenWings, so we can expect Samsung here to come out with a vengeance, and if they can beat Jin-Air in a convincing fashion here, then we can finally say, yes, their woes and their struggles in the beginning of the season no longer matter, and now they have established themselves as a real contender that doesn't have the slumps that we were wondering were coming back for Samsung.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a strange series when Samsung played up against Ever8, and it was a slow 2-0 victory. They had to go super late game. They did not look super solid, but eventually they did win. What I'm excited for tonight is for the Jin-Air GreenWings. I mean, they have a bunch of hype around them because they're kind of coming back from being one of the punching bags of LCK Spring. They're actually a team that can contend with some of the other, especially the mid-tier teams here in LCK Summer. So that's pretty cool to see. I think it would definitely be an upset victory if Jin-Air could take the win, but I definitely think it is possible.
Well, Samsung has not lost a game all season in this studio, so I don't expect that record to falter anytime soon.
Yeah, you know, that is the expected outcome here. Samsung looked really solid against BBQ, as you were mentioning. So we're going to be jumping into pick ban here for game number 1, Samsung versus Jin-Air.
And Lee Sin being the first ban. Can't let King T get that pick. Even though Ambition did play Lee Sin, it's not his favorite champion by any means, or even a champion that suits his style. Earlier this year, however, he did have some crazy games on Lee Sin, but in this split so far for the LCK Summer, he has been favoring the likes of Gragas and Kha'Zix a little bit more, but I fully expect Caitlyn to be the heavily contested pick. While Samsung has tried their hand at making Ruler the single carry, the pick itself right now is just so incredibly powerful. Those crit headshots, the ability to peel, such an obnoxious champion to deal with.
And it's part of what Samsung used against Ever8 too. They just went super late game and allowed Ruler to carry on that Caitlyn. So you were talking about how you think Jin-Air should probably ban it out here. We already have Galio and Zach taken away.
And Jin-Air is a team that has been struggling to close out games. They can win early, but when it hits to that late game, before their identity was they go to that late game status. They have tried to go with that a little bit, but when you go into the late game against a Caitlyn, you're asking for trouble. And I fully expect Samsung to just early pick it right here, and there it is. What are you going to do now?
What is that guy going to do? I don't know what's going on here.
He's loving the Caitlyn.
He's really happy with the camera time. I didn't get to see what his sign said, but he was going hard for the camera.
Maybe we shouldn't know what the sign said.
Well, Caitlyn taken here, as you were talking about. Varus looking to be the response for Jin-Air.
Classic there. Teddy loving that Varus himself, and it will offer some pushing power in that lane as well as some kill pressure, but the support pool hasn't been targeted quite so far. Only Karma, and it is a flex pick that even Samsung themselves have used in the mid lane to great success.
Yep, this Graves is Umti's second most played, I believe. He's been showing it from time to time once his Lee Sin gets picked or banned away.
But already with Graves and Varus, you can tell the advantage that the composition of Samsung have going in its range. When Caitlyn ends up getting that QSS, no chance that she's going to die to Varus. And then Graves has no instance of on a straight head-to-head of ever hitting Caitlyn. The only damage he can provide is either flashing in, her cornering herself into a wall, or following up with the collateral damage. And now those two champions have to deal with a Gragas and Tam Kent who are going to be in the way already. So what is Jin-Air going to draft to somehow kill this Caitlyn? I have no idea what they can come out here. Maybe a Jarvan would be one of the picks that can make some sense. And Sohwan being subbed in, not the initial carry for Jin-Air, will be just placed under Renekton instead. So I like the idea, just full commitment to the early game. They have closed out early, but they need to execute cleanly if they don't want to deal with a Ruler with Gragas Kench in the late game.
Yeah, and you were talking about how some themes of the compositions are already coming in. And we're going into the second ban phase, so Samsung could definitely take away some more of those divey type champions, those early game pushing champions if he wants.
And I think the support pool here is going to be critical. The mid laner doesn't matter too much now for the heavy engage against the Caitlyn, but picks like Braum, picks like Bart. What does that say? Day to day. Who is that face?
I don't know. Maybe it's Cuvée, because the camera went right to him after.
So they're banning out snowball mids. Make sure that Kuzan doesn't get to snowball the early game out of control. So they're prioritizing that as opposed to the engage from Snowflower that can be brought out from the support role. Perfectly viable choice here, and probably will do so again, as maybe even a Blitzcrank wouldn't be such a crazy pick right now, and when you're dealing with Tahm Kench as well, can just devour. So early dominance in the bottom lane, making sure that Caitlyn can survive the laning phase, as Tahm Kench will be. Oh, wait a
Ballas
minute.
And Crumbs.
Wait a minute.
Come party with us.
Diamond in A, silver in Korea. Well, what are you doing later tonight?
Crumbs can definitely show you the ropes, if you know what I mean. So, looking towards Jin Air's pick, and so far Kuzan 3-0 on the Orianna. They look to lock that in.
Love the pick right here, making sure that you don't add Orianna to this deadly pool of protect the Caitlyn composition, as Crown is well versed in that pick. And now we might see the answer to the Renekton. So far we have seen just lanes try to survive, so this is going to be the first time we see the Gnar into it. Skill matchup, to say the least. He will be struggling early in the game, but once the armor itemization comes through, he should have an easy time dealing with Renekton and Graves respectively. But the Syndra in the mid lane just makes for such a well-rounded composition out of Samsung. Team fight, pick, burst. I love this draft from Samsung.
It's going to be really cool. I think they have another huge threat for Crown. I mean, whenever he can pick up that Syndra, if it's available to him and it works with the composition, he will always pick that up and be a huge force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's the guy that has the most MVP points for spring. He's already stacking them up for summer. So if you thought Ruler on the Caitlyn with all that protection was going to be scary, well, you also got to deal with Crown Syndra.
And he's going to have a difficult time playing Syndra into Braum. This is why I question the Zyra ban, as the approach that Samsung isn't going to take in the bottom lane. Clearly, they just want to push out bottom and gain advantages that way. But now, come the mid game, you would have expected Crown to pick either Orianna if it wasn't a Knight, or a Syndra for this composition. And both those champions have a difficult time dealing with the Unbreakable from Braum. Both of the ultimate for Syndra is completely stopped, and the ball stops at the wall right away. So Samsung playing a little bit of hard mode for Crown. As you said, he has all those MVP points to ensure that Ruler and Core JJ get out of lane free. And if they can end up focusing the map, split their advantages to make sure that bot lane pushes and top survives, Samsung will be in a great position come mid game.
So there you go, guys. Jin Air looking to close out an early game advantage. We'll see if they can actually do that. Samsung with a very Samsung-esque kind of composition, going for that late game with Ruler on the Caitlyn, but also with the featured performance of Gnar for Cuvée.
Yeah, you've got that fail-safe element with those late game picks, but so does Jin Air. Orianna is no slouch in that late game, so you can expect her to make some waves and getting some engages off into this crazy late game of Caitlyn Tahm Kench.
Definitely very true. So guys, get out there, tell your friends that Samsung versus Jin Air GreenWings is on here at LCK. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 in just a moment. Here we go. Join us on the Rift right now. Here we go. Already some action happening in the game. Bit of an invade from Jin Air that does get spotted.
Early game shenanigans will always favor the team with Braum. The single best champion level 1. I don't think there's really any debate about that one.
What about Olaf?
I think Braum's... I think Braum can be a little stronger than the Olaf level 1, actually.
Do you mean head-to-head? Because I suppose the axis
not
would get blocked.
head-to-head. As a team environment, you proc out that stun.
No, I mean, like, you know, you got Braum on one team, you got Olaf on the other team.
Well, so much depends about who you have, but they have triple range that can proc that stun. So you hit your Winter's Bite and immediately it'll get procced by Ori, Graves, and Varus, and that's pretty much death on somebody at level 1, whereas Olaf does take some time, but so much of it revolves around your team compositions, and Samsung reacts well. They don't want to have any piece of that early game pie.
Looks like a red start for Umti. Going to be doing that pretty quickly. No start on the Raptors here for the Graves.
I love this approach.
Going to land that here onto Ruler. Can they get the stun? Not quite. But Ruler does take a nice chunk of damage.
Oh, that is just beautiful preparation from Jenner. They have scouted out what they love to do. He's going to have to smite this. Don't let it get stolen by that Q.
Well, he's trying to pull it. Snowflower is still here. Can't line it up. Not going to try for it.
Okay, smart moves there from Jenner, but they did their research. They knew that this was a common leash, and now they have an invade. They're so well prepared here.
Oh, man. He's going to go in, though. Lands the body slam onto Umti. Here comes Crown with the Ghost. Will land a stun, but he does save his life. Ruler, in the meantime, getting a little bit low. They're trading it back. The stun onto Teddy. Moving forward here is Ruler. Looking for that damage, but not going to grab a kill.
They lose the trade because they didn't use their exhaust, so they have a summoner advantage now, coming all in. It is still against Tom Kench, but going back on that level 1, so many teams we saw with SKT starting out where the jungler does the Raptor camp, then the duo lane leashes a red buff so you can accelerate your jungle's route. And it'll help so much when you're dealing with a Gragas. So they read it out well. Umti goes straight to the blue buff to try to get a pick onto Ambition, but unfortunately, Syndra did have advantages in the mid lane, so he wasn't able to follow through with that, but it did give them an advantage in the bottom lane in health, and it's now transcending into a bit of a CS lead, a lane that you would have wanted Caitlyn to be pushing 24/7. It's now them under the turret.
Yeah, perhaps they can get back on their feet after a little bit of time. But as you were saying, advantage to Jenner as it does start. Ambition has been fine after the help of Crown, is just getting at that Scuttle Crab here, already hit level 4.
So one's not going to let himself get ganked, so the jungler's just looking to go on a farm fest. I think Sohwan is going to be looking for potentially Ambition going for it. He sees the barrel. Oh, this could be a good harass for him.
He's going on in. Sohwan moving forward with the stun. This will definitely be a bit of a long chase, as Ambition definitely is a bit tanky. Able to land the slow, and Pive does just rotate on in, but at least he stops the steal of the Krugs.
Such great communication coming out of Jenner. I'm really impressed with this early game so far. Heavily prepared. They've noticed how many routes so far have been where junglers split the map and one ends up going to the Raptor camp, the other one goes to the Krugs of the opponent's side, and now you have Umti going for just that. He's about to go to the Raptor camp, so taking the information that was acquired from Sohwan that he gave earlier, and now it ends up in him getting a little bit of a camp ahead, but actually they had left the big one, so he's not going to find the entire camp there.
Just the big one.
No, you don't want any of it. You always want the big one.
You got to go for the big one if you have a choice, right? Big one or small one?
Well, the little ones do offer a lot of experience. So,
yeah, it definitely depends, for sure. See that? Oh, a bit of a gank coming in here from Umti. Forces a flash from Crown. A bit early. Crown, who's about to get his ghost back, will be down on both summoners for just a little bit.
Great gank right there, making sure that the flash gets burned. Now when Kuzan hits level 6, you do have the opportunity of a shockwave, even with a flash self-shockwave on Orianna. It should net a kill. The damage between Orianna and Graves will be huge, so the vision for mid laner for Jenner will have to be the focal point in the next coming minutes off that base. He doesn't have wards just yet, as a control ward did get cleared out. But when Kuzan returns, if they can establish a good route for Umti to get into the mid lane, they should be able to find first blood onto Crown.
And they do know that this is almost definitely happening. They spot Umti coming on in. Ambition in position to deal with this. But it looks like he's going to come on into this brush. Land the body slam. Here comes Crown. He has hit level 6. Lots of tension here in the mid lane as both of these guys looking for protection or kills on the opponent's mid laners.
There's more mana on the side of Kuzan, and because he has control on the wave, he can start getting more mana back by last hitting effectively with that Doran's Ring.
Indeed, just hanging around. Looks like maybe Crown will go for the back now. He's low on mana.
Yeah, it's a tense moment, but Ambition's route quite effective in protecting Crown. Now his warding is going to have to be pristine to make sure that Kuzan does not get surprised. Between two flashes, Ghost is not going to save him.
We got a small look up at the top lane. You could see that Cuvée has fallen a little bit behind there, as Sowan has just been pushing that in really, really hard into the turret as much as possible.
And that's perfectly fine for Nara. You're okay conceding a bit of the early stages in the lane. You're going to be able to start really shedding some of the HP out of Renekton when you start getting a lot of points in that hyper, that percentage HP, the ability to kite him out depending on the build that he goes. We can most likely expect just a Black Cleaver rush out of Gnar. It seems to be the common build so far. Early armor before, you sometimes would see Sunfire Cape into this matchup, but you gotta remember that that item did get nerfed, so really not the greatest to rush, and kill pressure is always valuable.
So when he was waiting up here in the brush, I thought maybe he wanted to go on to Cuvée, but it seems like he just wanted to let him push and pick up the creeps. Doesn't want to use that teleport just yet. Nice steal by Ambition, by the way. We didn't really mention this. Went in and stole the red buff and got away.
Just making advantage of what was going on the top side with the wave bouncing back and Orianna not having full control of the lane. Now they know where Umti is, so any attempt onto the mid lane will likely take up to a minute for Jin Air to really find their way around this lane.
You can see that finally the Caitlyn lane in the bottom side is pushing it on in as he has gotten his feet back underneath them.
And the thing is, they're maintaining so much pressure in this lane that they haven't shopped. These shields are still the only item on these AD carries, and there's still a potion on Ruler. That early exchange that we saw going on did not even force her to blow a pot, and that means that they can just stay pushing relentlessly, and as long as Umti can't find a way here, and as long as there is no vision in the bottom side for a teleport, they're going to be able to continuously get advantages. Now they have finally decided they've had enough. Let's get our itemizations going, and can expect maybe a Berserkers or early boots into a BF sword, probably even a Berserkers if he really feels like going that style, as some AD carries have been really loving that build early on, and it's quite effective in escaping a lot of the mobility-based CC that you have out of Varus and Braum.
You were talking about the lack of vision in the mid lane. Crown with a big roam up into the top. Sohan is going to have to win a 1v2. There's the unleashed power into the stun, and first blood goes over to Cuvée.
All too easy. No MIA. Call on to the Syndra. Finds her way topside, and notice who they gave the kill to. Crown could have easily taken that kill, but they let Cuvée have that one. That first blood is going to mean that now the power of Renekton will be dwindling even more, and if he gets ahead of Renekton, a lane that you need to snowball and lane that needs to start pushing and creating a pressure point for Jin Air is going to be behind, and this means that Cuvée is going to have so much free time into the top side, as getting ganked by Renekton and Graves is really not the most dangerous thing in the world.
First streak of the game was an Infernal Drake. Doesn't look like either team has been able to make a move towards that so far. Looks like, though, with the roam up towards top side, Jin Air was able to get some control wards down, some vision over there.
This is the issue with the Graves. You have so many lanes that can play aggressive, that can overextend and push or set you up for a gank, but Graves, his routing isn't the greatest for it. His CC is completely missing for any gank, and as such, he just ends up farming, but the likes of a Gragas and pretty much any other meta jungler can keep up with Graves right now. So the pick is not that effective, and you see him, he's snuck all the way behind the Rift Herald. There's really no chance. And as soon as you see him use Slice and Dice,
oh, the angles.
Look at the angle.
Whoa.
Death revisited.
Mom, get the camera. He got pretty wrecked. I mean, he went in as Crown was coming behind him.
The second you use Slice and Dice, you're pretty much done. The vision that Jin Air had acquired was around the camp, so they didn't actually get any route. They were only able to ward toward the camps, and there is no teleport out of Cuvée. So Jin Air felt comfortable with starting this dragon. However, the teleport does not matter when you're dealing with all your lanes being pressured. Mid lane is clearly under the control of Crown, and so is the bottom lane. So even though you have the teleport advantage, the wards don't matter if all your other lanes can't collapse on time or with a better position. And now, once again, another roam topside. There is no vision around it. He's playing it accordingly. He sees the ward, but Uzan is following.
Yeah, he is a bit behind. Crown will be spotted now. And here we go. They're going to go for the dive here. So on popping that ult, trying to flash on top and land the ult, but the stun comes out from Crown first. Diving in with the slice and dice, and now all of Samsung has to flash away as Kuzan makes his way in.
Jin reads the gank, and Sohwan plays it quite well. However, it's easier to kill these tanks when you have Mini Gnar as Gnar. You're dealing with Renekton, so getting that hyper damage is going to be more effective for dealing with these crazy HP tanks than it is as Mega Gnar.
Oh, look at this. Move into the mid lane by Core JJ, forcing the flash out of not getting cast back into Ambition.
It just shows how quick to the trigger Core JJ is going to be on this Tahm Kench. Because the laning phase has been extended so long, we get denied the crazy Tahm Kench roams onto the top side to end up getting picks and start getting those first bricks going. They have a higher chance of getting first bricks simply in the bottom lane. It's now Teddy will have to base without any mana.
Pressure keeping up down here. Teddy not going for the base just yet.
And it's just impeccable vision for Samsung to allow them to push this far. Control ward in the river, control ward behind them. It's Caitlyn with traps, Tahm Kench to save everybody with all the summoners, even the control ward in the red buff so you can see anybody sneak around from behind. So well thought out.
Yeah, they're really trying to enable this lane as much as possible, it seems. And you can see even up in the top lane, the vision has been going over to Cuvée here. He's really pushing that one in. Getting lower and lower is that turret.
And it's no strange game plan. We've seen every team that drafts these champions play this exact same way. You push the bottom lane, you let Caitlyn get your advantages, and here comes an attempt. So Teddy has been saving mana for his chains, but they have to go on Core JJ.
Are they going to land it here? That's the question. You can see Empty. There's the Chain of Corruption into the knockup. Where's the burst damage? Empty a little bit late to get there. Now Ambition making his way in. He does have that cast. There's the flash body slam into the exhaust. Going to be an easy kill for Samsung to pick up. Double teleport. Both get canceled. That's going to turn around in favor of Samsung.
And there just was no mana on Jin. Snowflower had to choose between using either his Winter's Bite or his Glacial Fissure. Winter's Bite would have actually been the better choice, as you can proc this stun and guarantee that Core JJ not only gets slowed, but stunned right after. And as such, the counter gank comes around. There's really no follow-up without any more damage coming out from the spellcaster that is Varus. There's no chance that Tahm Kench was going to go down. So Ambition gets to respond, and now they walk away with a freebie of a dragon.
Yeah, things just looking so good here for Samsung in this early game.
So he uses the Winter's Bite right away. It just was not on cooldown. Oh, what a poor miscommunication out of Jin actually. He used it earlier on Ruler. Had there been a Winter's Bite onto Core JJ, they might have been able to get the stun out of him and at least trade a 1-for-1.
So, not looking too good so far. Already Samsung in the lead. They also picked up the Infernal Drake. So you do see that up in the top left.
They've been reading Jin like a book so far. Crown having so much advantage in the mid lane, using his opportunity to roam. And while Tahm Kench does have another moment to use his Abyssal Voyage, anywhere else, they're still going to just be going into the bottom lane. Both top and bottom are the ones that have been cracked, so there's no need to swap out the lanes. But Jin does recognize that. They want to save their own turrets themselves. And it's not going to be a race. Caitlyn's going to get to the turret, and she's going to get it before anybody else gets here. They don't have any other teleports. There is armor on Renekton, actually.
Already has Ninja Tabi and the Chain Vest. So you can see how little damage he is taking. They're picking away at that. There's the Devour actually on top of the trap. So on forced to pop his ultimate to clear the wave and save the turret.
Yeah, this Renekton is not going to be able to defend this turret. Jin needs to accelerate this, so they're going to rotate 3 people topside. If Cube can get his Mega Gnar on time, he should be able to survive.
Okay, the flash with the Taint of Corruption. Should be a lot of burst damage coming out here. Flash from Cube and the collateral damage. Followed up by Teddy will mean the kill. Ambition getting here a little bit slow, though. Will be exhausted and taking out double kill now for Teddy in the top lane. Disaster for Samsung.
Great moves from Janair. They immediately pull the trigger. They flash with the Chains of Corruption to make sure that Cube can't escape. They get him out of the turret, and Samsung just lacks patience there. They should have communicated that, hey, we're going to get this turret faster than them no matter what. We're basically obliterating Renekton in this 1v2. Janair needed to commit 3 people for that dive, and they would have been opened up to not only defend the Rift Herald had they backed off, but to transition into a rotation in the mid lane from their duo lane. So a lack of communication, getting so greedy in that between the bottom lane and the top and jungle that in the end the trade ends up favoring Janair with not only 2 kills, a turret, and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they'll easily give away the first blood turret for that. I mean, not like they had much choice, but they're really responding to this quite well. Gonna give over the Rift Herald to Umti. We're gonna take a look at the replay now.
So they don't expect Umti to surprise him with the Blast Cone, but just barely in range there. Snowflower gets in, and Ambition just getting so greedy. You're 1v3. That's actually a 1v3. He willingly goes into it, and smart there from Snowflower to flash in to try to get the proc, but the advantages that Janair get are even more than what we get to see, as now that Rift Herald can be used into that mid lane, and that means that it's a delayed advantage into potentially a tier 1 into the mid lane, a lane that, while even in CS, Crown has had the advantage of roaming, can all of a sudden be collapsed with a well-timed use of Herald.
Nice moves here by Ruler and CoreJJ to take out this top turret that was getting low. In the meantime, with this pressure, you do see Ambition going for the red buff again, trying to take that as often as possible away from Umti.
It's going to be a 2-man trade. They know that even as a 2-man bottom lane, they can dive so one. If Gragas is here, it'll just be a easy as cake. So Renekton can't defend this. Orianna is rotating. Here comes the attempt onto the mid lane from Syndra.
So on, going mad mode, 1v3 with that ultimate popped. Has Kuzan coming on in. Umti, can he actually defend this mid lane? Looks like he can for now. Defended top as well. And only able to get that bot tier 1 for it.
He needs Brahmin here, and I don't think these two can actually take on Syndra right now. She's incredibly spiked with Haunting Guys, Sorks, and Morello's completed.
Yeah, Crown actually completed the Haunting Guys first. Before finishing the Morellos was a nice little move. But either way, here comes Snowflower and Teddy from behind, trying to look for a pick onto Crown, who will be forced to blow both summoners to get away.
But in the end, Janair's commitment to trading that bottom lane turret, trading that 1-for-1 because they were late, ends up costing them so much. That help onto the mid lane means that between Syndra and Kaylin, one successful siege will take down that turret. If they can take advantage of Crown getting low, having his summoners burn, they might find an opportunity to use Rift Herald into the mid lane. It's really the only place they can use it right now and get an advantage, and they're going to have to do so if they choose to make the most out of the play that they got 2 minutes prior.
We got another Infernal Drake coming in 1 minute, so that would be fantastic for Samsung to stack if they can defend against this push. You can see that Umti doesn't want to use the Rift Herald just yet. Is going to wait for a more opportune moment.
Thing is, it's just so obnoxious to actually find an opening into this Caitlyn Tahm Kench between your headshot traps and Tahm Kench, and the fact that you don't have any wards to TP or even a great flanking top laner. You had a Rumble, the chances of fighting this dual lane are a lot higher. You're not a single target TC, you can just AoE them down, but when you're Renekton, you almost always just have to stun the Tahm Kench, and that's not a viable way of taking down this Caitlyn, who now has her Infinity Edge and Static Shift, so the wave clear is going to be insane, and if anybody steps on the trap, it's going to be headshot to the dome, and that's about half HP for some of these squishier champions.
Will Umti use it here? Doesn't look like it just yet. Looks like instead of going for that, they really want to secure the Infernal Drake. Or this isn't Infernal Drake, this is Mountain Drake.
This is going to go down for free. They took advantage of it, yeah.
I see what's going on. I got the wrong monitor today, so I thought the... Okay, I understand now. I got it.
That's all right, but now Samsung's transitioning for that tier 2 top side. Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, man. Just taking way too much damage underneath the turret. So on. He was going man mode many times before that, but this time it was a little bit too much.
That's a Syndra. You can't do that against a Syndra. The guy has no magic resist. Oh,
okay.
No.
I think that might have just popped out of him. It didn't seem like he did that on purpose.
He birthed it out like Alien.
Poor Umti.
Oh, here it is. I wasn't meant to be born. Why am I in this world? Actually, earlier today in EU LCS, I think we might have seen the worst use of Rift Heralds. So they used it at their base.
Worse than this?
Yeah. Actually, no. I think this one takes a cake. Yeah. This one actually is the worst use of Rift Herald so far.
It walked into the mid lane and died. It's harder to get worse.
It was
than
never.
that.
It was a miscarriage.
Oh boy, Umti. No one wanted to see that. And yeah, I mean, from here, it's a very easy kind of rotation for Samsung to say, okay, you don't have the Rift Heralds. You did take the Mountain Drake, but it just doesn't matter. The Caitlyn with that spike you were talking about and the red buff, he's easily able to push in the mid lane now.
I'm saying, man, Caitlyn is too broken right now. I'm surprised Jinair did not ban it out. Every team is basically first picking this champion, even banning it on red side, make sure that nobody gets their hands on this pick. The siege potential and difficulty that it is in jumping her and not taking any insane damage in return, as well as how easy it is to protect her, means that she's risen to the top as a first pick. People don't care now about Gallia and Zach. They just say, give me Caitlyn and I'll win the game anyways.
Yeah, and it came down to the final bans for Jinair. I think they banned Kha'Zix too. They banned Kha'Zix Elise, so they were really targeting Ambition, but they didn't take away his Gragas. It was his most played up until today, so I'm not really sure about that line of banning.
It's his most comfortable pick. 6 games of Gragas so far, 2 on Elise and 3 on Kha'Zix. So the Kha'Zix I get a little bit more, as teams have been using that to great effect with Shen and Gallia, even though Gallia was out of the pool, and the champion does have to offer a lot for pressure in the jungle matchup. But has been having a pretty decent season so far.
Oh, look at that catch. But again, Core JJ in position, always waiting nearby. And that's a burnt ultimate for Teddy now. And look at Sowan just on the run, cannot turn against this Caitlyn. Already down to near half health. Ruler getting a little bit frisky though.
This is just the nightmare that this champion is. Between her and Tahm Kench, Tahm Kench has actually rushed a face of the mountain to make sure that he gives even more HP to Ruler. Oh. They already blew Chains of Corruption. All they have is a teleport to somehow engage onto Ruler, but look at that. There are 2 people committed to the mid lane, 4, and they still can't do anything.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. You're focusing on Ruler. You don't see the Syndra coming from the left side to burst your ADC down as if he never existed.
He wishes he never existed in that lane. Now he's 50 CS behind, even though he had been playing the game out decently well and their early game strat was fine. If they did not get ahead early game, this is what was going to happen. Now it's a crazy dive.
Oh, look at this. Body slam into Kuzan. This is such an easy setup. Jinair not respecting that flank. That's a double kill now to Ruler as they're looking to push inhibitors here.
And the angle from Ambition was sick. So many times do you see Unbreakable actually stop the Gragas ultimate, but he went so far behind the Braum that even after he got closer to Orianna, the Cask was already behind both of them, so he was easily able to knock them both onto the team. And now with the control they have into the mid, they can't do anything to Cuvee. He only has 1 armor item, but between a behind Renekton and the Graves, there's no chance here.
Oh, Umti flashing away, gets locked up by that stun. Look at how much damage Crown does right now to this guy. And so on, he's trying to be a hero, gets locked up against that wall. Follow up here from Crown, looking for the double kill with the stun. And there it is. That's going to be triple actually going over to Crown and the Baron for Samsung.
What a slaughter this game has turned into. I mean, it's not going to stop here. It's only 25 minutes in. That's a 10,000 gold lead on the side of Samsung. It's all said and done. Go straight to the mid lane, siege that turret, get yourself inhibitors. They rinse and repeat, and the game should be all but over.
Matt, I was expecting Jinair to put up a bit better of a fight than this, to be honest.
It was over when you gave Caitlyn away. And you actually took Graves. Varus was an awful answer. Varus Gragas would have actually been a good rotation from them. The thing is, Umti is not really the craziest Gragas player. He actually only has 1 game on him and a loss, so he favors more of those carry champions. He recently tried to bring out that Rek'Sai, and horrendous fashion, but this is where flexibility in players in being able to achieve multiple styles ends up paying in. If you can only really play carry junglers and the situation calls for letting a mega carry come through and you don't have an answer to these champions, you have no opportunity of actually removing Caitlyn from the map.
Well, they're going to be pushing in 2 lanes at this point. Coming onto the mid lane, Core JJ just eats up the Caitlyn, flashes the wall. Perfectly safe.
Dude, that's 2 people absorbing 5 of attention, but hold on. Nothing happens.
Hold on, it's Tom Kench.
Look at that. She's 1v5ing. There's 5 people trying to get in range of Caitlyn, and she's dealing with all of them. They did so much preparation. They saw the level 1, but somehow did they just forget that Caitlyn was insane? Well, I guess they did. And
look at this. Look at this. Bye-bye, And you could eat up the Caitlyn. She had tower aggro. It doesn't matter. That's a double inhibitor going over. We got Cuvée just silently pushing the bottom lane. Nobody can get close.
Yeah, they'll just end it right here. That's double inhib so far. They don't even care about the third one. They can go for 3.
Okay, they're trying to go for a combo here, but at the last second, Core JJ able to even up Ruler. That will be 2 kills going over them. A last-ditch effort that doesn't reach much of anything. Crumbs is speechless right now. Doesn't seem to be too happy with this one, but okay, Kuzan, go back to the pool where you belong. That's going to be game number 1 in under 28 minutes. Going over to Samsung. Crown, he wants more. He's out of mana. That's going to do it.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Super easy from Samsung. They didn't really struggle much in this game. They played it quite well to their advantages. Ambition with intelligent pathing, make sure that Umti did not get early advantages, and I think that's what Generic really wanted to bank on. Make sure that Umti can get ahead of Ambition and then somehow shut down the lanes, but the second that Crown snuck up into that top side, they lost pressure in the Renekton lane. Then, one more time, Renekton gets put even further behind, and meanwhile, Ruler and Core JJ get to push bot lane relentlessly. Seems like Generic only had planned for 3 minutes in this game, and the rest, 28 or 25, were just all dictated by Samsung.
Yeah, we got some pretty crazy score lines over on the side of Samsung. Crown was 5-0-3, Ruler was 3-0-7, and Tom Kench 0-0-6.
Man, I feel like I did more preparation for this draft than Generic. We're like, they're gonna first pick Caitlyn. It's so obvious. Everyone's taking Caitlyn.
I think after you lose a game like that to Caitlyn, it gets hammered into your head more and more. Although we have seen teams like that lose to picks such as Caitlyn or, you know, Zach and Galio earlier on in the split, and then they just give it away again. So,
well, you know, I don't want to talk too much about the pick already. I think we've already done enough, but it's so much about understanding what is powerful, why teams are doing the actions that they are, why they're picking the champions that they are, and thinking, okay, why is it so popular? Why is it so prevalent around the world? What are the strengths and weaknesses of this champion? How does it fit the meta? And it just wasn't there, and Samsung gets away with having an excellent draft. Right from the start, we were saying this is a beautiful draft so far. Crown's gonna have a bit of a harder time dealing with Unbreakable, but in the early stages, it should just be get those early advantages, transition into some quick rotations, and then wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Under 28 minutes, only 2 kills went to Generic.
Close to a perfect game, but not quite. And it looks like we are going to take a look at some of the replays from this game. This was one of the moments where Generic did something actually good. They got the 2 kills of their game.
Actually, these were the only 2 kills that Samsung gave away, and those were clearly a communication error. They would have been able to walk away with trading a first brick for just 1 turret, and here's a nice little mechanical play from Ambition, understanding how to get around the Unbreakable. So well practiced in playing Gragas against Braum, and even as a cheeky end to that play, he ends up tanking the turret for the rest of the team, and it's just, you're playing Graves against Syndra.
You can see the control on Crown Syndra too. He was landing everything. I love this fight from Crown. Just cleanup time.
And the beauty of it is when you open up with your ultimate, you get all your orbs out on the floor, making sure that that ultimate gets up that crazy AoE.
And you can see Ruler almost dies. Not quite though.
The day you almost caught Captain Jack, he got eaten by a toad, and then for it, you couldn't take him out.
So, one look at the result. you guys were paying attention, you know what was going on. 17,000 gold ahead was Samsung at the end of that game, and let's look at Caitlyn's stats.
Orianna did the same damage than Gragas. Look at the damage Tam Kench did. That was all that abuse onto the bottom lane on the Braum, getting licked to death, and then Renekton even more. Crocodile is delicious, have been in Florida, can't confirm.
Hunting some crocodiles down there, Crown.
Actually, it's alligators. It's alligators.
Okay.
People get upset about that.
I'm sorry. Crown didn't even do all that much damage when you compare it to the Caitlyn. It's almost double.
He was just enabler. Enable topside, get control of the mid lane, and you don't want anything more from a mid laner than just maintain pressure and help your side lanes.
Yeah, so guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, game number 2 of Samsung versus Jin Air. Welcome back to the LCK, guys. We're going into game number 2 of Samsung versus the Jin Air GreenWings. The first one was a stomp, just under 28 minutes. If you guys missed it, I wouldn't recommend you watch it. Just keep one thing in mind, ban Caitlyn.
Well, okay. Crown is going to get the MVP. He enabled so much, lots of CC. I think it's fair to give it to him. He had a lot of moves. You don't want to just give it to Caitlyn for just sitting there and auto-attacking. So he definitely enabled so much of Samsung. But this game, while Jin Air played decently well, so much of it revolved around just an abysmal draft. Pretty much every pick except for Varus, and even the rotation at which they took Varus could have changed into dealing with what Samsung was bringing to the table a little bit more optimally. And as such, Samsung just had no problem dispatching of them in under 30 minutes. Well above average game time.
Well below.
Yeah.
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 Same thing. Same difference.
Obliterated.
Right? Yeah. Well, that was a really fast game for sure. You can see it as 1-0 for Samsung. I just hope that Jin Air, they went back into the room and they discussed what went wrong in their draft, and that they have something new to show us here in game 2. They are going to be on the blue side up against Samsung's red. So, I mean, we've been seeing blue side just dominate all across the board.
Well, Valdez, we can expect them to have a little bit more cohesion this time around as they're bringing in Ixu back in the top lane, as he is the most played top laner that they have so far. Sohan only has, counting that last game, 4 games with Jin Air. So, not the most played top laner means that you obviously don't offer as much communication, or can at least assume to a certain degree that the level of gelling and cohesion within the team is higher with Ixu.
See, Kuzan, he had a pretty good game on the Orianna. You know, he was trying to make things work, but I feel like he wasn't really doing much, you know? Like, he didn't really have an option to help out his team all too much.
Well, you're also Orient to Syndra, so you're not going to have that much pressure early in the game. He did get some relief by what Home2 provided early in the match, but as the game progressed, it just went downhill from there, always having to be on the back foot as Kuzan or Crown had so much control in the mid lane so far, and now Jin Air will at least ban that Gragas, so preparing themselves if they have to either first pick Caitlyn or if they want to just get rid of Ambition's most comfortable pick.
Yeah, they played game number 1, and they're like, we're not going to let you have Syndra or Gragas this time. That does mean that we have more of a possibility to see Zac or Galio. You will see second ban for Samsung is going to be Zac.
And no chance of Majin Buu entering the Rift this time around. You know, because people use a pink skin.
What? I didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry.
Never mind.
It's okay. And thinking about this last ban, there will be Elise.
Okay, so now they have to make the choice. Do you let Galio or Caitlyn go through? I'd imagine you let the Caitlyn not go through. There it is. Exactly. See? Samsung agrees. Even Galio is less broken than Caitlyn right now because teams have been trying many more answers. Galio has been part of the meta longer, therefore teams have been figuring out counters to him. You have Talia, who has seen some play against Galio to mixed success, but then you have Cassiopeia, who has that early pressure, and then you have Lucian, who, while Crown hasn't played it so far, or at least much, he does offer that crazy potential when you have the time camps that JAG has played that can just do so much work in the mid lane, having that pressure for you. And we have Karma available still for Samsung, a common flex pick that can be given to JAG or Crown. They will lock away that Kha'Zix, and Karma would be nice to see, as I enjoy the play that Crown does bring to the table with this pick.
You can see the insta-lock of the Kha'Zix that was banned out last game by Jin Air. And when you've got JAG on your team and Zyra isn't banned, I think you just swoop that up right away.
They have no hesitation in locking that away. He's been targeting so many of these bans. And
he's cheering in the booth already.
I'm going to give you a throwback to this. He specifically quoted, it's a little while ago, that his ability at Zyra had improved from playing with Kiwi Kid way back in NA.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Kiwi Kid is still carrying on the Zyra spirit inside JAG.
A nice little throwback.
Yeah.
We get back in the day, and Umti trying to give us a throw forward by trying to make Rek'Sai relevant. He went 0-2 on it last time. It was not impressive, less than inspiring, and I hope he's got something new for today.
He made the debut of the champion, and now we're going to get to see that Blitzcrank come again, but that's a rough pick to go into the Zyra. Remember that plants can always block that, and when you have a Fiora, again, another target that can easily dispatch of your rocket grab, then Blitz play becomes that much more difficult.
I almost feel like it's like a cheesy pick, you know? You don't really feel all too confident. So you can see like the cheeky grins that Teddy and Snowflower had after they pick it up too. They're like, well, I hope this works. I hope we can get some sick grabs and kind of just bounce our way to victory.
Well,
but
speaking of cheese, we have to respect the possibility that this is a mid lane Fiora. It has been played before, and it's a great answer into Galio. Galio really has no business dealing with Fiora. Not only are all his CC moves incredibly telegraphed, and Victor will be the ban away. Make sure that Crown doesn't get his hands on that pick that has seen some success into Blitz, into Galio. But I really want to see him play that Fiora mid. Absolutely not his style, incredibly unlikely, but you always have to have that thought in the back of your mind when you're going through a draft with flex picks.
Yeah, you can see that Jin Air, they're not really respecting Fiora mid. They're saying, okay, let's ban out some other counters to Galio. The Victor can just sit there and kind of farm up. And the Orianna, another nice, safe pick against that.
He's going with the lip by you. Oh, could it be that he's actually thinking about it? The Fiora, I seriously doubt it. It would be a treat to see.
Ruler deciding what ADC he's going to play tonight will be the Varus. Has been picked up very often by Ruler, oftentimes when Caitlyn is not available, of course.
Just the pick you really expect. It's great synergy between him and Zyra as you can combo your Tendrils of Corruption, spread by the time that Stranglethorns comes through and CC everybody, do so much damage to everybody. It's such a great AoE feel that it lets you get away with the Kha'Zix and Fiora. It picks that lack crowd control but pack an immense amount of damage. And now Jin Air will be responding with that Ashe, so heavy focus into the bottom lane. They can pull it off as Zyra and Varus are incredibly immobile, and now we're going to get to see what they're going to decide for this top lane pick. Maybe Jarvan or Renekton would just be the ones that make the most sense.
Kled still available too.
As well.
Akali, what?
Are you serious? Okay, that's Akali into Fiora. That's Akali into Fiora. I've seen that matchup before. But does Samsung throw a curveball? Yeah, it is Fiora mid. Yes, I knew it.
Guys, we got a treat. We got a treat tonight. Oh, this is so great.
Wait a minute. Are they swapping again? No, yeah, it's definitely Akali top. I don't think Kuzan's put any work in this. Yeah, you got to brush those shoulders up, baby. You're up against Fiora mid.
What a crazy ban pick. This is
nailed it.
Unbelievable. The Fiora mid, okay, we got Akali in this game. You guys thought the Aatrox yesterday in EU was crazy. Well, we got another crazy pick here. The Blitzcrank even is something that in the beginning of this split we were really excited to see. Now has become more common, but is also another very fun champion.
Yeah, and now Fiora is also pretty difficult to gank when you're dealing, or Rex is going to have a hard time ganking Fiora. She's really telegraphed, and when her Unburrow comes through, so if she can nail a riposte onto that, she can easily turn the gank around and solo out a Rek'Sai. So this is going to be a game that is all about mechanical outplay here, which is going to be so exciting. And no wave clear. You don't have wave clear.
This is the game to make a threat about, guys. Just saying. This is going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, so Ixu will be trying to get advantages against Kled. To be honest, I have no idea how this lane is going to go between Kled and Akali. But Akali has great sustain. She can be a bit of a lane bully as she doesn't have a lot of energy. And then Samsung's game plan is clearly get advantage bottom lane, swap out to the top side of 1-3-1, and then find a way to split push all three lanes at once.
So you guys, if you're joining late, your eyes are not deceiving you. Those picks that you do see on the screen are true. And it looks like we're going to be jumping into game number 2 right now. So let's see how this Clown Fiesta will begin in game number 2.
begins with hooks over the pit.
That was actually close. Pive was in a good spot to not get hooked.
Gotta respect that Blitzcrank, and that's what happens when you play against so much Blitz. You get a feel for the angles, the strategies. You gotta remember that all the Blitz we've seen, there's way more happening in the shadows, in those scrims, all those crazy level 1 strategies that teams try out. So they can expect it in some little trading going back and forth, and it's not really gonna matter. You have these shields for your regeneration. But Fiora mid. He doesn't have crazy wave clear. It's all about that pressure into the mid lane. So Ambition's going to have to play quite aggressively in the jungle to find a way to allow Fiora to zone out Galio from hitting that wave.
Oh, Snowflower missing the hook, looking for the level 1 with the extended slow of the Ashe after the hook.
Junglers are starting in a buff with a leash, so they both will finish into the bottom side of the map. Understandably so. You don't want to let Blitz start getting too aggressive or Zyra start getting too much control in that bottom lane.
Nice movement there from Crown, actually dodging the Q. And yeah, I want to see a lot of this top lane because we haven't seen too much Akali here.
I want to see all of it,
to say the least.
Give me a 5-man camp so I can see every single lane and random stuff as well.
So I saw the end of that grab. CoreJJ very aggressive after that grab. Cooldown is down. That was exactly the cooldown on that.
Look
as
at
a support player.
Look at the route that Ambition's doing. He skipped that Raptor camp. I hope he actually ends up going for that Scuttle Crab and gets control into the bottom lane. I think he's positioning for Gromp, however, but doing the quickest route out there to make sure that you can start setting up for your lanes a little bit sooner. And he will not go for that, as CoreJJ did get to ward his own on his own. So now they feel a little bit safe, knowing that they're not going to get ganked by Rek'Sai.
He's making his way up into the Raptor camp here. Could try to come from behind. His Crown is getting very aggressive. You could see that pressure that he puts on, but here's Empty, forces the flash out of Crown, so they do trade flash for flash.
Great flash right away from Crown, and that's the control you have into this mid lane, into this matchup. And I expect Jin to want to go for some swaps early on, as armor itemization will be helping against both Fiora and Kled. So maybe they start making moves, swapping some lanes around. They have double TP, so this could easily turn to some crazy shenanigans. And now Kuzan might be in trouble.
No flash here. There is the taunt. Going to make him very hard to take down, and does not allow them to grab that kill.
Doesn't get taunted back by that, or CC'd by that riposte. And now the riposte is down. Umti's maybe fancying an opportunity into the mid lane. He does have his own flash. It's a long cooldown, waiting for the dash. Ooh. Just so calculated. This is why you call a play calculated. Where he knows there's no need to be trading right there. He knows that if he were to walk up without riposte, not only is he going to expose himself, he has minion disadvantage, and he still has teleport. So as long as he keeps proccing some vitals, he'll be in a good spot in this lane.
He's looking to back now and go ahead and teleport back into the lane, as you were saying. Down the bottom lane, things look pretty even.
It's so rare for you to have a game with Blitzcrank and say that's the most boring lane.
That's true. That is actually true. I think once we hit level 6, we'll definitely get some more action down there. What with, Varus, Zyra, and actually the flash out of Ixu. And there's the easy first blood picked up. Umti looking to trade it back. Cuvée in a bit of trouble here, trying to get back onto the Skarl. There's the flash to secure the kill. They will trade it 1-for-1.
Good outplay there from Umti, flashing in, not letting Skarl to come back into the mix. Had that happened, he likely would have gone down, but this is the beginnings of a lane that is going to be favoring Cuvée. He has so much pressure into this matchup, and they chose this lane. They saw the Akali being locked in, and this is Jin, not considering the possibility that Crown was going to be that Fiora pick. There's no other reason for you to let these champions go through, and I'm disappointed with the preparation that Jin has had. They need to apply more creativity into their drafts and not find themselves in these situations.
Ambition wants to make it a party, wants to steal as many as possible. Knock up here onto CoreJJ, but the root onto Teddy coming forward. That arrow from Ruler Teddy is getting pretty low. He does have his heal. They're trying to make him proc it, but nice patience there from Teddy.
Some good harasser. Started out by harassing core JJ, but gets a little too close and does end up hitting that root. And now you can expect these lanes to start really having some action as the level 6 is going through, as you were talking about earlier. But Teddy doesn't have a whole lot, and Snowflower having flash is the real only possibility for going into this lane.
Could happen. We got Empty nearby. But you can see Ruler just going to back off as his support goes into the river. Put down a little bit of that warding.
So even though topside, Cuvee did find that solo kill onto Ixu. Oh, here's Flash Blitzcrank.
They're trying to make it a bait here. The root does miss Snowflower. Empty, though, taking a ton of damage. Easy exhaust. He doesn't have his flash. And here comes Cuvee, too, looking to land that bear trap on a rope here onto Snowflower. Does get the flash out of them, and the hook onto Ruler. A heroic entrance from Galio with the knock-up onto Ambition. Trying to turn this one around. A bit of damage coming out here from Kuzan. Still does not have his flash. Lots of low members. The flash more from Teddy, and the auto onto Ruler is not enough. They did have those health bots tick in, and it does save their lives.
And that's exactly why the engage wasn't so great, because Blitzcrank couldn't follow up. They chose Blitzcrank into Zyra. Zyra can just drop down the plant, and Snowflower has to make the hard decision of, does he flash in to follow through right away onto a low health Umti? And the answer is no, and immediately the collapse comes through. But heroic entrance just not enough to capitalize onto anything, as Ruler was not under turret aggro. And here he goes once again. Look at the plant. Plant right away. Do you flash over that plant to go for a crazy hook? No, they're all dead. There's a teleport here as well. So they try to retreat, and Teddy's not, none of them are level 6, so there's not crazy engages going through. Ooh. But this hook, it's going onto a target that is not under turret aggro, so it would have likely been best saved for a little bit earlier if you combine it with the heroic entrance. But Kuzan without flash. Galio's not a threat. Galio is just an enabler.
Oh, and we have a fight in live right now. That stun out of Fiora will not land. Trying to give this kill over to one of these guys. It will be onto Umti's Rek'Sai.
And this is exactly what Jennera is looking for. They're finally swapping out the lanes. It's Fiora into the top side. I believe she went top to cover the response that was going into the fight into the bottom lane. And she's not going to have an easy time into Fiora. This is what Jennera was expecting, the matchup they signed up for. So they need to be swapping out the lanes once again. So shenanigans around topside. Here comes Kled going to the top side, but it looks like with the blue buff, Kuzan will have not a difficult time against mid lane, as he can just easily wave clear and not be too bothered by it. And here it comes once again. Fiora getting a little aggressive here, but that's an Akali into this matchup. Not the easiest. You can't really proc your vitals when she's on that stealth.
Good patience there from Umti, waiting for the riposte. You were talking about how it's kind of telegraphed, but you can use that against the Fiora too.
Exactly. So you have to be well practiced on this pick. And to go back onto why Akali is effective into Fiora, when Grand Challenge gets issued, you can easily drop your Twilight Shroud and wait a lot of the time for that ultimate. You can't fully wait it out, but you stall out so much that it's impossible for you to get all your vitals proc if you play it correctly.
Okay, the arrow is going to land here, the flash out of Ruler, but it hits Core JJ. They can't really follow up, though. Not enough damage coming out here. They do back off.
They do get double flashes, but Umti a little bit too far behind. And the reason why he's so far behind is because they haven't established vision control first. So the angle that he has to go through is a bit odd. He doesn't have flash, but they can go for another attempt. However, there is a teleport on Crown, and he is in that position to assist.
Stranglethorn's still available for Core JJ too, so they have to know that they're fighting into that ultimate ability. Infernal Drake is the first one. As you guys can see, lots of vision being put down here by Samsung, it seems, comparatively.
Oh man, and topside the Akali lane. It's so easy for her to last it under turret, so even though Cuvee had that pressure, she was able to easily recover, especially after that failed teleport into the bot side. And now she's sitting at a 27 CS advantage. Now that's going to end up being quite difficult to deal with, as when you're dealing with so many squishy champions on the side of Samsung, everybody but Kled. 2 marks of the assassin should probably do the trick in taking anyone down.
Definitely scary if she can take off. And you can see Umti looking to go for the Rift Herald, perhaps? No, just going to burrow underneath here.
Looking for possibly a dive on Cuvee. He does have flash, and so does Umti. Kuzan shouldn't base here, so he does so well advised, as he has to keep an eye on Fiora in case of a teleport, and here it comes.
comes that dive. Kive just looking to go here. Does get the flash, but the flash out of MT2, looking for that unburrow, and there's that ultimate coming up. They will give the kill, though, over to Ixu on the Akali.
But Janair have to leave this lane. They need to make a beeline out of this turret. They're going to get dove here if they don't do this. They're counting on heroic entrance since Galio is moving down. But Fiora can teleport as well. It looks like they're just going to get zoned off the turret, trying to get some damage, but I think Janair will win this trade.
Yeah, Jinair going to get the first blood turret up in the top lane, going to split that gold between that attack Rek'Sai and the Akali.
Oh man, the Akali. Now I got to tell you, Akali was actually the first champion I ever played.
Ever?
Well, when I was playing pro, Akali was like the thing that I wanted to play because I really liked Kill Bill as a movie, and she had a Kill Bill skin.
Well, there you go. A little bit of Crumbs trivia for you guys. Trying to trade back turrets here. Just going to pick up what they can on the back of this.
But they do lose the Rift Herald, and now the Gunblade is complete. So let's another look at the dive. So QA tries to flash out an ultimate, but a well-timed flash from Umti himself interrupted him. This is the distance that Akali can close. She's got 3 of those charges. She could have done that another time and still followed up with a Shadow Dance dash onto QA.
Easy solo of the Rift Herald for MT. And they're actually looking for QA up in top. Clear out this control ward. Blitzcrank, you can see Snowflower's making his way top 2. They always have Galio from mid, who begins to move up towards the top side of the map, but looks like everybody's just backing off for now. No objectives being pushed.
Here's the big question mark for this game. How the hell is this 1-3-1 going to work? Because we know that Samsung will put their dual lane into the mid lane, and Fiora will be on the sides, but what about Akali? Such a bizarre pick to see in competitive. So rarely do we actually get to see what this champion does. And she disrupts the game in a way where she's so heavily diving people, and then you have heroic entrance to help her get tanky on top of her insane spell vamp and lifesteal.
What if this is the new Crumbs?
Oh,
Akali Galio on blue side.
I totally could see it. I think this pick has a lot of value.
They're looking to make this work onto Ixu, but Cuvée is 2 levels down and he misses Bear Trap on a rope. Yeah, that's not going to work. But Ixu almost does base check the Zyra brush.
He has to get babysat. He's got so much sustain that he pretty much wins any 1v1 duel. Really the mark of a true assassin, if you will.
Okay, there's this dive. I mean, there's just no way that Cuvée can get away. He can't stay in the lane against this fed Akali anymore.
It's Gunblade, baby. There's no chance. He has to have 2 people. Kha'Zix basically needs to sit in that lane 24/7. And if Jin Air just continues to execute the 1-3-1 that Samsung want to do themselves, this is going to be exactly into their hands. And now all their lanes get to get advantages. They're pushing out, and Akali's set to carry.
I can't wait to see all the Akalis in solo queue. Oh, the arrow misses Core JJ, but he gets pulled in after a small delay and does get picked off. So another kill. Nice rotation from Jinair. Good positioning from Snowflower.
And now they have control into the mid lane again. This means that Ixu can either rotate to mid through the red buff, get a steal himself, and denying the buff will put Ambition further behind. And now they're threatening the dive. Oh.
I mean, we're about to see Akali come in here. Here we go, that damage, and the big taunt, and Burrow is going to pick up the Fiora. They're still diving Ambition. There's just no getting away from Rek'Sai Akali.
Oh my god, I love this play from Jinair. The composition makes so much sense. Everybody just reading each other, but they have no idea what Akali can really bring to the table. Now they're setting themselves up for a tier 2, and if Samsung get greedy, they're going to get hooked and die again.
This is so fun to watch, actually. This combo, just this entire composition brings so much action.
I think they took notes from what KT was doing, where they were playing Kha'Zix with Galio and Chen, so kind of use submarine-in champions that can get into the backline quite easily and get fights going. But Akali just takes it to another level. Her ranges and speed, and as well as assassination power, regardless of being isolated, is insane. And she's a level up with Gunblade. You got no chance, QA.
Just casually tapping that that cannon, get some lifesteal, and yeah, you're just not getting away.
She's the best champion with Gunblade, period. Nobody benefits more from that item than her.
curious what the rest of the build path looks like. Fiendish Codex is next.
That's probably just going to be a Banshee's Veil. It's a great item to just be a little bit safe. Even though there's not crazy magic resist or magic damage on the side of Samsung, it does help her out quite a bit. Can also be a Zhonya's. The Zhonya's would make more sense with the heavy physical lineup that Samsung have.
I mean, you can see they already have 4 Ninja Tabi.
Yeah, so it's either Zhonya's or Banshees here. Probably the Zhonya's actually, not that Banshee's Veil, now that I think about it a little more.
Makes it a little bit easier to deal with Stranglethorns. You know, before the knockup, you can just Zhonya's it.
Oh, you kill Zyra before you even think about Stranglethorns.
Well, I suppose if you get dived on by the 3 members.
Here comes an attempt on maybe Juve. They can 2-man dive him under turret with heroic entrance. Okay, no control on mid, so they don't do it.
So Jin are looking to take their first dragon of this game. Funny, it's the same way that the Dragons went in game number 1. Infernal to Samsung, Mountain to Jin Air.
This dragon means that they'll be in a great position to eventually get a Baron. And by the way, Akali's excellent at taking out Baron. Single target, heavy damage, no need for mana as well as sustain. Can tank it a little bit for your allies.
That was a weird piercing arrow from Ruler. He's like, remember me? I was in this lane once.
Oh, he's not going to want to be remembered after Akali gets her hands on him. You ever played an AD carry against those crazy divers?
Oh yeah, it's pretty gross. You just got to build Zhonya's yourself. I think that's the build.
It actually is the ultimate defensive tool, dodging out on so much damage. GA does not do a whole lot for you, and it is going to be that Zhonya's as he now picks up his Seeker's arm guard, and I believe he's strong enough to 1v2 Ruler and Core JJ right now. So
what do you think about the Thorn Mail for Kuzan?
I love it. Remember that the magic damage really just comes from Core JJ and Ruler's Blighted Quiver, so not too crazy, and as long as armor continues to be the trend for Jin Air, then Samsung will need to be spiking a little bit harder when you start getting those late game piercing itemizations, but that just means that the rest of the Jin Air squad, such as Teddy and Umti, can catch up and start dealing some crazy damage. And Umti's no slouch right now, however. He's still at 4-1-2, but going with a pseudo damage build. I really like this one, the Dead Man's Plate with the Warrior's enchantment. Warrior is really the only thing to go on Rek'Sai right now, as their damage did get changed, but the Dead Man's fits the theme of a bruiser and not somebody that's trying to be an engager or a tank, just trying to deal damage into a fight, isolate some targets, and get some knockups.
Okay, sitting on a ward. Ambition is going to be knocked up. He does leap away. And here we go. Down 2 levels is Kive right now. You just cannot escape. You have to charge away. And that's about it. That's going to be Kled in that lane.
That costs nothing for Akali. Sure, you use Gunblade. Look at the cooldown on that. It's almost halfway back.
Oh,
Her
boy.
Shadow Dash, that doesn't mean anything. You start 3 charges, they rack up real quick. And now next all in, he can do that again and again, and QA has to always retreat.
The return of Akali? Question mark?
And you know, even if Ambition is to gank this lane, there's a high chance that Ixu can actually turn on both. Pops Ambition immediately, then turns on to QA. The spell vamp and lifesteal is huge.
Well, Jin are taking this slow. The Baron hasn't even spawned yet, which is part of the issue. Just looking to push onto tier 2s wherever they can. You can see a 5-man rotation into bot lane. Ixu dealing damage into that turret. Can we see a grab here by Snowflower? He's just threatening it, saying, okay, I dare you to get close. And that's going to be another tier 2 going over to Jin Air.
Great move right there, choosing to hold on to that advantage. And Jin Air, a team that I've always praised for their ability to figure out what their strong point is, they almost always end up collapsing and not utilizing that advantage well. They look for plays in places where they shouldn't be looking, but this time around, when the advantage is just so obviously Akali, it seems like the game plan becomes that much more clear in their heads. And this game could be the start of Jin Air finally understanding how to win games.
a long and drawn-out process. Teleport coming in from Ixu and Kuzan. Okay, they're going on to Ruler. Goodbye, Varus. Stranglethorns comes in, knocks up Ixu. Looks like he still has Zhonya's, doesn't even need to use it. Meanwhile, we saw Kazakhs going down in the jungle.
Give it to Akali. Let her life steal off that 205 from that one. And with that red buff region, they can transition into a quick 20-minute Baron. There's no jungler to steal this. There's so much regen on the side of Jinair here that, oh, just so nice.
Yeah, you can see the lifesteal coming on in. Crown not even going to go near it. No points. Him and Kive are just pushing a turret. They need to get back some gold. It's going to be a nice pickup, but they're still really far behind.
It's a good response. Actually, I don't see how Samsung can end up winning this game. As long as Jinair end up grouping as 5 members without a tank and without anybody to dispatch of Akali, as remember that there isn't actually any crazy crowd control on the side of Samsung. The only actual disable is the Stranglethorns knockup from Core JJ, the charge from Cuve, which is incredibly rare, and if somehow Crown gets a riposte off a CC move. So when you're dealing with these crazy picks like Akali, maybe even a Master Yi at some point, you just need crowd control. But when you lack it, it's that much more efficient to play these picks.
Yeah, Jinair, I mean, I like what they banned coming in here too. I mean, you take away the Gragas, one of the heavy CC picks that Samsung always likes to bring in for ambition. Force them onto the Kazakhs. And pick up Galio for yourself.
Yeah, and I think maybe now they should have seen that here it comes. Yeah, Grand Challenge, you waited out. What is it?
Just chilling, you know, just waiting. And now Crown is on the run. There's the riposte. Trying to fight back the flash forward from Ixu, and in fact, Crown will get away.
No chance of 1v1ing Ixu right now. That is a far behind Fiora against a 2-level advantage on that Akali. And I want to go back on the draft where I was thinking maybe Jinair didn't account for the Fiora into the mid lane. Maybe they even did. Just don't know that. But the thing that they definitely planned is the strength of Akali, and that eventually pretty much no matchup in the top side can beat her.
Well, when you get this far ahead, definitely makes it a bit easier to stomp your opponents. Infernal Drake comes up, so some pretty nice follow-up Drakes for Jinair. They're going to even up the Infernal Drake, and also they have that Mountain.
It's going to be a clinical process for them right now. 1-3-1 or 1-4, utilize Galio in the respective side lanes, and if you can get a hook or an arrow, all the more power to you.
You can see most of Samsung just grouping up down in the bottom lane for now. It seems Kive has been sent to Galio duty in the mid lane, and Crown is the answer for this Akali.
She can't go for crazy dives into Fiora. Remember that if she's going to be under turret aggro, she will get spotted in that Twilight Shroud. So looking for maybe Galio. Here's the dive.
Oh, man. Come take a look up at top lane. Crown is down to half health. Ixu almost at full still.
So he plays it well, gets out the Grand Challenge, and then quickly retreats as she does get to go a little bit faster in that invisibility.
You can see he's waiting it out. He's very patient. Not looking to dive with the Grand Challenge up or anything like that.
She's tanking the turret. Doesn't care. No chance for Crown there.
And the slow push in the bot lane too. And Chain of Corruption is going to land here, but the heroic entrance from Kuzan. And Umti will flash away to safety.
Umti getting greedy, and this could cost Jinair's ability to crack the base with this Baron. Instead of utilizing that Grand Challenge onto Fiora, or onto the Akali, it gets utilized just to save an overstep from Umti. So, bit of a rookie mistake there.
I like the multi-view we got going on here because you can see exactly what's happening up in top lane. Cuve forced to go up into the top lane and deal with that, and charges down into bot lane. They can't even get a pick. Ixu is still pushing here. Going to try to bring in Ambition with the Void Assault. Doesn't make it in time.
I don't know about you, but that multi-view is going to get me cross-eyed one of these days.
I mean, it's good for seeing a lot of the action. But you always want to watch both. Slowest push ever. That actually hits Core JJ. Goodbye. Nice snipe there from Teddy. and they will be able to pick up that turret off the back of that. Should be inhibitor down in bot lane. Meanwhile, a dive onto Ambition. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Ixu now level 16, Akali.
What does he think? That Crown's just not fighting him for the fun? This one's all over now. Akali's just so fed. Lifesteal's off the wave, and what's Crown going to do about it? That's going to be near full HP already.
Well, he's going to try, but you can see he's edging towards his turret. And meanwhile, the rest of Janair is rotating on over. You were talking about the clinical process. Looks almost as dominant as Samsung's game number 1.
Yeah, 2 kills, 2 turrets actually in a similar game time. So both teams just walking all over each other. And a bit of a cocky draft from Samsung, but Janair had their own game plan. God, they executed just so well.
It's really a beauty to watch, and you can see the potential from some of these mid-level teams. And it's a totally different Janair from what we saw in spring.
There's a reason why earlier we were thinking, wow, Janair is going to be such a crazy team to watch. Are they really putting up this crazy of a fight against some of the teams? When they played Longzhu, they actually took them down. That's when we were thinking, wow, Janair has a lot of potential, and now here comes a great arrow onto the back of Core JJ as soon as he used his root. So he basically CCs himself, and the arrow comes right at the exact same time. So he can't use any sidestepping moves, doesn't even use his flashes. Ends up dying, and that's a 2 inhibitor advantage for Janair. Only the mid lane remains, and all they need to do is push once again, and this one should be maybe even faster than Samsung's.
Well, they got to end it in a minute. Can
Maybe.
they do it?
1 minute.
Guardian Angel on Teddy saying, okay, you can try to dive me, but I'll come back. We have the real threat is Akali in this game anyway.
Oh, she's so tanky now, right? 4 levels onto Cuvée, 6 levels onto Core JJ. Look at that.
Oh, dodges the root! Down goes Syra, who's 6 levels behind. Still jumping in the flash taunts here from Galio to add insult to injury. Double kill for Ixu. Can he make it a triple? Oh, this looks like the triple. Will they get the other? There's the Mist-Shaded Corruption going in is Ixu. And the hook. The hook, will they give it over? There's the quad kill, going for Crown. Will we see the penta? Yeah! Penta-kill for Akali in this game. And Ixu showing up like a beast is gonna take the penta and the easy game 2 to the Janair GreenWings.
And I think they're gonna do it in under 28 minutes as well. 2 more seconds.
28 minutes. Janair with the quickest clapback you've ever seen in LCK Summer.
We got ourselves a hell of a series. Wow.
Okay.
Akali bans next game for sure.
I mean, it's always a treat to see a secret weapon come in. You know, they start Sohan, they kind of play standard. It doesn't look good, they get crushed, and then they're like, okay, it's time to bring in the closer.
Blitz Akali. Look at the pop in his collar.
He looks really confident after that win.
Oh, boy.
Ruler's getting all hot and bothered after seeing Akali doing those moves.
Yeah, they just got hit by something they had no idea. There's no way you prepare into Akali. Who do you even tell, hey, could you play Akali for me? There's no sister teams. You don't even see that in solo queue.
Cuvée looks stunned.
Yeah.
Can't believe it either. He's like, whoa, that Akali play was pretty intense.
Damn, Ixu. I didn't know you had that in you.
I'm kind of scared sitting next to this guy.
But Samsung usually takes their losses pretty hard anyways. But man, this next game, usually when you see Stomp Stomp, the third one is a mixture of both where they all figure it out and you get yourself a close series. And this is where it all started, where Crown is thinking, oh, I'm perfectly fine dealing with Akali, but when comes around, the advantages for Ixu are even bigger from the failed TP from Cuvée. And this is just an example of Akali can dash to the minion, and then she still has another charge, so she could have easily just dashed in had he gone further.
Yeah, and this was one of the solo kills when you can see Cuvée just hits level 9, but it just doesn't matter. You're too far behind.
Akali's itemization spike is just so beautiful to watch. When you get that Gunblade, then you hit that Zhonya's, then the Rylai's, it all makes such a difference. It's a great little arrow onto Ambition. This one, when it was all said and done, just all too easy. Arrow into hook. Meanwhile, topside's already pushing. They'll get an inhibitor on this, and I hope we get to see, we're about to see, it has to be shown, the penta-kill.
Yeah. Well, here's the beginning.
Well, that's a triple right there, but
the third kill.
It's the hook onto Varus that allows this to actually happen. The fact that he gets this beautiful flash hook, Snowflower, just being a true bro, enabling him, and everybody, all right, hold the damage, let him have it.
Yeah. Handing that one over, well deserved. And I wonder who the MVP of this game is going to be. This scoreline looks really a lot like Game 1. And that is probably the biggest discrepancy we've ever seen in damage.
Oh, man, this game was everything. Probably my favorite game of the season so far. The draft was so exciting to watch. Following up from that Game 1, then into this, and now 26,000 on Akali.
At least in the first game, you know, some other picks, some other players had damage, but on this graph, it looks like no one else even has damage.
Yeah, it's the Ixu show for sure. And next game, I mean, Akali bans, 100%. They had no idea how to deal with it. The draft did not expect that at all. None of us did. Who could have foreseen that Akali would have been picked as a final blind?
We didn't see it before, but we surely saw it after. So guys, we're going to take a quick break. I hope we have a similar game in Game 3. Join us then. Welcome back, guys, to LCK Summer here on Sport TV. If you're joining us late, we had one of the craziest, most fun games that we've had all season long, all year long, with Ixu and the penta-kill on Akali.
Akali top, Fiora mid, Blitzcrank bottom, and we know, come on, we know this. It's Ixu in the top lane, 8-1 and 5. He did 27,000 damage on the team, and I think the second closest was around 5K, so he just put on a clinic on Samsung, and here we see him just going for the crazy 1v1s. Nobody had any clue on how to deal with Akali today.
The scythe kill right there at the end, and this is the end of the penta-kill.
And you see it coming from a mile away. When Akali gets so many kills and you have so many divers, you know they can just follow through. Goes with the flash, and here's Snowflower. Oh, my heart goes out to him, helping out Ixu, ensuring that he gets that penta. Beautiful stuff.
Can't get away from the Rek'Sai in the end, so we finally get to see, you know, a lot of the talk is about the Akali, but also the Rek'Sai ended up working out for UNT in the end. Definitely put a lot of pressure in top.
True. I'm still not a crazy fan of Rek'Sai so far. I think players are getting a little bit better at the champion so far, but when you have champions like Lee Sin be so heavily targeted, the only truly CC, physical damage champion, which is so needed in draft nowadays, is Rek'Sai. And so you see teams pick it up, and the better they get at it, the more they understand that they're really squishy, then the more Rek'Sai will see be successful and flounders, and it works in great synergy with the diving Akali and the heroic entrance from Galio.
Well, we're definitely going to have a very interesting pick ban going into Game 3 because so much stuff got revealed, got played, and stuff has to be denied here, but that will definitely open up other picks.
Yeah, so in the downtime, after catching a breather, I was thinking about the draft for Jin Air, and I think Jin Air needs to let Galio go through. Jin Air should be banning Caitlyn, Zac, and Gragas, the biggest comfort picks. Let Galio go through as Crown only has one game. Samsung, respectively, they should be banning out Lee Sin, Akali, and one more pick, most likely that Zyra coming out from them. So maybe even the Karma if they choose to do so. So they're banning out the Galio themselves. They don't want to deal with it. So they're expecting Jin Air to go through with those bans. So Gragas and Caitlyn is what Jin Air needs to be looking for. There it is. There comes the Caitlyn. Samsung maybe goes with the Zyra or Karma. Really don't see any other ban that would make much sense here. Maybe Rumble.
Well, you were thinking about the Akali ban.
There it is. Yep, and here comes Gragas. Final ban from Jin Air. Nailed it.
And
well, we still have 20 seconds. That's a long end.
Elise is still available.
Ambition hasn't played it that much. Gragas has been critical for him. And you don't want to let Ruler get his hands on a crazy late game pick like Twitch again. So, oh, okay. So, leaving that Gragas up. Bold move, Jin Air.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't really work out for them in Game 1, that's for sure.
They did leave that Caitlyn up that Game 1, which I think was the bigger problem. But
true.
As expected, Ambition will be picking it up. So Jin Air must have a plan here. And if you can pull out Akali out of a hat, you got to have a deep, deep top hat for this one, because I expect them to have answers to this, because I think they're more prepared than we gave them credit for.
I would like to see them bring out something else. Already we've seen a couple of picks that we don't see all too often. Gnar in Game 1, and then the Akali in Game 2. MT will be playing the Kazakhs this time around.
This is risky for them, taking away the jungler right away when the jungler has been shown. You could have saved for a second rotation, so they could have prioritized some more denial picks in order to break down what a Gragas composition looks like. So by taking away the Kazakhs, you're just making sure that you don't reveal too much. And now that you have Karma, you lack crowd control, but you definitely can run at him. Oh, it's Xayah instead.
Yeah, gonna pick up that Xayah. Potential for CC, not too much, but definitely a very popular pick over here in LCK in Korea.
Taking away that Xayah early means that Samsung can consider later in the draft banning out the Rakan if they so desire, because Xayah can work with other supports. They deny the Braum, which is a pick that has seen some success with Xayah, but then you have Blitzcrank, and then you have many others, and that's 100% that Crown mid lane Karma that's just so powerful. And they've already built themselves a composition that's just going to go full-on late game. Expect a Twitch, some crazy hyper carry coming out of Ruler, because there's no other reason why you would pick 3 of your highest utility champions for their roles respectively on the side of Samsung and have waited for carries in the last rotation. So Jin needs to be aware of this, and their next 2 bans have to target this out.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, going into the second phase, they have a couple of bans that they can easily target. One could be Kog'Maw, second could be Twitch.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's got to be that Twitch deny. When you have that Orianna and you get a Twitch sneaking up on you in the mid lane, and Karma, he's going to be so fast running at you, you got no chance. And the answer to the Twitch is not going to come there because you have that Unbreakable, preventing any follow-up. So, Jin, you got to lock away that ban, and then they're going to have to prioritize, and there it is. Twitch, great ban. Now they're going to be stuck with a lesser hyper carry, probably just an Ashe, so a higher carry power into the top side will have to be in order for Samsung.
Yeah, maybe we see another weird pick up in the top lane. I suppose it's possible. If you're thinking about carry champs, you might think Fiora. We've seen a lot of that nowadays, but definitely be focusing on that super late game.
Interesting to see those 4 bot lane bans. So they're targeting out the Xayah, make sure that she doesn't have a great laning partner. So the good bans coming out so far, but Samsung now, they have to consider Kennen as a flanking possibility. So Engage has been selected for Jin, and they still have the support to add even more value to that. So if Ruler goes with Varus, it's going to be so much emphasis on Cuvee to pick a good carry. Renekton can work, even though you don't expect him to be a crazy carry. We have seen many games where they just pop off and obliterate the squishy champions that we have from Jin. Oh, no, come on. Yeah. Just go
Come on, man.
Let's go with the Renekton, easy peasy. And while Kennen can be a lane bully, Renekton can farm safely into that matchup, obviously, as the game scales out. Kennen will have a bigger advantage, but Tahm Kench makes the most sense here against the likes of a Varus and the Gragas. You can easily just devour anybody that gets singled out, and it's going to be a good laning partner against the Braum. So Jin with a good draft so far, and I think that both these teams have finally gotten out what they learned from Game 1s and Game 2 and picked accordingly. This is what we expected. A all-out close matchup in Game 3, and I think that's what we're going to get.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring Samsung a little bit more. They've shown some better results. They are on the blue side. We've seen what Crown's Karma can do just for supporting his team. Generally, you know, we see him on those more late game type carriers like the Victor, like the Orianna, but using that Karma to great effect. Obviously, Ambition gets his Gragas once again. Ruler has played Varus pretty much every time that he doesn't get Caitlyn, so obviously a huge comfort pick there. Varus, I think he is actually the most picked champion out of all the champions in League of Legends in LCK so far.
And you favoring Samsung in the draft makes complete sense. You got Karma that has so much pushing power topside. You have Renekton as well, crazy early game bully, and then Gragas, who's got great setup. When you combine it with Braum and Varus, the possibility of flame making from Samsung is through the roof, while Jin relies so much more about getting that vision, getting into the jungle and surprising Samsung. Because they don't have that crazy power, they're much more susceptible to getting ganked.
Taking one last look at the lineups here.
The late game from Samsung is going to be bonkers. The 5-man group, when you have all these shields and heals between the Athene's Holy Grail and Q and W or passive from Gragas, is going to be just so much. And that Q was from Renekton, whereas Jin lacks a true tank. So they're going to have to be getting ahead early and quickly. Otherwise, they will be mowed down by the death ball of Samsung's comp.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure here onto Jin after showing like they had in game number 2. So let's jump onto the Rift for game 3 and see what they got.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Will we see action from the get-go? Nope. Already a ward is put down. Xayah will be safe.
Yeah, 7 seasons into League of Legends, they have done a good job in minimizing the crazy snowball that you have off of level 1s. So it's all been tailored so that you don't lose all your marbles early on and the game just becomes a slow bleed out. It all happened with diminishing the value of the early kills, the experience that they give, the timers at which camps spawn, just so many elements reduced into that. The trinkets so that everybody has those wards starting out. And we're going to see that pause to remind us that this is hype.
Yeah, the huge reminder, the pause.
Have you tweeted it out? That's what it should say.
So it'll give you time to do exactly that. Oh boy, someone just sprinted across the arena. We're getting the cameras on Ruler here, but nobody's dealing with his computer, as it seems to be an issue on Samsung's side, although now someone's charging into the Jin booth. Okay, so it's a Jin pause. Seems to be sound issues. Perhaps Ixu. He went too hard on the Akali, broke his headphones.
Well, some players out there say that they play without sound. You're wrong. You need to play with sound.
You're just wrong.
You are wrong. You cannot play this game at the highest level without sound. Therefore, you must play with sound, as there are so many auditory cues in this game that allow you to experience things before they end up hitting you, and it's absolutely necessary. Also, don't play with music if you want to improve them. Those are some wicked headsets. What is... It's like Tron is in his ears.
What is that?
Technology.
So enthralling. I was looking into the monitor, but unfortunately the game has started again. Oh man.
We can't lose our eyes in his beautiful headsets.
Looks like another similar kind of leash here. This is very, very common nowadays.
But you get Karma. God, what a beautiful leash right there. Hits you with the Mantra Q to top things off, giving you that extra help. And the bottom lane just, man, I wish, don't you wish when you jungled you got so much help? And Jin Air, they've read the book, they played accordingly, they pushed the wave, and now they're going to actually get to deny some creep. So great level 1 there from them. Oh, here's Gragas though.
Yeah, and they land the Winter's Bite. Snowflower forced to exhaust here. Can they actually get a kill is the question. Trying to get on top of Snowflower here, forced in that, and there's that easy body slam. The heal, though, coming out, and the last auto attack, first blood, does go over to Ruler.
A good order of Fromaggio there for Jin Air as Gragas gets a level 2 gank onto the bottom lane, and Umti doesn't have any real advantages to get out of this, as his route is not in that position to invade.
Teddy with the leash here on the ground for Umti.
Just so next level. One reads the other, then they do a counter read and go for a level 2 gank right away. Could have all been salvaged had they not gone for the extra trade when they came out of the tri-brush.
Not respecting that Gragas from the jungle.
They still have their flashes between Braum and Gragas, so they can easily revisit bottom lane and pick on Snowflower. And the Tahm Kench that is behind is an easy target, as so many times you want to see him be the one that you focus down. But if he's even, he's a little too tanky. But when he's behind, you can pop him in a breeze.
Umti trying to make use of that isolation here on Kha'Zix. Ambition will spot him.
He doesn't have Smite, but Umti doesn't know this. Here's Karma, though. Okay, so wisely he backs off, lacking pressure in the mid lane.
Nice trade here from Kive. Can definitely be rough to deal with the Kennen this early on as the Renekton. You can see even getting stunned, denying those creeps underneath the turret.
And the thing is, that lane shouldn't be this bad. But you wonder, why is it that Ixu just was able to play so damn far up? Well, the second they commit to that gank bottom side, Ixu knows that he has so much time before Gragas makes it back to the top side, so he can commit 1-2 minutes of just being relentlessly aggressive, and Renekton knows there is no follow-up, and that opens up a window for Renekton to be bullied in.
Umti takes the Scuttle Crab there. Looks like both these, or no, Ambition did have the Smite, but didn't want to use it. Unless it was, you know, maybe a second away.
Yeah, it's just a Scuttle Crab in the lane that you know Renekton's not going to get, though, so not a huge deal. He'd rather save it for some more experience by going into that Raptor camp. Finally uses it, and we'll see where he chooses to use it next, as he has one shop in with that Hunter's Potion.
Looking for the other Scuttle Crab, I suppose.
Don't tell me he's going to smite that other Scuttle Crab. No, he's just saving it. Doesn't feel comfortable going into the blue side here just yet to get a gank, because bot lane and mid are pushed in, which means that they can respond quicker this time around. It'll just go down on the ground, or the Krugs.
Cuvée doing a better job farming underneath the turret this time around. Looking for that same trade onto Ixu. Nice stun by him to make things a lot harder.
I believe we can tell what Jin Air's game plan is going to be, and it's all going to be on Ixu. They had a great way of enabling him and allowing him to use his advantage to a snowballed victory, and now that he's got a significant CS lead into the top side, I expect Jin Air to use that well.
Braum waiting silently in the brush. Can't get anything going here against Ruler. They knew he was nearby, as there was a small support fight for that blasting plant earlier on.
And the teleports do get used between Ixu and Crown. So now Cuvée, he'll likely have to use his. He doesn't want to fall too far behind in the lane. He knows what happened last time. A misuse of teleport into the bottom side and ended up being a huge advantage for Ixu's Akali that resulted in him falling behind in CS and levels more than he could have ever imagined. And that really snowballed Akali out of control. And with another ninja that can get out of control so quickly, then you got to respect it.
Cuvée actually getting turret aggro forces the slicing maelstrom from Ixu, but can slice and dice his way back to safety. Ambition coming on in here is going to run into Umti, forced to flash the wall. The insta-flash from Umti, looking for that follow-up kill.
What?
And there it is.
That's the same thing he did last game. Remember game 1? Where Ambition goes in, body slams over into Krugs, gets collapsed on right away. Did the exact same move, and the exact same collapse happened. Well, it wasn't Ixu, Umti was there, which would have happened in game 1 a couple of seconds later. And he does so and ends up giving a kill away to Kha'Zix for free. And I guess we're going to look at it again. Here he goes. Yep. Oh, boy. Whoopsies, he's drunk.
He's not really sure where he's going.
Is that my house? I thought that was my house.
Crown already able to do some chunking there with the Mantra Q. Ambition is nearby. He's almost level 6.
Yeah, luckily, he's Gragas, so he always has playmaking opportunities. It's just that the way you play him when you fall behind means that you gotta be a little bit like Rek'Sai now, where you're not a tank. And a behind Gragas is definitely not a tank, so he has to be playing extremely cautiously. And he might have a window of opportunity here on the mid lane, because while Kuzan does have blue buff, he is at half HP.
He's got the health pot ticking, but you can see just how carefully he's taking this. Nice dodge on the Mantra Q. Gragas still going for just full clear right now. Looks like maybe he wants to... Let's see where he does go. Will he just go recall or go for a gank?
And I think this game is actually about to take the turn where we saw Jin Air play against Ever, and they stalled out the game after they made that crazy bots play into the bottom side where they lost 3 people, and then they just stalled out until 50 minutes. And I think, unfortunately, that might be the plan that they want to go through right now. Now that Ambition is behind, they recognize how quickly Jin Air was able to snowball last game, so they obviously have to give them respect. And if they just stall out to super late game, the death ball will be more than a match for what Jin Air can pack, as Kha'Zix late game is not really a big threat when you don't have targets that can isolate individuals and not a main tank to be the initial soaker.
Yeah, so it's definitely up to him and perhaps even Snowflower to go with him and look for picks early on, especially. You know, you've gotten a small advantage. You have a kill on that Kha'Zix already. You need to put on pressure before Samsung is able to get to that point in the game where they really want to be.
Exactly. They need to start taking advantage themselves and cracking down some turrets. And Rift Herald seems to be the obvious choice here, as a gank might be in order for Ixu.
You can see Umti nearby is actually doing the Scuttle Crab. They're going to go on to Umti first here, Ambition will.
Wait a minute, Ambition, what are you doing?
He's isolated, but he's going to get that cask down. Cuvée not close enough. looking to try to go 1v2, gets stunned up, and no kills for either side.
Ooh, that was close. It was a close 1v1, but I believe Umti would have won out in the end as he still had another charge of Void Assault and could have procced that passive. Chose to disengage as Crown was collapsing faster than Kuzan, just the benefit of being Karma and wave clearing so effortlessly.
So, no further kills.
But going back to what you were saying, that Jin Air has to take the advantages sooner between Snowflower and Umti, and while they can do that with the Abyssal Voyage, they're kind of glued to the bottom lane, and getting the advantage that you have on Ixu, getting a turret or getting that Rift Herald and finding a way to get some turrets will be a great way for them to do so. Without Void Assault, this will be a not such an easy gank on Crown, though.
He does have both of his summoners easy flash away from the Shockwave. At least they will get that summoner out of Crown.
And now they can revisit the lane when Kha'Zix can find another way to sneak in, and he's been scouted as Ambition tries to make his way around them, but without Crown being able to collapse, this does switch pressure over to Jin Air's bottom side. And unfortunately for them, the first dragon is that cloud, so they can choose to either solo it quickly and go with the roulette of getting that next dragon, or play it safe, go topside and start getting some leads there. And for the sake of this game getting exciting, I want them to go topside and start trying to get that Herald.
Yeah, get something rolling, you know. Try to take out a couple of turrets, because once you get one of those tier 1s, generally the others fall in turn pretty quickly.
Their vision is insane around that red side. Double control in River, 1 at Dragon, 1 at the Pixel Brush, and then triple green, 2 at Raptors and another 1 at Red Buff. So Kuzan's very telegraphically hugging that side of the map, but without control, this gank on mid's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, really, really nice ward placements by Samsung to get around those control wards that are pretty shallow, as you mentioned, especially for Crown. Just backs away.
Oh, he's going for it again, but he's got vision. He knows it's safe to do so. He's got tons of wards around him ready to go, and even Crown motioned to the top side to look for this assist in case Ambition were to be in trouble.
Okay, here we go. Ixu pushing on in. Ambition is not spotted. Stun comes out for Ixu first, though, as the flash stun coming in. There's going to be that cast for the easy setup into the body slam. Slicing Maelstrom, though, the double stun. They really need to get that kill. And finally they do before MT can come to help.
And finally Ambition finds a way to make his home of the Krugs and turn it into a death trap for Ixu as they surround them. And now they're poised to aim for this tier 1 turret. Kha'Zix can't defend too well when this next wave comes around, but because Kha'Zix is topside, now Samsung's bottom lane can go even harder onto the Xayah that has no mana enough to follow up on a crazy engage. So Samsung gets a lot more from this play than is seen. This is why your junglers typically don't cover lanes, as it gives away too much information.
We're just getting another look at this. I mean, really nice follow-up to flash on in and be active with the stun from Nectin. Sets up the easy cast body slam.
And I think the only way he had a chance of getting out of this one was actually running through the river and maybe flashing over into the blast cone, but even Crown was motioning towards the top side, so it would have been incredibly difficult to get out of that, because you then have to deal with Gragas flash slam and ultimate, then you have Renekton, who did a great flash Ruthless Predator. But wait a minute, it's a dive attempt.
Speaking of Ruthless Predators, Crown, okay, flash from Snowflower will dodge the Chain of Corruption, but that will be first break going over to Samsung in the bot lane.
That was all enabled from Umti having to cover the top side. His route made it a little bit too obvious, and Jin Air, this is the fault that we see them do so many times. They have an advantage on one side of the map, but somehow they decide to go with the opposite side, and it yields never anything for them. So the vision in the red side just did absolutely nothing, whereas Samsung's top side vision, they were able to make a play out of it. You set up vision to make a play. You don't set up vision because you just want to look at your opponent and say, I found you. You're not paying, it's not peekaboo, it's war.
That got intense really fast, Crumbs, but you're definitely right. I mean, need to make a play with the vision. Don't just let it sit. You could see, speaking of plays, 4 members of Samsung up towards the top side.
He showed himself on the creep, though, as pings immediately flood the map.
Looking for a counter here.
Oh, God.
Xayah even making her way top. Here comes Tom Kench.
Snowflower's in range.
Okay, Abyssal Voyage, where's he going? Behind Cuvée, they want the kill onto Renekton.
Secret Agent Ambition. He's out.
He's just getting out with that recall. No one checks the brush.
What?
Okay.
All right.
The fat man in the brush cannot be spotted. And that does mean that the Gragas is not in position to defend, but it is okay. Nice wave clear from Cuvée. Meanwhile, a Ruler was just in bot lane, not near the action.
So lots of pressure to this top, so they're finally looking for possibly transitioning into a Rift Herald out of this. You can tell by the immense vision control they have on that side.
Yeah, and the fact that everybody is moving up towards that direction as well. Both of these teams really want to put the pressure towards that big objective. No one really cares about the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, this could be one of those games where dragons are not taken, and it's what initially was suspected when the rework came around, where you're thinking, well, why do I want the Cloud Dragon if it's the first one? Do I really want to invest so much effort into this bottom side of the map for potentially getting a game with only movement speed early on? Not the biggest advantage, and ever since Rift Herald actually became a worthwhile objective of immense proportions, it's completely understandable for teams to either utilize this early dragon to just get a fight going, or simply ignore it for the entirety of the game and just go for Herald and go for towers.
Looks like maybe Umti is thinking about it. He's hanging nearby looking for the Scuttle Crab. Cuvée will challenge. Umti doesn't look comfortable to take this, especially with Ambition coming on in, and he gets close enough to get stunned, but will lead the way. That's just going to be the Scuttle Crab taken by Samsung.
He's just wasting his own time there. The more he continues to show, the worse this bottom lane for his team is going to go. Samsung's Ruler and Core JJ can continue to push and harass from afar, and now that Karma is joining up, they don't have a way to engage into this dual lane.
Looks like the Karma just went top, cleared a ward, and headed back towards mid.
It's the nightmare that is mid lane Karma. It's just push, 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 assist your side lanes, and then when the team comes around, you just speed up everybody, and Ambition's not going to be in trouble here.
What about Ixu, though? Does get the double stun on both of these members. Is a bit squishy. Here comes Umti and Kuzan looking for that shockwave. Can they actually land it? Really just trying to bait it out. They do get the double flash, which is quite nice. Here comes Crown trying to get that leash, that tether onto Kuzan. Stun lands up to Umti, and a huge chunk from the Karma Q with the Mantra will pick up the kill.
Oh, this is just not Umti's game today. He's being so off by showing himself so many times and picking up fights that are just not worth it, while Orianna can collapse quickly, and she does so before Crown. He ends up making it. They try to look for that shockwave, but intelligently they flash out of that shockwave together, and now the dual lane from Jinair suffers even more.
Yeah, you can see even the amount of damage that's coming out here. The Feather Storm in the wrong direction, just kind of really scared of dying, and forces even the exhaust out of Snowflower to keep himself alive.
Anytime that Umti shows on the map, this is what's going to go down into the bottom, and it went down before, and now it's happening again. Kuzan's trying to collapse, but he doesn't have shockwave. There is no real danger of him, as Karma's shield can just get them out of that pickle immediately, and Samsung now taking this game a lot more seriously than game 1 or game 2.
Really meticulous with the way they're playing this one. The small micro movements throughout the map. And we're getting a replay. Ixu in a bit of trouble, and Umti, they get the advantage with the double flash, but then you just have to back off and run away. But Karma gets there in time.
He gets a little cocky there, getting in range of Cuvée to get stunned. He still had his flash, but you never expect mid laners to just do so much damage. And contrary to so many of the popular Karma builds, which we see with the Athene's Rush, into even an Ardent Sensor, Crown's all about that AP this time around, even more so than before. He's full AP Karma, and the damage you get out of that mantra is insane. While you don't have crazy cooldown reduction to spam multiple, if you just make sure that you combo it when your team that is so heavy in crowd control ends up locking anybody down, you're guaranteed an immense amount of burst.
Meanwhile, Rift Herald is picked up by Samsung. The very last minute, by the way, with Baron about to spawn. 5 seconds left. And even though it was spotted by Snowflower, nothing he can do. Meanwhile, taking the opponent's Raptors.
I always love when Rift Herald goes down right at the end. Just, I didn't forget about you. Still made it on the plane.
There's that damage coming out towards Kuzan. Crown not holding back. They're looking to get onto Empty here. Chain of Corruption not used.
But the danger in this siege for Samsung is that while they have tremendous poke, they can easily zone out between Karma and Varus and even Barrels and Winter's Bite. The only way they can truly stop the wave clear is if they commit Unbreakable right as Orianna's about to hit the wave. That does open them up to get teleport gang.
Okay, here we go. First hit from the Rift Herald. Gonna head bash that turret. You can see the rotation from Bot, but Cuve's here. Still not confident enough to stick around with the Rift Herald.
It's an angry Herald thinking that turret's Italian.
Oh, man. That poor footballer. One wrong move his entire career.
You know when that happened? Well, I think he's a coach now. He's like a well-respected coach. But when that actually
overdramatic for me.
There's not gonna be an engager. Zaya is not here, so just Shockwave to clear.
Yeah, there's the Unbreakable trying to take down this turret. There's the Chain of Corruption. Snowflower forced to flash back so that he does not get killed, but they will miss, or rather lose that first mid-tier turret.
They had confidence going into that. They commit the Unbreakable, so the Shockwave has to be behind because Zaya's not there. But going back to that game, so when that actually happened, I remember playing this Flash game where you would be playing Zidane and you'd literally be headbutting an endless horde.
I think I know that game,
I don't remember the name of the Italian player, but literally just non-stop would come at you, and you just have to press one key only.
You gotta line it up.
You only had one button, which is headbutt.
It's like a rhythm game.
Oh, man. I think that's my first exposure to memes way back.
Actually looking to force this fight as Umti is coming on in, but easy slice and dice for Cuve. Good reaction. Get away from that one.
When you think about the implications, is Ixu really going to be face-checking you if he didn't think there was any follow-up or any backup being there? Unlikely. So no need to take that trade, especially since you don't have minion priority, and you'd be getting wailed on by 6 creeps and a little cannon. No chance of trying to actually take that fight, so wisely he does slice and dice out of there.
With the Baron now up, we can see Samsung doing what they usually do, just team effort going into the red side jungle of the red team, wanting to clear out all the vision as possible and get that deep vision in. Some teleport wards as well for Cuve from bot.
The wards for Ixu are really far if they want to look for an engage here. And between the speed that Crown can give, an engage is unlikely to happen.
Yeah, not even a commitment here from Samsung. Playing it really slow, as we expected. Meanwhile, trades down in bot. Blade of the Rune King just going to help Ixu escape, but definitely loses that trade.
And now that he blew his dominance, once Ixu gets back into the lane, he might have a small window of opportunity onto Renekton, but he's not going to let that happen. Stops the recall, or at least threatens to stop it. And as such, now there's no chance of the teleport gank from Jinair. And this is what we were talking about in the draft. If Jinair does not get ahead early, if their lanes just don't completely dominate, they're not going to be able to engage in this 5-man. As long as Samsung stick together, Deathball, and there are no wards for Ixu to teleport behind, the chances of an engage that goes well are relying completely on Umti finding a way to jump in and be an invisible ball carrier for a 5-man shockwave. And here's a teleport.
Teleport coming in. All of Samsung moving away. Canceled teleport. And they pick off the ward that he was teleporting to. So no more teleport here for Ixu, and a big rotation by Samsung into the mid lane. Trying to respond here is Jinair. They will clear that wave pretty fast.
And that's a complete tragedy for Jin Air because they're skipping steps. All they need is one good engage. They don't need to find the engage right now. They still haven't lost a base. They absolutely just need one fight where they can get the right angle and commit to it and then wipe out Samsung. But they pull the trigger too early, they lose on that teleport right now, and now the window is going to be much later down the line. And with this Baron being online, Samsung will have no issue transitioning into this and taking a fight head on.
Yeah, and I love the patience from Samsung too. This is why they're so good at setting up these late game situations and slowly eking out that early advantage they got. They just rotate into mid, they rotate down into bot, they force a mistake from Jin Air, then they rotate back to mid, they force the Abyssal Voyage, and then they're like, okay, you're out of stuff to respond to our rotations. Let's just go back bot and take a tier 2 and back off.
It's full-on Anaconda mode. They're strangling out the vision, so they get desperate. The harder they fight, the worse it becomes. So they fight. They take a poor opportunity, which is what Samsung would be looking for, and now the advantages are even more. So when they come into this Baron side, clean out the vision, they know that they don't have to worry about Ixu for quite some time. And so much about League is putting your opponent in a position where they're going to make a mistake. It's like a weird online jiu-jitsu.
I guess that's one way to think about it. Oh, that ward is actually not spotted. The controller does not deny that one.
Well, there you go. Use that VOD, everybody. Look at another way to abuse vision with control wards into the back of the pit. Get the exact pixelation down.
Well, we know these games aren't the most exciting. We've only had 4 kills in 26 minutes. It's no real big secret that this is what Samsung does, especially when they have this kind of composition.
Well, compared to last game where we had a under 30 minutes Akali penta-kill.
I guess it's kind of hard to follow up on that one.
Yeah. Now they're going to have to commit 2 control wards to the back of Baron. But that does deny them the ability of getting more control into that red side.
Slow and steady wins the race here for Samsung. They've just put Cuvée down in bot. He's got a small 1-level advantage on Ixu.
And that slow and steady pace has now allowed Ixu's teleport to come back up, but they're not phased by it. Where the hell is he going to teleport? Just straight on, and trying to go straight on into Karma, Varus, and Gragas is not an easy thing.
Ambition with the gymnastics on the Gragas. Forces the leap flash, body slam to safety as he got himself out of position.
They're still trying to get control of this red side, but they don't have deep enough vision to feel comfortable rushing a Baron. Their Baron damage isn't very high between Karma and Varus, even though they have a couple of seconds, probably in 15 seconds, they could knock it down, but there is going to be that Mountain Dragon that comes up next, so they can decide to play it even later, and then the time that they can go for it becomes much shorter, and their vision, in turn, can be shallower before they start it.
I think that's definitely the play. It's going to be a while before that Mountain Drake does spawn, guys, so go ahead, grab yourself some popcorn, watch a little bit of TV, perhaps.
Actually, it's like a kill. It's 28 minutes. Do some math here.
You want to do the math? I'll let you do the math.
It's about 7 minutes a kill.
Okay, you almost did it again.
Yeah. I learned,
7 kills a minute.
I learned from my mistakes. That'd be a crazy pace to a game. Not Samsung Jin Air, and this is what we thought would happen. 2 teams notorious for their late game, and now here they're at it again, playing on that late game.
Yeah, we got a little fight here, but Blade of the Root King will push Cuvée back. And I remember Samsung Jin Air last split in spring. It was even worse because Jin Air wasn't actually all that good.
Yeah.
Like, they would just delay the game. They wouldn't really play like Samsung and just sit back and farm and deny vision and really, Anaconda, strangle your opponents. They'd kind of just get behind early game and then make the game take an extra 30 minutes.
Well,
so it was kind of hard to watch those 2 in spring. I have to say even this game is better than the spring games they had.
Who else is going to carry on with the spirit of SK Telecom S, where Easy Hoon pioneered the 70-minute Ziggs games?
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's that full
Okay.
AP penetration build from Karma, as now she's going to do even more initial burst once she finishes that Luden's Echo.
It's like almost true damage onto Xayah at this point.
Even though they're almost completely thorough with denying red side vision, I think they'll still wait for Dragon before they start going for this Baron. They just want to have the ability to rotate between these two turrets. If they can track them down, the Baron becomes that much simpler for them to take, as it allows the vision to go deeper and making Baron easier whether you have Mountain Dragon or not.
There's another chunk. I mean, Teddy, he's eating both sides of the Mantra Q. He just can't walk at the Karma. He's opening himself up to get chunked like that. You just have to sit back. And it's part of the reason why Samsung will easily take that top tier 2.
It's just such a similar dilemma to game 1, where Jin Air has this composition that cannot find a way to engage without a proper tank, without the ability to find an individual target and single them out, as there is no instant crowd control on their side. They're stuck at the mercy of Samsung's mistakes, and this is why I was thinking that they had to ban out the Gragas, a champion that serves so well in both the engage and disengage, and has been critical for Ambition and Samsung's success, and they let it go through and once again paid dearly for it. And that's actually not even going to be a Luden's for Karma. It's going to be a death cap.
Okay.
So the shield
Going
strength,
for that scaling.
the shield strength is even higher now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty ridiculous, especially once it gets to 6-item Karma. He's farming very well, just like Kuzan is on the Orianna. Both of Kuzan's Orianna games have just been kind of sad, where his team gets behind and he goes 0-0-0. Hold that thought, though. We got a 2-on-1. The flash away from the body slam for Ixu. Can they actually catch up? There's the flash cast into the wall. The Abyssal Voyage, though, looking for that Devour. They're going to turn this around. Big shockwave, and they actually is able to eat up Cube here, who's trying to go 1v3. Slice and dices away, and does get away. Meanwhile, a fight in the mid lane. Ruler caught in a 1v2, does get taken down. And will Samsung continue this fight? Is going to eat up Crown here. Looks like Snowflower all alone will be taken out, but here's the big rotation. Teleport coming in from Cube, and this might force Jin Air back. Teddy up in front, really aggressive, looking for that route onto someone.
He still has ult.
Still has that ultimate, really threatening in the front line. MT going for the slow, and we do have Ambition all alone. Going for the the Ninja Gragas plays again. Can he go for the big escape through the jungle?
Easy. With Dead Man's, he's going to give him the wrap around, easily escaping out of that situation. But even though the damage dealers weren't there, you saw just how tanky Cube and Ambition are. That's without Karma being there to protect them. And when Core JJ gets added into the mix, the Braum to enhance those resistances, they just don't have enough damage.
Okay, Umti caught, forced to leap away. There's the cast, though, into the wall. There is the flash to make sure that Umti can survive. That's going to be nice. Will they go for the Baron? We don't have Umti on flash, and he's extremely low.
There goes the Scrying Orb, so he has to stay and consider a steal, but he's very vulnerable to dying in one shot.
Will we see that Suicide Kazakhs going on in? Big shockwave onto 2 members, but again, very tanky. Featherstorm coming on out, looking for that burst damage.
Oh!
They do get it with the Xayah, and the Kazakhs jumping in, perfectly timed by Jin Air, and this game will continue.
That gets blown right open. That Baron could be all they need. Now that they have the split pushing Kennen, this stalls out even more, and with Baron, they're a little bit stronger. This could be all that was necessary for them to actually have a fighting chance. It's so well timed, but what was Samsung doing? They don't want to risk the 50-50, but they pull back at 1.5K with feathers all over Baron?
Saying, here, you can have it. Okay, Cube, he's in a bit of trouble. Will get devoured. Can he slice and dice? There's the slicing Maelstrom. One form of that, but he will be taken out. And another advantage does go towards Jin Air.
Okay, they're still vulnerable in the 5v5, as that was a crazy play. Remember that Ambition hadn't even based out of that crazy fight into the bottom side, but here they disengage. Just, you gotta finish it at that point. you got to risk it. You went out that far, you go all the way. You don't half-ass it, so Jin Air pull the trigger immediately and are able to walk away with a nice Baron for themselves. This could allow them to crack one of the turrets that they have yet to destroy. 35 minutes in, 0 turrets have gone down for them. So much standing gold is just waiting to hit their pockets. Their investment is about to be a reality.
Okay, Snowflower is going to be locked up. He is slowed for quite a while. Big shockwave, but the knockup from Braum here. Snowflower in a ton of trouble. Looks like he will be caught out. It was just Kuzan being a little bit too greedy onto that tier 1 mid that leads to Snowflower's death.
So greedy. So many of the plays from Jin Air have not been as a team. It has been individual plays, and while many of them have not worked, and some have, this is one of the ones that has not worked. The Snowflower gets caught out without flash. Oh, the chunk.
Chunk Aaron to Kuzan, but he's still alive, still able to clear that. And look at Teddy, he's beginning to pop off a bit on this Xayah. He's getting really confident. You could see that Samsung is giving him a ton of respect, and Teddy is using all that room to try to make stuff happen.
We have seen what late game Xayah can do, a champion that we don't really get to see go into that crazy late game, especially with similar builds. And this time around, I think this is the build that has been catching on, that Infinity Edge onto Xayah, the one that allows her to have that maximum amount of damage. And she doesn't have her Lord Dominix completed just yet. And frankly, even Lord Dominix might not be such a great addition. Both that one and the anti-healing would be effective. And she is going to be going with the one that mixes with the Immortal Reminder. It's just so much lifesteal and health back from the side of Samsung between Ambition, Crown, Cuvée, even Ruler with the Maw, lifesteal, and Blade. It's a good pickup.
Yeah, we definitely have a game here, guys. This is Ixu pushing multiple turrets. Now he took down the top tier 2. This cannon gonna stick around with the Baron enhanced minions, trying to push that in. Will the cannon finish it off? No, actually the turret does live.
It loses its juice right at the end.
Okay, trying to escape. Ambition not finding a cask target. Teddy with both summoners and the Feather Storm. Easy escape for him.
Now the plan is having Ixu split push again, but the same problem that they encountered 15 minutes ago remains. How do you get a ward in the backline of Samsung and find a way to engage that they can't just use Inspire and run away from you? There's a big wave pushing into the top side, but Jin Air will need to group and somehow find a way to brute force a ward around them. They can use Kha'Zix to do something, but Teddy's getting greedy.
Okay, he's moving forward into the chain of corruption. Snowflower looking to be the hero. Looks like he will save Teddy's life. Lots of damage coming out onto Crown on the backside from the Xayah, but getting frisky is Teddy.
Big hero play there, just barely getting in range to devour Teddy and then flashing out, not giving Ambition a chance to go for an engage and cast Tom Kent into the team, which would have surely spit out Teddy into the middle of the battle.
Ambition has grouped up now. Just going with 4 members in mid, 1 in bot. And the bot lane is very pushed too.
And you can tell just how confident Samsung is in this group formation, that even though Crown was about a 20% HP, they're trusting that the Ocean Dragon is going to be enough regen for them to stay in this push. If they can do this for another minute, they'll be able to secure a position for the Elder and maybe even crack down this turret, although it is unlikely, as again, they have to commit Unbreakable to stopping the ball if they want to stop the wave clear, and that makes them susceptible to getting engaged.
Oh, okay, Abyssal Voyage. They're looking to make a play onto Cuvée. 3 members of Jin Air, but they don't commit. And finally, okay, now they're deciding to commit after a bit of hesitation. There's the Slicing Maelstrom. The Slice and Dice from Cuvée. The easy turnaround here from Samsung. Ixu in a bit of trouble. The Shockwave not going to land. And now Braum up in the front, forced to jump away. A very back and forth fight. No one will go down.
That was initially a fight that was so in the advantage of Samsung just by numbers. Gragas wasn't there, such a critical member for this composition, and neither was Xayah. So in the end, they walk away, but they get critical summoner spells out of that one. Both Ruler and Crown lost their flashes, and that's going to be imperative in this next battle. 1 minute until Baron. 30 seconds for Elder. If they can get a good shockwave here, if Umti can find a way to be a ball carrier, jump onto the backline, this could be what Jin Air was looking for.
They're taking another look at this. So you can see lots of slows, and they begin to back off, but then they're like, wait, no, we can go for him.
Yeah, they finally commit to it as they see that Samsung responds. They're wondering if Samsung's going to commit to pushing instead. So a second they see them respond, Kuzan does so as well. And that great shockwave, getting those flashes out, can be the deciding factor for this game.
Going back into live now. Elder Drake has spawned, 20 seconds for Baron.
Oh man, my heart is pounding on this one. Look at that. There's a QSS built already onto Snowflower and Teddy, so they're less likely to get blown up.
Making use of that. Looking for an engage is both of these teams, although admittedly more defensive and passive is Jin Air. They still are down about 7,000 gold.
The items are just about to be there for them. They just need to take a good fight and blow up the carries, destroy the carries, and the damage is no longer there for Samsung. So the game plan is there. Is it achievable? Yes. But is it extremely difficult? Absolutely.
It is doable. Maybe a couple more plays with the Abyssal Voyage could definitely help out. Jin Air still being strangled out a little bit, getting their buffs taken away.
There's vision on Elder, so they would be aware if Samsung were to start it. But critically enough, since it's a two-carry comp, if they start the Dragon or Baron right away, it would be really obvious because Ruler and Crown would have to be there.
Oh, the stun here onto Braum, has to jump to Ambition. Lethal Fissure off the back of that. Ixu still poking. We have this Kennen definitely doing a lot of attack damage at this moment in time. Ruler going to get the better of that trade. Ixu forced to dash away.
It's a good ultimate to get out, but they're still in a tough situation for the engage. They have to protect their carry so well, and now they don't have the inside track to the mid lane. This could be Samsung's inhibitor, and they're going to take the opportunity. No wave clear available.
Yeah, it's just Umti at this moment in time. Ruler stepping very confidently up with that red buff, poking at that turret. It is going to go down to the red buff, and a nice little move by Samsung nets them another turret.
Trading that ultimate for the inhibitor turret. Jin Air needs to find a fight now. If they don't make use of what they are getting, they will be receding in their ability to win these fights. The items are pretty much there. They don't really need much more damage. They already have what they have. They've got Void Staffs and triple Mortal Reminders, and here's the Elder that gets started, but oh, they have no idea.
It's only 3 members in mid. Immediate pings, though, it looks like they see, you know, you've only got 3 members here. Where could the other 2 be? Especially because it's Ruler and Ambition, the jungle and ADC. Immediately, they're going to go for this Baron. Will we see a steal? It's going down extremely fast. No, Ambition and Ruler are going to stick onto the Elder Drake, and they will trade this.
What an amazing intuition from Jin Air. They read the play right away, and so the trade goes through. The Elder is going to be a 3-stack, so it's big for Samsung, and now they're making a beeline onto the mid lane. There is no turret to make this defense that much easier, but with Elder, are they comfortable taking this fight? I believe not. Elder is so powerful.
They might just have to give this one up. Will they engage? No. Down it goes. Teddy was late on the recall, too. He was busy clearing top. And I even saw a ping on him as he was recalling, funnily enough.
So it shouldn't mean too much. They can stall out for a significant portion of the 5-minute inhib down with Baron, as it's still a fresh Baron taking around the same time. But for top side, this is going to be tough. They have a lane, a TP ward in the lane. You can see where Ruler is standing. That's the ward that they would be looking for. So if Samsung is to siege top side, which they're not doing right now, they would have to wait for Inspire to go down before they go for the teleport.
An interesting situation in the bottom lane because there's a massive wave pushing and they were required. Someone had to go back and clean that up, or else we could have seen a lot of tier 2 turret damage.
And this is cool. We're going to see a couple of items that will make a difference, actually. It's going to be the Guardian Angel out of Umti, and Kuzan is hinting towards, I hope that's a Zanya's and not a Banshee's Veil. Banshee's does make some sense as well, but both are going to make a significant difference in disengaging from Samsung and avoiding a crazy dive from them, as Cask can be avoided with both those items, similarly with a Chains of Corruption. So both would be great choices here from Kuzan, and in this next fight, he's basing. I don't believe he has enough gold for it just yet, so no, he does not have it.
Not quite.
Samsung Siege is bottom, so they know that there was vision in the top side, so going with a new place to siege means that the chance for the depth of a ward is no longer.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, we're here at full items for both teams. Chain of Corruption misses. Cask misses. Lots of ultimates down here for Samsung, but we see Ixu is still in mid lane pushing. They're confident in just clearing the wave, and Samsung can't push. That means that Ixu looking for another turret in the mid lane.
They're perfectly fine doing this. When it comes to sieging, Baron will always trump that Elder. Here's Ambition trying to do something, but you can't catch Ixu that easily. And Umtia as well has his Evolved Leap, so easy for him to disengage. And Elder is now off the table, so Baron remains. This is why so many people typically prefer Baron over Elder. So it was Samsung getting outplayed that ended up losing them that Baron. They now were able to capitalize, get that inhibitor, but we might get a fight.
Now, tongue lash onto Kive. He is now significantly slowed. Ixu from the left side does get the double stun. Glacial Fissure, though, is really nice to disengage for Samsung. Can they continue disengaging? Crown and Ruler on the right side. Can zone them out for quite a while, but now here we go. Ixu with the big speed up help from Kuzan. Kive is going to turn it around onto Ixu, but they're still not confident to take this fight. And there is the shield, the multi-shield from Crown to get everybody out of danger.
And Ixu can continue to play that aggressively because not only is Tahm Kench right behind him, but the carries aren't there. You know he's not going to die to Gragas and Renekton and Braum. He's so tanky, he's so capable of defending himself between Blade, Phantom Dancer, and QSS. On top of the Mallet and pretty much every item helps for protecting against situation. And now they're going for a siege, but this is risky as they don't have the best siege composition.
Oh! They got Kuzan there, but he just get eaten up by that Tahm Kench. And I was thinking, the Zhonya is probably going to help out, especially because Snowflower is going to be on saving Teddy duty. But Teddy does have that Feather Storm.
So I actually think the Banshees might be a better purchase here, as both give AP, but just considering that the Zhonyas, if you get hit by anything, you are still going to be in a position to die, whereas getting a Banshee stops so many important abilities. The Gragas engage, all of them are going to be easy to dodge with a Banshees, and just don't get hit by Barrel. Braum shouldn't ever be hitting you with a Q, and same with Varus. It's a little easier to dodge since you're so fast, so getting away from the initial poke from Crown as well as the Chains of Corruption engage will be critical, and that will free up Snowflower to look for better targets to devour, such as Teddy.
Yeah, definitely helps against... Oh, hold that thought. Nice Devour from Snowflower. Saves the life of our boy Kennen, and that means no flash here for Ambition for an engage in the future.
No flash and no cast. It's that big disengage. Cube's coming from the side, though.
They're trying to force it here onto Teddy. He uses his QSS, actually, and so will Snowflower. They're going to follow up with that engage, and lots of low members for Jenner means another inhibitor will go down.
Jennero is not in that position to defend this turret, and Samsung plays it well. They force out so many Devours. Remember, if Xayah is in the belly of someone, she can't be dealing damage, and as such, she gets heavily poked by Ruler and Crown and forces to disengage. Now they're waiting for this inhibitor to come back up. You see those crystals forming right there again. They're going to be looking for the same thing, and Cask is still not available, but will be up in around 10 seconds.
They back off right when the inhibitor spawns. Lots of healthy members of Jin Air looking to challenge this. They won't give this one up for free. Every summoner is available for both these sides except the flash for Ambition. Ixu always threatening from the right side. Gets chunked down there by Ruler and pops his slicing Maelstrom, and he's extremely low now. He's going to be forced back to base, and that might just be another inhibitor going over to Samsung.
The same thing that happened to Teddy happened to Ixu. They can't do this. They need to be going for a flank. It's been 15 minutes. They absolutely have to set up the vision and engage onto Ruler. He had proc that item. The Zeke's Herald. Herald from Ambition, where he bought that itemization, which is a great item to help these situations where you have few carries, and procs that extra crit and ends up just destroying Ixu's HP. Now, no wars behind. It's just so shallow, and it's all because Jin-Air is failing to see where Jin-Air's next, where Samsung's moves will be.
Samsung very confidently looking to push into this turret. You could see Ixu's in the bottom lane. I mean, he does have that TP, and there is one ward just below them, below Samsung. That's going to be the one ward he'll try to get to.
It's like playing chess. When you get to the top level, it's all about predicting what your opponent's moves will be and being in position to do so and reacting accordingly. They're not predicting which lane Samsung will go in, and as such, they have no vision. At least the ball is behind Unbreakable, so Ruler has to reposition.
Oh, Kuzan getting chunked down here. And Big Redemption will help out there, but Ixu still in the bottom lane, still with that TP. Hasn't popped it yet. Being very patient with this one. That turret is very low up in the top lane. He's still pushing.
If the turret goes down, Samsung will easily brute force this inhibitor turret.
Chain of Corruption does miss. Onto Teddy. Big Glacial Fissure, though, for the knockup will open up that turret to go down.
Baron is live now. So what will Jin choose to do here? There is no vision on the red side. They haven't been able to find a way to teleport, so it's obvious that they don't see that Baron is happening. They do have Scrying Orbs to find a way to scout it, but it's already too late.
Yeah, that's going to be the Baron going over to Samsung. No chance. And will they try to engage and stop the backs? That looks like the strategy here. They'll let Ixu try to take an inhibitor, but it looks like Ambition will get out in a sneaky manner.
Buy enough time for an inhibitor. A turret, yes, but inhib between mega creeps and an inhibitor and Baron empowered is not going to happen when you're just a lonely cannon.
Poor lonely cannon. Just get the turret, at least. So, a very, very tense game here. Samsung does have, they do hold the reins on this one. Basically, just that one inhibitor is left over, and they have Baron buff now.
And look at the itemization from Teddy. Selling out the boots, ends up getting a rapid fire instead, just trying to have as much range as possible, which is what the issue has been so far, finding a way to engage onto Samsung. And this is disappointing to see. They still weren't able to push into the red side and find a damn ward for Ixu to TP to. The wards are so shallow.
Yeah, and that's not a, a support issue. That's a team issue. You have to help people. And look at the TP. It's so far away.
Exactly. This is where, but this is what we're going to get, though. This could be it.
Okay, well, I mean, at least they can force a fight.
Here we go. Inspires out.
It seems like Samsung knows about this. They're playing very patiently. The big body slam onto Ixu does QSS, but does get devoured without doing much. The re-engage with the big body slam onto Kuzan. Down he goes, and that should be the end of this one here. Ixu getting pulled out. Teddy trying to be a hero by himself, and he will get devoured by Snowflower, but there's the stun. And Samsung trying to take out that inhibitor. All three inhibitors are now down. Cuvée looking to go for that TP on in. This will be the last two turrets trying to look for that kill onto Umti, but here we go. Looks like Samsung able to take game number 3. Will take a couple of kills on their way out, and down goes the Nexus.
Playing to their compositional strength, they do so well. A little bit of hiccups here and there, but an engage that came out of Jin there about 40 minutes too late. But we had an exciting game. That Baron steal really allowed us to experience this extra 20 minutes, and 2 kills were the ones that the losing team were able to acquire in game 1 and game 2, and it ends up being 3 now for Jin there. And had that Baron steal not happened, this could have been another near perfect game on the side of Samsung.
Crown and Core JJ finishing off 2-0-6. The 2 supports of the team, I suppose.
I gotta say, I keep blaming the draft here. You see that the opportunity is there, but it's so difficult for you to find a way to engage into this comp when you've drafted yourself into a hole without anybody to be either a ball carrier, a tank to soak up anybody, or even any initial CC. Look at how much instant crowd control is on the side of Samsung. You've got Renekton, Gragas, Braum, and Ruler. Man, it's a hot day in Korea, though. It has been getting extremely hot these days, so understandably so. He's got to fan himself out.
It was a very stressful game for sure. I mean, it wasn't easy done from the get-go game, especially after that Baron steal. And here's that level 2 gank.
Absolutely not. And it starts out well. A read results in the counter read, and Snowflower just being so overextended here and ends up giving up his life. They thought the heal would not come out, but the final little arrow from Ruler ends up giving him first blood.
Nice setup here. Easy stun into cask body slam. Just trying to do what he can on his way out.
And Renekton had pretty decent pressure onto Kennen for most of the game ever since that gank ended up happening. This is such a long-winded engage. This actually is the beginning of the Baron steal and Ambition's great escape, whereas it's a crazy collapse with so many people. That's 4 already on this side, but Orianna just kiting away so well. You only have to respect Karma. As long as she's not in your range, you're Gucci.
And we're going to take a look at the last fight where, you know, maybe 40 minutes late, as we were talking about, trying to do their best, coming in from behind the Zixu, but
Kuzan steps up, ends up eating a stun to the face, and that's the danger when you're dealing with these compositions that can bop you out of nowhere. Then Gragas comes in and cleans you right up. The danger of playing Orianna, you know these were the risks when you let Gragas go through. And Ambition continues his reign of terror on the Batman.
Yeah, doing really well on that pick once again. We're going to take a look. Oh, the AD carry damage is touching. So close.
Their tips are almost touching with only 200 damage in between. But even then, the damage from Xayah, we saw what she can do into the late game. Unfortunately, without frontline, you just can't play these games out. You need such a immense foresight to be able to predict what's going on that Janair lacked it, but we still got a great series.
Yeah, so here we go, guys. We're going to go and talk to our MVPs. And I'll throw it over to our translator right now.
So here we have Crown for the MVP interview. So how was today's match going? The first match was, I think it was really perfect. But the game 3, we had a lot of problems, so yeah, I think it lasts a lot longer. So in the game 2, were you planning to play mid Fiora? So I was trying to follow Galio with Fiora, and it ended up with mid Galio, so I played Fiora in the mid lane. So how was Akali? I haven't seen her in the solo ranks and also in the scrims, so I was really nervous and also didn't know how to deal with it. It was really like fresh to see the mid Fiora. Or have any plans to play it again? Well, if I get a chance, maybe I will. So we need more explanation on game 2 pick and bans. I think it's so close to our strategy, so I can really make it specific. Then what kind of feedbacks came after the game 2? We mainly talked about our mistakes in games. And also, we tried to cheer up for the game 3. Then who would you like to pick for the other MVP? I think Roller put a lot of damage, so maybe Roller. So let's check out the other MVP.
Let's see who it's going to be for game number 2. The MVP was Crown.
I gotta say, I don't know why he doubts. There's nobody else next to him. He's the only one on the stage. They usually bring him out right from the start.
You know, he's trying to make it interesting. Not give any spoilers, perhaps. And he did a really good job on that support role in the mid lane. Always shielding the correct targets. Did a nice job just chunking down people with that mantra Q. So let's hear from him again.
And it was you. What was the best point of the mid Karma? I think I have more utility compared to the other mids, so I kind of roamed a lot. And before the fight, team fights, our composition was better than Jinair, so that worked quite well. So you're back in the MVP points #1. How do you feel? I have so many thoughts in mind right now. I don't really think of MVP very much, so I just feel, yeah, good and happy. And Samsung players are really good at dodging Orion's shockwave. Is there any tips? Well, we just try to stay alert, and in any situation that we can stay alive in the Oriana's ult, we try to just get hit by, if not, I think really aware, so you always use our flash or dashes. So game 3 was a really long game. Did you ever thought that you're gonna win for sure? Well, when we're pushing through the inhibitor turrets and inhibitors, I think we are in a lead, so I thought we could win for sure. Your next opponent is Longzhu Gaming. Are you ready to have a mid fight with BDD? I'm almost confident. I just have to think a lot before the games, but I'm sure that I'm gonna be a really good player against BDD. Last message for your fans. Thank you for cheering us in this beautiful Sunday, and we always try harder to be a better player. Thank you. And this was the end of the interview.
So there you have it. I'm also really excited for Crown versus BDD. What do you think? Who's going to take that one?
I gotta say, I'm siding with Longzhu for this one. I think Samsung has been struggling a lot against some of the weaker teams. Sure, they did beat BBQ in a convincing fashion, but today against GreenWings, I feel like they got away easy. They got off easy with a slap on the wrist by Jin Air picking compositions that were just nearly impossible to execute for what Samsung has to offer, and I highly doubt that these top teams, the ones that are making a run for Worlds, are going to be making similar drafting mistakes.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, it's nice to see Jin Air really put up a fight tonight. It looks like they're just continuing to get better and better every time we see them. Of course, still issues when it comes to the drafting and when it comes to some execution, as we were talking about. But this definitely doesn't look like the Jin Air from spring, and it definitely is just getting better and better every time.
Smooth sailing for the Glad plane.
Smooth flying. No turbulence on this plane.
I think you say sailing sometimes when you fly.
I guess.
You're one of the old school captains.
We can let it pass, I guess. But guys, we're going to take a break, and we will get to Longzhu versus Afreeca after that. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are back at the Nexon Arena for more 2017 LCK Summer. My name is Valdez. With me is Crumb. We are bringing you the second matchup of the night. It's going to be Longzhu up against the Afreeca Freecs.
And this is such a cool matchup for me because Afreeca is basically, they look up to Longzhu. They wish they could be what Longzhu is, a team consisting of accomplished veterans and relatively untested players in both Tucson and Kramer. Even though Kramer, he does have a wealth of experience, not a whole lot has been accomplished, and it's overshadowed by Marin, Spirit, and Kuro. And the same you have in Longzhu between Prey and Gorilla, these two veterans that have had such a hefty amount of playtime. Just last week, we had 5 years of Prey's career as a professional AD carry, and then you have BDD, Cuz, and Khan, who some of them are even rookies. Cuz himself, BDD, barely some playtime, and Khan coming in from China, didn't accomplish a whole lot over there, but Afreeca should be taking notes for the way that Longzhu operate and hopefully apply it to their playbook. But we can have an explosive one because we have Afreeca game 1. They don't care what side it is. Game 1 is just all about them.
Yeah, I mean, Afreeca, I expect them to come in here and take game number 1. They're 6-1.
And lose game 2 and 3.
That's the way it's been going for a lot of these losses. I mean, they take a first game against a really strong opponent, against Samsung, against SKT, and you're like, whoa, where's this Afreeca been? They're finally coming together. I'm so hype. I'm getting excited. And then they drop the ball, and they look like a totally different team.
It's
so
unbelievable how
it's
much
crazy.
They falter in games 2 and 3.
It's bizarre. I've never really seen anything like this in my career casting this game. I haven't been around for too long, but I'm sure you Crumbs could put a better word to that. But either way, we are going to jump into the pick and ban here.
And the Rumble being a targeted ban at Marin. And actually, I want to bring to light a funny interview that Spirit did where they're talking about Marin. And Marin is a pillar for Afreeca, but one that often collapses as well. But so many times we see Marin die, and Spirit says that when Marin dies, they say nothing. They keep quiet. They're just like, all right, we'll just ignore that this happened. But every time that Marin gets a kill, they're all about, yeah, good job, Marin. We love you. I can't believe you did that. You're such a beast. So he's ruling Afreeca with an iron fist. So you'd have to wonder that some of the inconsistencies in the team lie in their approach to team cohesion and teamwork. And you got to point fingers at Marin as somebody that if his own play starts to stabilize, perhaps the rest of Afreeca can too.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to look up to your big veteran, right? This guy who's probably the most famous, who has hordes of fangirls coming down and just cheering his name, right? May even be the oldest on the team. I'm not 100% sure on that stat, but definitely got to look up to him. And look at that, we got an Ash ban against Prey.
I was kind of thinking that it's going to be the Ash ban. The reason why it's going to be an Ash ban is because Kramer, as most two-played ADs are Caitlyn and Ash. So denying that first lock away because Prey is such a great Ash player, but Kramer has shown some prowess onto that Xayah. Last time they played against SKT, it was in Xayah that Kramer actually had a fantastic showing. So denying that right away, they do give up the Galio.
Yeah.
This is the beauty of a solid draft. When you give away the Galio, and instead of trying to take away maybe your answer to Galio, take the time to remove the other two components that could make a Galio comp very strong, and as well secure your own composition. So Gragas and Xayah, and this is likely to be a top lane Gragas as it is Marin's most played.
Marin right now, he's 5-2 on the Gragas. Spirit hasn't played a single game of it, so definitely agreeing with you on that one. And I mean, everything's looking pretty good for them so far when it comes to the pick ban, and this is what we've come to expect out of Afreeca. Now, of course, the Kha'Zix is picked up for Cuz, the Kha'Zix as I like to call it, and Varus, I mean, the other big ADC that's picked up very often. They don't want to have it banned out in the second rotation.
It's your setup. It allows Kha'Zix to be a core of the team composition. This is what we saw I believe it was yesterday from KT, where they played Kha'Zix with Shen and Galio, and it really lets Kha'Zix go into the fight and have not only the Stand United, but the heroic entrance, and it's a difficult composition to execute. I could see Longzhu trying it again, even though Shen isn't so much of Khan's style. It will be fine into Renekton as Shen. However, the Renekton takeaway from Marin is deadly, as no longer does Longzhu have the ability to get the early game under control.
Yeah, but it's weird. I mean, what we were just saying before, right? It's going to be Gragas up in top lane and then a jungle something.
No, you always have to consider the possibility of the flex, but denying that right away means that you have a bully in the top lane with a jungler that can synergize against anything. So similar to at least Renekton, where you have kill pressure against anything, by having that AP jungler with a lot of CC with Renekton, you have kill power onto anything that Longzhu can throw into the top side, be it a Kled, be it a Shen. You can always go for a dive, and as such, you can expect a lot of attention into Marin's lane for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the debut of Spirit on the Gragas in Summer, and Marin was, you know, 7 games in, but I guess you got to flex it as you were talking about. Prey and Gorilla, there's one and only... Oh, I didn't get to read it. Too slow.
My eyes aren't that great. I'm actually half blind. I just sense League of Legends. It's happening near me.
You sense it? Lee Sin, number 2.
Well, the Lucian does get banned, so it's all the answers into Gallia. So very obviously, this is going to be BDD playing the Gallia. Would not recommend that matchup of Galio into the Renekton Gragas, and so much synergy on the side of Afreeca so far, and I'm loving their attention to detail and making sure that their lanes all synergize well with Xayah Rakan, Renekton Gragas, and whatever mid lane pick they choose next will obviously offer a wealth of synergy between everybody else. Maybe even an Orianna from Kuro, but we could even see that Victor, that pick that we have seen so much against that Galio.
Alistar comes out for Gorilla, and this day of weird picks will not end.
No!
Oh, yes,
What?
it will not end!
Are you kidding me?
Mordekaiser! Okay.
Are you, all right. What?
Here we go, and that has to be up in the top lane, I would assume. So I would highly doubt BDD's playing at mid.
That's Mordekaiser top. What the hell is going on today?
Oh, it's they're just giving us present after present.
Okay, and yeah, Malzahar mid Kuro's answer. This was what they played against Faker with the against Gallia. So they have shown this answer before. It is 7.11, so he hasn't been further tweaked. So he's still really powerful, but Mordekaiser. I mean, okay. All right, so Mordekaiser into Renekton. So Renekton will dash in, and you just get bought by that triple siphon, or that triple mace of spades.
The mace of spades.
You know that song? I love that song.
Yeah.
You know he died recently, Lemny.
Oh, that's sad. I didn't know about that, actually.
Yeah, I think it was earlier this year.
Well, we're going to honor him tonight with some Mordekaiser. And, I mean, Mordekaiser's interesting with the new Rift Herald because you get some intense pushing power. If you can steal the dragon and get the spirit of the dragon and push with the Rift Herald, you just get some ridiculous pushes.
But he's
it's so
top
funny.
side.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, if you could make it happen.
So what this tells us is that very clearly teams have been trying to find answers to very common picks. So Renekton taking so much priority in the top side now, and Longzhu just has decided to put their trust onto Mordekaiser, and I do not want to play solo queue right now. What?
You don't know what's going to happen.
Mordekaiser Akali top. If people locked that in today before I came here, I would have dodged right out of there.
Well,
I think I still might.
I think I still would. These people are trying to play it for the first time ever. They're like, no, but he did it. Khan did it. He's super cool and popular. I want to be like him. But guys, those are the compositions. Again, it's not a lie.
Yeah.
We did not mix it up. That's Alistar and Mordekaiser, last 2 picks for Longzhu, going up against the pretty standard lineup of Afreeca. So let's jump into game number 1 and get on the Rift and see how this game is going to play itself out. Whoa. That's both of these teams have some pretty sick fan bases now. I mean, Afreeca always did, especially on the female side. But now Longzhu is getting so popular these days that they are beginning to compete with that.
I mean, you got to get pumped for somebody that's locking in Mordekaiser top. But let's talk about what Mordekaiser is going to try to do. By the way, that Alistar is dressed as Gnar. What? Wait. All right, let's go back to Mordekaiser. So he just wants to basically push 24/7. All his abilities allow him to just have full control of the wave. He doesn't have mana, and he has a bit of self-regeneration with his W, so you can spam that on the creep wave, get that extra resistance, and just get super tanky and obnoxious. And the danger of this is that he is up against a lane and jungle combination that can zone him off or gank him right away. Between Renekton and Gragas, he is susceptible to getting ganked. So it's going to be so much about Longzhu being able to push their lanes and track down Spirit. This early game Gragas will have to be exceptionally hidden in order to punish these lanes.
You just have to think that coming into this, Afreeca doesn't have too much practice against this. I mean, everything that you're saying makes sense when you've got the time to think about it, about how they can handle this pick.
See, there it is. He just spams it on the creep wave, gets that regen, and then just keeps going forward. He already has minion advantage. He just has to wait on his cooldown. Unfortunately, his W is longer than Marin's, and his auto attacks are significantly weaker, so it still yields advantage to Marin early on. But yeah, I mean, you heard in the interview before, Crown had not played against Akali in solo queue, hadn't seen it in scrims, he had no idea what to deal with it, and if you haven't seen Akali, I don't expect you to have seen Mordekaiser.
It's just this, I've been playing a lot of solo queue, like, not super recently, but before this, and Mordekaiser just does not get picked. It just doesn't really ever get picked. And that's why it's so cool to see it in the competitive scene, because just as you were saying, these guys bring it in for a very specific reason.
Wait a minute, I'm going to put you on the spot. What division is that?
I went up to Diamond. Diamond
nice.
4.
Yeah, there you go. That's top percentile right there, baby.
Right up there. Not with Crumbs' goal. Not yet, but maybe someday.
Nah, he's over in NA. But anyways, yeah, Marin having full control of this lane early on, and now Cuz is starting to accelerate what the game plan is for allowing this pick to go by, getting some good deep vision.
Excited to see Cuz on the Kha'Zix once again. Usually him and Khan are the ones that go super deep on usually Jarvan or Renekton top. This time it's going to be the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, he's already a little bit behind in CS, but similarly is Kuro, a lane that, while he's not getting harassed too much, it is kind of difficult to last hit with Malzahar. You might get really unlucky and get those Malefic Visions to kill minions at a time where you're not getting all the gold back. So while he is still healthy and maintains his potions, the last hitting isn't necessarily the easiest thing for Kuro unless there are no other creeps, so he can easily just tank them out with those little Voidlings and be on his merry way.
Of course, the Doran shield up in top lane for Mordekaiser makes it a lot easier for him to just sustain and stay in lane, not really get zoned out.
You realize just how much this changes everything. Today is iconic for League of Legends. North America, Europe, the rest of the world is now. We had Aatrox earlier in Europe in top lane. Now Akali, now Mordekaiser, and this means that because these teams picked these champions and won with it, so many players are going to have the freedom to ask of their coaching staff and team to allow them to play all these other champions.
Yeah, and it really shakes things up besides that, you know, because if people find a consistent counter, like let's say Mordekaiser absolutely face rolls Renekton tonight. That means that Renekton can't reliably be picked blind if Mordekaiser's still up and it becomes meta.
Well, the thing is, Mordekaiser's similar to Akali, where if left completely alone, he'll pretty much win every lane. It's really hard to beat him in that 1v1, and he's looking for that level 6. If they can actually get control of this wave, Marin has to get control of this wave back so that he doesn't get surprised in level 6 though, but
well,
Mordekaiser just so powerful right now.
Level 6, will he turn it?
Stone went down, here comes the dive. Spirit's on the way though.
Spirit's here, some pings go down, they might want to turn it onto him actually. Cuz waiting in the brush, he is isolated, and Spirit in a lot of trouble, looking for a place to flash to. He's gonna buddy slam first, but in comes BDD, first blood to Cuz on the Kha'Zix. Spirit getting caught out.
And gives that extra assist to the mid lane. And he's stoked. Getting that kill as Kha'Zix will mean that now he can invade Gragas even easier, as he didn't even have to blow any summoners off that. It was just a freebie.
I think it was smart by Spirit too, unless he found an immediate path to, you know, flash body slam away to and be 100% certain that he could escape. He saves his flash, doesn't use it in a bad situation, and will have that for the future.
Yeah, it's a good sign of composure. Recognizing that you got outplayed, you made a mistake, all right. Try to salvage as much of the situation as you can. And so we can take a look at the Mordekaiser build. That's going to be Ninja Tabis into a Ruby Crystal. We can expect that to be that Rylai's Crystal Scepter first item, allowing him to chase down opponents, as well as disengage a little bit safer, as you can slow from afar, as well as your ultimate damage will remain.
Here we go. Ult popped by Renekton. Doesn't want to stick around for now. Okay, he's coming back. Looks like he wants to make sure he can clear out that control ward. Or actually just try to zone out Khan here. He's coming on in. Khan seems fearless right now. And there's that heal.
And he still has ultimate to heal even further, so he's perfectly fine.
He's just chilling. Notice how, you know, even with the Alistar pick on Gorilla, they haven't really been looking for, you know, big plays before 6. I think that's what they're waiting for.
The Alistar is just all about having synergy with your Kha'Zix and Mordekaiser. It's not so much about the laning phase. You know that if you can disengage from the all-in from Tucson and Kramer, you can get by and enter a team fighting stage where the AoE engage from Alistar is the perfect synergy with Mordekaiser and Kha'Zix. It's such a great combo. When these picks were meta, you saw them just be obliterating lanes left, right, and center. And Gorilla is no slouch to Alistar. Actually, one of the best Alistars before when it wasn't a garbage pick. And now he can survive an easy lane, and more innovation is out there. So even supports get to look at these games and think of what they can add to their champion pool.
It's a really fun time of League of Legends, as you were saying. Everything is changing. You guys are with us. You saw it live as the changes were coming in.
It was not a joke. It was real.
Yeah.
That sounds like what you'd tell somebody after a long-lost lover. It wasn't in my head.
I swear it was true love. No, you're 16. You don't know what you're talking about. Taking another look at these trades, and you can see that Marin is just, I wouldn't say he's frustrated, but it definitely looks frustrating to try to trade and then he just takes all of his life back, and it's like, okay.
But you know what the really frustrating part? It's not so much the trades, it's the fact that somebody else gets to play a wonky pick. When you're a top laner that gets to be a carry and you're stuck playing Grog, Renekton, and Jarvan every single game, and then you see a guy that gets to play Akali, then another one that gets to play Mordekaiser, you feel like you wasted all week. You're like, man, this could have been me. I could have been the one playing these champions. I could have been having fun.
You mean it's not fun to play 7 games of Gragas in a row?
To each their own.
To each their own? Seems like Marin was forced onto that for a while. It wasn't in a row, but...
Well, with the Iron Fist, he rules Afreeca. You'd think that it's his choice.
I mean, he was given some room to play AP Kennen, so I guess after that failed, that was the end of it.
Actually, that's true. You'd have your stint.
You had your chance, Marin. Okay, Cuz. Looking to take the Rift Herald here. Who was it that was trying to take the Rift Herald and couldn't get it off the wall, and so couldn't clear it in time? Do you remember which jungler that was? Was that Umti?
I think that was Umti or Ever or Malrang.
It was one of those two, for sure. But you could see what Cuz does. Yeah. Like, he just leashes it.
You go around.
Lets it charge out.
And trying to go around. It's always worth it to try to get the hit on the eye. It does close at the very end, so he does it once more. This is going to be easy as pie.
Easy McBreezy.
That'll have to be used into the mid lane, absolutely. Cracking down mid lane turret with a Galio is always critical.
There has been zero action bottom lane. This is not the lane we really want to watch. I mean, as I was saying before, maybe they could go for something at level 6, but it doesn't look like Prey and Gorilla want to do that, really.
Well, the thing is, there's also no action in mid because it's Malzahar against Galio, so none of them have kill pressure on themselves. Then you got Mordekaiser into Renekton, and we saw how that one went down. And then you got Kha'Zix, who can't really invade, because if he gets collapsed on, he's dead in a heartbeat. So the game just stalls out to a point where objectives end up being prioritized. So they actually went for Herald, which is the correct move. But now that there's only a Cloud Dragon, there's not too much he can do. And he can't even engage onto this, because he doesn't have full sight of Malzahar. Tucson can collapse quickly. And so we got ourselves a bit of a lullaby.
Kuro's Malzahar was really impressive. I think that was against SKT.
Yeah, I think he even got MVP on that one.
Yeah, I just remember the play where Peanut tried to make a play and then he just got locked down with the Nether Grasp. Well, that thought we got some action finally down in bottom. The charge on in from Tushin. Prey getting extremely low. The flash in. Tushin will get the kill there. But a teleport in from Longzhu and Afreeca, they're going in 3v4. Not sure if this is going to work. Finally, we got this coming in. Kuro from the left side, looking to burn down Cuz, and he will for those Malefic Visions. And now this is totally turning in Afreeca's favor. BDD looking to taunt away, and it looks like he will be able to. 2 kills going over to Afreeca.
And Longzhu continue to commit, but here comes a little bit more. BDD does not have enough mana. They can easily dive this.
Spirit tanking that turret. He's going to be taunted too. And he is forced to even just jump out of there. Now this is really messy. It looks like actually Tushin did go down.
Okay, they botched that like crazy.
All right.
Longzhu continued to fight once their AD carry went down. You can't do that right now. Mordekaiser is not strong enough to lead anybody that quickly, and Kha'Zix needs that isolation. When you have this cluster in the bottom lane, it's so difficult to win these fights as they are with your AD down. So Afreeca pulled the trigger correctly and had a great all into the bottom lane with a fantastic ultimate from Tucson, charming Prey as well. But in the end, they botched the dive so hideously that now they have a dragon that is going to just destroy their turret.
This is what I was talking about. If you can get that onto the Mordekaiser, as you said, goodbye bot tier. They still have the Rift Herald. Will they push it bot? That is the question. What is Tushin going to do against this? Absolutely nothing.
I would hope they wouldn't use Herald and Dragon in one push.
It's the super cheese play, right? That I'm talking. It's like the solo queue dream. I don't think we're gonna see it here, especially after taking down that turret with the dragon.
Seeing that ghost just makes us remember what happens when you get that Mordekaiser ghost. The second the ghost comes out, you basically won the fight as it turns into a 6v4.
The Mordekaiser dream. Let's take a look at the replay of this entire fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, so he goes, as soon as the headbutt misses, they know they have the all-in opportunity. So overstepping from Gorilla opens them up to get engaged, and then Tucson does not hesitate, and immediately they go down. So this is why this lane shouldn't have any action. Gorilla looked for something and immediately got punished. And now Malzahar's going to flash in, ends up finding Kha'Zix right away, and with the 2 main damage dealers out, they've got no chance against this 5-man army from Afreeca following them.
So they pick up a couple of kills, and then Afreeca botches the dive. Meanwhile, in live, Cuz, you were talking about him going for invades and being punished. Well, there you have it.
It's like the players forget what's going on, right? They played so passive early on, and then when they go for the invade, it's like, oh, this is why I wasn't invading.
Just a little bit overconfident, perhaps. He did have the Rift Herald pushing in mid lane, so maybe he thought, okay, do you have to focus down the Rift Herald so I have some room in the jungle? But good read by Kuro. Perhaps he walked over a ward too, and just gets taken out.
The fury of Afreeca game 1 continues, as now they're actually putting up a good fight against Longzhu. 5-man strong into this top side.
Okay, here we go. Big dive coming in. Heroic entrance. For the big knockup, 3 members get put down, but it does not matter. Prey. Now Kuro tanking that turret. They do take it out and run away. Gonna take the 1-for-1 and the turret.
And it's worthwhile for Afreeca. They get quite a bit out of there. They didn't commit any major summoners or cooldowns themselves. And Kuro did not have his ultimate available, as he used it earlier to take down Cuz. So that's why that engage was so effective for Longzhu. But still, turret advantage goes in Afreeca's favor, and now the gold is relatively even, only 400 away, and some of that is coming out of the CS in mid lane, and the jungle. Actually, that's just coming in from turrets and kills. Never mind. It's evened out between the solo lanes.
Yeah, pretty much. So Khan, he's back on pushing duty. He had his moment to shine. Took the dragon and took the bottom tier 1.
Mordekaiser is the perfect birthing coach. Only push.
So we're taking another look at this, and it was a big heroic entrance. 4 members actually get knocked up, and the big dive. Martin goes a little bit too low, but again, they take down the turret, so it's worth it.
Yeah, Kura's already there, and tanked a little bit of turret aggro. He did lose his cleanse though, so BDD might be able to find an opportunity onto Kuro from now on.
Looking for some vision control. You were talking about the cohesion between Alistar and the Kazakhs. If anyone tried to go and challenge them as they were going into the jungle, it would have been lights out.
Now they have to worry about top lane. Mordekaiser can continuously push while the Alistar and Kazakhs are perfectly fine just invading. So Renekton just gets eliminated in his early game advantages while Mordekaiser continues to be relevant in this game. And as he continues to scale, you're going to see plays where he charges up that mace 3 times, flash to the dome, and you've eliminated someone.
Okay, we got a trade. Marin looking to extend this one, and all of Afreeca is rotating top. Everybody wants to kill the Mordekaiser. The chase begins. Here comes Tushin and Spirit from the left. We got Kramer coming in, and you can see Alistar trying to group up with Khan.
He's out.
He's safe.
He's out.
And Afreeca, they spent a lot of time going for this pick. He's easily going to be able to get out of this one. Took the long path.
Just literally walks away. Doesn't do anything fancy.
Mordekaiser's such a troll pick. It's working.
I mean, if they beat Afreeca game 1 with this pick, it has to be such a blow to the confidence of this team. They already lose confidence automatically when you go into game 2. So this is just going to make matters worse.
Yeah, especially because it's the Mordekaiser against Marin. You were talking about how much of the morale and team focus, I suppose, comes out of Marin. If he doesn't have a good game and he loses to top Mordekaiser, well, then you know he's not a happy Marin.
Top Mord. What have we done to deserve you?
I know Cutie Pie wants it to be played in the ADC role. But Khan, he's, you know, one step at a time to acceptance, right? Doesn't happen all in one day.
I mean, at this point, the only remaining champion that can be salvaged to make us believe that pretty much everything is meta is Yorick. And I guess Nasus, actually. Those two are so... Yeah. I could see Yorick before Nasus. Nasus is just so bad and competitive. It's unreal.
What about Aatrox? We saw it the other night.
That wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad, although I did have to stay till like 4 in the morning to watch that.
Yeah. It was worth. Pretty cool. Okay, the flash on in, and oh boy, Kuro, you're not in the right position. Big engage by Gorilla is going to take him out easily, and now Afreeca all split up and on the run. Here comes Cuz with that red buff, the never-ending slows there. Tushin looks like he's going to sacrifice his life for the life of Spirit, but that's 2 kills going over to Longzhu.
And Cleanse does not save you from Alistar, so an instant engage onto Kura, and he tries to flash out, but it's already too late. And Marin's going to be safe here, I believe. He still has that Malzahar doing some autos, but the Baron now from Longzhu.
Okay, I mean, this is slowly going down. Kramer and Marin still do a lot of damage. Here comes Spirit from the right side. Does have his smite, but no flash. Looking to come in. Gorilla's trying to block it. Will they get the steal? Oh, no, they will not. A little bit early with Spirit. They will jump onto him after getting that Baron. The chase continues. Kramer on the run. Gorilla from the right side. Kramer trying to be the hero. Doesn't look like he can. Although Marwin will get out alive, Kramer will get taken out.
Well played.
Okay.
Oh, Warrior.
Looking to get a bit frisky. They do get one more kill off the back of that.
Instantly Khan's teleporting top. He's trying to get Marin. Wait a minute, that's BDD.
Okay.
A lot happened. A lot happened from that engage onto Dragon. So again, the cleanse immediately engages onto Kura. He doesn't even get to burn it this time around, but they transition into that Baron, which well played from Gorilla, zoning out the Gragas, but unfortunately the Fat Man is too slippery, and then just some crazy action around. This is a play that has continued for like 2.5 minutes.
It wins from the double kill, and it looks like there's more action. As TP from the right side, Longzhu kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Here comes Marin from the left side. Big taunt, though, onto 3 members. Spirit extremely low. The rest of Afreeca on the run. Heroic entrance going to keep Prey safe. Trying to do that damage onto the front line. You can see that Alistair's getting pretty low. Or actually, that was the Mordekaiser. That's going to be the kill. Onto Tushin, though. Kramer in the back line, trying to just kite them as much as possible. Marin still in the thick of things, trying to go 1v5 on Renekton. They do get a kill, and Marin is still alive. The big root, Kramer, is still here. Kuro coming in, but he will pay for it with his life with a double kill from the Valsahar.
The Baron's over. They've lost the Baron right away. Look at his face.
Marin, I didn't believe in him.
What is
but
going
his team
on?
believed in him.
He almost dies to turn in and execute. Oh my god.
Today has been insane,
That's
man.
for a 20-minute Ocean Drake. They refuse to give up the 20-minute Ocean Drake after Baron.
The Ocean Drake is still there, too. They've got another opportunity to throw if they want. So here we go. Replay.
Yeah, so there's a teleport coming in. Well, Spirit engages, and most of the CC doesn't get met from damage. Spirit's in such a difficult position, but they're going to end up focusing out Khan here. So he's going to end up hitting the Malefic Visions in the silence. That's critical, so he cannot do much in this situation. And Spirit gets to re-engage alongside Marin, but everybody just ends up dying in such a bizarre manner. And here they continue to chase, but there's Voidlings and silence. But the big one's going to be when the ultimate from Kuro comes right back up. Here it is.
Yep. Locks him down in the double silence kill.
All right. Whew. That was a long series of events.
You think it's done yet? They're going for Ocean Drake.
No, they won't fight this one. I think they're considering just taking that tier 1, which would have surely gone down simply on a one-on-one.
By the way, after all that damage, or that trading rather, the back and forth, whatever you want to call it, the game is still only 500 gold apart. So extremely even up until this point.
Yeah, that's probably the fastest Baron I've seen disappear after not losing it at the pit. They didn't lose it at the pit. That happens, right? You do Baron, you get ace because you didn't make the right call, but to leave the pit with Baron and then lose it immediately, I don't think I've seen one happen that quick.
Longzhu trying to set records all over the place.
And the thing is, what that's going to do is it's going to create a pretty significant lull on the map. Because typically around this time, if Baron was still on the table, you'd see teams go for that objective, control red side vision, or go for some tier 2s if they had it. But now that the tier 2s are no longer susceptible to super minion push or empowered minion pushes, and there is no dragon to take, there's not a whole lot to really fight over for any of these teams. So a bit of calm before the next storm comes around.
So Afreeca looking to make moves towards the only real objective they have, which is that bot tier 1. They've taken out the other 2 tier 1 turrets.
And the thing is, you never want to commit to go everybody for this tier 1. They're moving, and they can remain doing so as long as you react. They don't want to get cut off and give up another objective for it.
But Prey is not there just yet, and actually Marin is walking down. Doesn't have his teleport yet, it's really close.
As long as Longzhu react to Afreeca, they can continue to move anywhere on the map. They do so well, so they sacrifice that tier 1. I think they want to take a bit of a breather themselves, not to get too over-eager, as very clearly they made a mistake with that Baron, and so they have to catch their breath back up. But that new Baron is only 1 minute and 30 seconds away.
Yeah, it was taken so early. I mean, you got that next one spawning before 30 minutes, of course. Still the calm before the storm. BDD just on wave clearing duty up in top and then mid. Now it seems finally they've put Khan up into the top lane where he belongs once again.
I believe the later this game goes, the more it will benefit Longzhu, as QSSs, as they continue to be bought, will nullify Kuro's team fighting power. You don't want to ult the Alistar, already a target that is difficult to go on. QSS is already onto Huz. And then you have Prey, who has that Null Magic Mantle already in his inventory. So the more QSSs that go out, the harder it's going to be for Kuro to play these team fights. And we'll have to look for opportunities to go on targets without it. But BDD already has that completed Gargoyle Stoneplay. And I feel like he should get an extra buff because the champion he is playing is a Gargoyle.
A small one. Maybe the Stoneblade shows up.
Yeah, he gets like a little armor.
Yeah, you can see it on him. That would be cool. Except the art would have to be on point, especially because Galio already has a ton of, you know, armor.
Oh, but what art isn't on point?
Sure, it's pretty cool. I like the Galio remake. Outside of the, well,
do you two?
I like the way. No.
it.
I like the way it looks.
Oh, okay.
The way it plays out, not a huge fan, but yeah, I mean, you were talking about certain targets for Nethergrasp. I guess it's basically just Khan.
Great target for it, by the way, though. So
yeah,
he's going to be looking for one, but his damage is already almost to the maximum here, as he already has Void Staff and Liandry's completed. Lots of CC on the side of Longzhu, so makes sense here, coupled with all the percent HP that Mordekaiser packed in his own kit. Maybe Lichbane and tankiness. You know Azanias absolutely has to be in order for this pick.
Eventually. He still has 2 more slots. And you can see that Marin actually going for a recall down in the bot lane. Looks like he's having a little bit of trouble.
It's so curious because he's about 100 CS up. He's a TP, but
okay.
Boy.
This is not spotted. The big knock up there onto Cuz. Really not the greatest spot. Looks like that heroic charge will come in. Held this team. Cuz still on the run though. Big knock up. Tushin really in trouble here. You can see how little damage the Galio takes in the front from that Nethergrasp. And nobody will go down in this fight.
Bit of an ill-advised engage there from Afreeca. Did not have the most optimal ward. Now, that would have been a great ward if they were baiting a Baron, but they didn't even wait for that. They try to go over the wall, try to charm Cuz, but he does have that QSS already. And between that, the stealth, and the heroic entrance, he had no chance of going down, especially because Kuro was not in range to follow up with a Nethergrass himself. And so he uses it on the Galio, who has that Gargoyle Stoneplay we were talking about. He's not going to die anytime soon. But before, notice how Marin is losing that lane in pressure, but he's a level up and about 100 CS over Mordekaiser.
Still having trouble.
Yep.
Still dealing with that Mordekaiser as hell.
Welcome to the Kaiser zone.
Oh.
These Kaiser Soze.
Okay, trying to take that red buff. It will go to Prey. It's actually pretty important. He does get that taken away. Next streak is Cloud, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Tushin does get slowed, but no kill.
They're 2-manning Dragon right now, or at least 1 manning it so far, as Marin has yet to go over the wall. As long as they have vision around Baron, they'll be fine in soloing this Dragon, so Kuro swiftly is to return to that objective.
Marin doesn't have TP. He's down here pushing the lane. Meanwhile, Kuro's doing Dragon. I suppose they have enough control over that Dragon area for now.
Thing is, he's only going to be matching against BDD, as Khan doesn't have teleport either, so as long as he has sight of BDD, he can easily follow him around and interrupt any one of his engages. What that means, however, is that because of the long cooldown of Ruthless Predator, if the fight were to go too far or too close to the Baron pit, he can't actually all-in, because if he all-ins, he needs to use that stun, and the second he uses stun, it frees BDD to look for either a teleport or an ultimate to get out.
double QSS. Now Mordekaiser's got one.
Yeah, good purchase here for him.
Prey will eventually have his. Still looking for his first kill. 0-3-6, the life of an ADC in 2017.
That still gives him a 2.0 KDA.
Yeah, it's all right.
Is it? I have pretty low standards for KDA, though.
You only get the cool numbers on OPGG if you're above a certain number, Crumbs, so.
As long as it's above 0, it's a win. As long as it's above a 1, it's a win right there.
In competitive, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, solo key. If you don't have like 15, you're garbage.
I won't give out your solo queue ID.
It's like
Crumbs.
8, okay?
I won't let everybody know.
8 on some champs. I'd say it's more about 4 or 5 as an average.
Seems more reasonable.
Here's that lull. Nobody wants to move towards the Baron just yet. They're still waiting on itemization, really, and bizarre decision to wait. They need the vision to clear out first, control of the wards. I think they're looking for Prey to have that QSS himself, and at that point, then Longzhu should feel fine taking a fight.
Khan was chunked down there by Kuro, looking to rotate down into the bottom lane as Marin trying to put on that pressure for his team in the side lanes.
You know what I was thinking? Malzahar would be the perfect sex ed teacher.
Why is that?
Because he handles crabs and AIDS, but he puts protection beforehand with his barrier.
What the hell? Okay. I suppose you're right.
That's what the name for Malefic Visions is.
That's what the name is?
Space AIDS.
Yeah. You could talk to Riot about that, or Kuro, perhaps, the Malzahar expert of LCK. See what they think about that. Okay, some wards being put down, but you could tell that neither team, since nobody's really getting horrendously out of position, there's no real opportunity to go for picks.
It's just like fishing. You push the wave, wait for anything to happen. Okay, the other team plays well, do it again. Rinse and repeat, clean out vision. Are they going to make a mistake? Nope. And then you just do it again and again and again until somebody steps out of bounds.
Both these teams playing solidly. I mean, it is Afreeca game 1, the best team in LCK. Better than Samsung, SKT, KT is Afreeca game 1.
But can they close this time around? Statistically, it's a yes.
6-1, I think, is the current stat for game 1s.
Okay, here we go. I think it's about to happen. Prey goes back. Oh, no.
Big silence.
Prey really needs to fit in that recall before they start doing something, which I think is playing it a little bit too safe, waiting for that extra QSS, but that's the plan they seem to have. Maybe they're just waiting to make the decision between Elders and Barons. Who knows what is stalling these two guys out?
All of those kills you see at the top, that happened in the first half of the game. After that, everybody was just chilling.
Okay, here it is. Here it is.
Is
Here
it time?
Comes, and the QSS is bought. There we go. Okay. Now we might see some action.
Maybe. Randuin's picked up for Marin. He is nearly on 5 items. Once he finishes Titanic Hydra, I suppose. Some poking on in, and that blue will go to Prey, in fact.
Ah, dude. You can't tease us like this. The early half was so action-packed, and now just need a recharge. All summoners have been up for quite some time. It's just a matter of vision, but not having any of it.
I feel like part of it too is both of these teams just keep the tanks in the front, and when you see an Alistar, obviously you don't want to engage with the cask onto an Alistar. It's just like death for your entire team, basically. And engaging, you know, knocking up a Gragas isn't going to be all that great too. Okay, finally, we got the Baron started, and a TP coming in. Here comes Gorilla charging with those Moby boots, trying to make something of it. Marin with a stun onto Cuz, will deny any Baron steal. Heroic entrance, and he will zone out a bunch of members though. Marin still going 1v4, and he is going to survive. Now BDD all alone is going to be locked up. So tanky, and he doesn't go down in spirit. Going a little bit too deep, not quite as tanky as the Renekton. But Khan with a flash, and Kuro with the flash forward might meet his destiny. And down he goes. Lots of members are extremely low. Kramer on the left trying to kite once again. Marin and Kramer, it's the dream team. They're running away. Here comes that slow from Cuz. Kramer still kiting them so well. The taunt is up, and finally they get that kill. The trade 1 for 1.
Are you kidding
me? And there's the ace.
Are you kidding me? Once again, they take Baron, and it literally disappears right away. Right away. Why did they re-engage? Oh.
It was Kuro. He went for the flash. He forced a second stage in that fight.
It was already done. They had it. They just can't resist looking at each other. Oh my God, and now we're gonna have another lull in the game. But we have Elder, so at least there's some value in that, but the wave clear is too much for both these teams for Elder to make such a difference. Nobody's gonna go for a crazy tower dive. So we just, we'll go back to it. So it's a great rush here from Afreeca. The TP from Marin, huge here, stunning out Cuz, giving him no chance to even flash in and going for a stealing. This is already Marin being too greedy, going for this engage. He's gonna flash out of, this should be it. This should be it. You don't need to engage onto this. You got the objective, but they just get so greedy. Spirit gets caught out. And then now, here comes Guru. I don't know what opening he sees after this, but he's by himself. He just flashed into 4 people. Oh my goodness.
He restarts the fight, and
his allies were basic.
Yeah.
They were done.
They had enough. Curious about how Marin wins that fight up there. Just the stun.
Both spells come out at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the Elder Drake started. Looks like advantage Longzhu. They are in control. And Gorilla from behind on this Alistar looking for the big knockup. Can he get it? Big taunt there onto Tushin and Spirit though. Tushin extremely low with the follow-up knockup. There's gonna be Gorilla locked down in the heroic entrance. Still, nobody is dead. Finally, Gorilla in the front will eat that damage. Kuro able to clean up, and without that big front cow to help you out with the engage, we'll see if they can try to get onto this Elder Drake.
And that was Longzhu starting the Elder Dragon without proper setup, and they get punished right away. They kite back effectively on the side of Afreeca, and even though it looks weird to see Malzahar use that ultimate onto Alistar, it's really the most viable target to do so, and eliminating him eliminates so much of the crowd control that is imperative for Longzhu to actually get the fight started. Mordekaiser can't do a whole lot on his own.
That turret survives, and the lane is pushing here for Afreeca, so that will stay alive.
This game is taking a toll for, it's like sweet and sour pork. It's both good and bad.
Sweet and sour pork is both good and good.
Yeah. What?
You don't like sweet and sour pork?
I like things that are sour, not sweet.
Oh, okay. See, I thought you would say you like sweet things and not sour things.
I don't remember the last time I ate a sweet.
Really?
Yeah, I don't eat sweet.
You were eyeing the ice cream when we were at the convenience store.
I eat it with my eyes.
Crumbs is, he's getting buff. He's getting on those gains.
I don't have, man, that's all I've got here.
Can't let the ice cream get in the way. I myself had a Twix bar in the break. No sellout. Twix is just really good.
Well, you can't say no sellout and then follow up with that.
It's actually the best chocolate bar. But anyway.
Do you know, actually, that Twix is not a chocolate bar. Same with pretty much all those other brands, Snickers, whatever, Musketeers. They're not actually chocolate. So legally, they have to be marketed as a candy bar, as the percentage of cocoa is not high enough for them to legally be a chocolate bar. That's why you call them a candy bar, not a chocolate bar. It doesn't mean that they feel like doing it. It's that you're actually not buying chocolate.
So what is chocolate?
It needs to have a certain
Hershey's?
percentage. I don't even think Hershey's is chocolate. I used to work for a chocolate factory, so I know what I'm talking about.
It's an interesting job. I know Europeans don't think Hershey's is chocolate.
Yeah, there you go, because it really is.
I suppose European chocolate? Maybe like Godiva?
Yeah, that's chocolate.
I think that's chocolate. Okay, well, Afreeca, they're pushing mid, they're pushing bot, and Marin is so scary on this Renekton. Just the threat of him, they're like, okay, you can have it. But also, the Elder Drake that they have, of course.
And the Elder on top of Malefic Visions from Kura is just devastating to deal with. And then you have the ultimate from Kramer that can just melt down everybody with true damage, a huge AoE. He's kind of like the new Sivir with Elder, where everybody gets melted.
So still a pretty close game. We're getting a replay
really
of the
what
turret.
we're looking at? Get out of here. What?
What
Look
a
at the
play
minion
by the
battle.
minions.
Oh, they died at the same time.
What a play.
Items are all stacked out pretty much.
The production is really on point tonight.
Minion Wars. Isn't that's a good game. It could be a game. It's like turret defense.
Sounds like a game. Minion Wars.
There's Baron in 40 seconds, so Afreeca is setting up around that objective. And there are teleports all around, so we're going to get a battle right away. But will this Baron disappear immediately? Will they greed out again? Both teams have done so. All signs point to yes.
It's extremely unlikely that that does happen. I mean, it's already happened twice in a row.
I thought it was extremely unlikely it happens even once.
Yeah. Today is just such a weird day all across the board. Weird picks. Weird stuff that happens. Okay, we got a rush. No, they didn't start it yet.
Mordekaiser walked in.
Trying to engage onto Gorilla, the double knockup. There's the follow-up from Tushin. Prey just poking away, no full engage just yet. But again, Afreeca a little bit out of position on the left side as Longzhu pushes in mid lane. We've seen this before, where teams just get zoned out to one side and have trouble re-engaging.
They gave control of mid lane, and Marin now is basing. He might be looking for a teleport himself.
Looks like he's just going to go right up mid.
Just look at the crazy vision control that Afreeca have on Baron. They have so many wards to teleport to.
There's 10 or more at this point. Or about 10.
Here
okay,
it
there's
is.
the TP from all the way on the left side. Trying to get really into that back line. And
wait, oh, it's
okay, he's going for Cuz. If they can get Cuz, that's huge. Heroic entrance. Doesn't really hit anyone except Kramer. Tushin getting super low as Marin can't get Cuz, and nothing happens.
What world are we playing League in?
Again, this day doesn't make any sense. What day is it? It's just June 25th. Like, this isn't some weird day. This isn't April Fool's Day. What universe are we in,
They
Crumbs?
go for, I think he went for a charm onto the Zolo Kha'Zix. Like, he tried to charm, I think he tried to charm the rest of the team, spread it out onto Kha'Zix, but there's no damage dealers nearby.
Whatever he was trying to do, it didn't work. So, we continue.
Story of my life.
Okay, here we go. We got a rush again, and Marin, the big front line, trying to get that stun onto Cuz. Not sure if he still has that QSS, and Tushin in the front too. There's the lockdown out to Alistair. So many shields, but he doesn't look like he gets 5. Okay, he's gonna try to re-engage there. Big redemption, but down goes Saya. That's a lot of damage out of this fight. And still on the chase here is Khan. Marin trying to go 1v5, but look at that damage out of Mordekaiser!
It's happening again!
It's happening again, and Mordekaiser and the Kha'Zix on the chase. Can they get this kill? There's the QSS trying to go in, the piercing arrow, and down goes Spirit, the ace against the Baron 3 times in a row. Oh, this day doesn't make any sense. Afreeca didn't win game 1? What is this day?
They lose Baron again, instantly. Why would you do this?
They engaged, and that's going to be Longzhu taking game number 1. This was not supposed to happen.
Oh, God.
This is against the script. 46 minutes in.
They won with a gold deficit.
Yeah. 500 gold down. 500. Longzhu win the game. BDD doesn't look all too happy. He had to play Galio, I understand.
What a troll fest.
That damage in that last fight, I want to see that replay from Cod and Cuz up in the north. The second that Kramer got taken out and caught, the fight was
literally
over.
The second they used Nethergrass onto the ulted Alistar, you know it was going to happen again.
Yeah. So there you go, guys. I hope you're enjoying the show, because all teams today are looking to just be as ridiculous as possible in their games.
That was Afreeca game 1. They blew their mojo this early on.
Yeah. Now they're 6-2. Is the curse broken?
Is that all it takes for them to lose the first game, for them to find a way to turn things around? I don't know. What is turning around from this game?
That's a super tilting one. I mean, okay, we're going to get a look at all these replays.
This is the first instance of taking Baron, then committing to a fight right after, which was one of the most disjointed fights we've had all split long.
So much action. So hard to see everything.
Between so much random AoE, you got Voidlings, Visions, the AoEs from so many champions. I'm pretty sure everybody actually has some AoE ability. Oh,
Clean up in the back from Spirit.
just show us all the Barons. There it is. Here's the second one where Afreeca take the Baron, and here comes the engage for no reason. Okay, Marin, just let him go. Okay, Tucson says no. And then they go once again. Here's that initial Nethergrass
Spirit
onto the Stone Plate Galio. It's already done. Look at the backline. They're basing. 2 people are basing, but Kuro's like, I can't. I gotta go.
I need the kill. I need it.
Oh God.
Oh.
This game is so ridiculous. Show us the next one. That's not where it ends. It gets worse. Okay, here's another crazy attempt onto Elder. Look at that. That's the Nethergrass onto Alistar, which is actually a fine use of the ability right then and there, and it did yield them the Elder that time around.
You get a kill. You don't have as much engagement. This is number 3.
It was already done. It was done. You don't need to follow through. A 5-man Galio taunt that you face check, and look at Khan. He's untouched.
Leap after leap after leap after leap.
Screw you, Afreeca. What the hell? What is this? Oh, God. I want to see the Mordekaiser damage. That's definitely the highest one, I feel.
Down 500 gold. Longzhu take game 1.
Gold didn't even matter at this one. Yeah, so 31K to him and 38 to Varus.
Kuro leading the damage. The Zaya from Kramer, it was better early on in the game, but as the game went on, it got less and less impressive.
You need a little more order to make the Zaya work. She's got to get her feathers out there, but if you don't let her show her plumage, what's she good for?
Yeah, you got to let her show off a little bit, that's for sure.
It's like a little peacock. They don't have pretty feathers, just because it's to attract mates, and they just attract a loss to themselves, and now they find themselves at the short end of the stick in game 2.
So guys, there you have it. That was game 1 of Afreeca versus Longzhu. After an 8-minute break, we'll be back with game 2. So we'll see you then. Welcome back to Clown Fiesta 2017. I'm Valdez, with me is Crumbs. Nothing makes sense. We're going into game number 2 of Longzhu versus Afreeca.
Yeah, and if nothing makes sense, does Afreeca lose all they've got in game 2? We don't really know. Game 1 was absolutely bizarre. If you missed it, let's just leave it at this. There was Mordekaiser top. There was... The only safe thing was really BDD. He was playing that Galley into the mid lane, but there was more top, as you can see. Gorilla was playing Alistar, and it was just an all-out bloodbath with no end to the chaos. The biggest highlight, there were 3 Barons, and the team that actually got Baron got aced within seconds of acquiring it. Not even at the pit, they just lost. Like the team that got Baron
in a long fight afterwards that they always committed to. By the way, BDD adding on to his already ridiculous KDA with an 18 KDA in game number 1, 95% kill contribution, and even though he looked really sleepy and bored, I mean, he played a good Galio, so.
Holding down the fort, and it's hard to not be entertained when you have such a chaotic game going in.
So guys, we're getting ready to jump into game number 2. It's been all over the place tonight. It's been a lot of fun to cast, and I hope it was fun to watch too. I would assume it was.
Between Akali, Fiora mid, Mordekaiser, Alistar, Blitzcrank. What else? Like, look, he doesn't even. He's like.
We had Gnar too.
Oh yeah, we had Gnar as well.
That was the first game of the day, and for us, that was like, ooh, oh, that's really interesting. And then, you know, that got forgotten and left in the dust after all that followed.
I believe this could be it. This could be the Afreeca that we need. Just a clash between Longzhu. They'll get some of that energy themselves. And Kuro's all smiles. That looks like good morale.
They're joking around a little bit in the chat.
They're joking around in the game.
Yeah. Everybody was, it seems. Marin played a pretty slick Renekton.
Yeah. He's got that cheat. You know, there's like an underlying tone.
He's like, I'm gonna pick Akali this time, guys. It's time for Akali. No, it's Yorick time. That's what it's really time for. So, game 2, pick and ban. Here we go.
And LeBlanc, make sure that BDD does not get that on red side. Snowball pick, and then Rumble. Again, almost permanently banned against Marin. He's been able to get solo kills on the champion where he shouldn't be. He's been able to carry games like no other. Actually, more like Smeb as well. Onto the Rumble and the Gallia, making sure that BDD does not get that, even though he has a wide champion pool.
The Afreeca coach is trying to force himself to smile. He's like, keep a smile on while you're on camera.
It's like Tom and Jerry when he's trying to go to bed or not fall asleep, puts a clothespins in his eyes to force it. I'm happy.
It's like, I won't be angry after that game. I won't be angry after that game. I won't.
Well, so far the draft looks pretty standard. Just hopefully a Zac ban, but Caitlyn will remain available. So it's between Caitlyn and Zac. Don't forget that pick. Can't forget about Kate.
It's a hard decision.
I think you still ban it. BDD can play into the... Actually, no. Oh, Zac, though. Okay, you leave both
Syndra.
up.
Okay, well, you're leaving one of them up. So if you give the Zac, then you take Caitlyn.
I think you take the Zac because Zac can engage onto the Caitlyn. So at least you have an answer to do so, though. Gragas could be a viable option here as well to prevent against Zac's engage, but Cuz really loves that Kha'Zix. Are those pears? They're little oranges?
I don't really know what that is.
What fruit is that?
It's so non-distinct. It could be anything.
All right, but it is Caitlyn and Kha'Zix, so we do know that. But Afreeca, now they have to select a lot of engage to follow up onto the Caitlyn. And their second rotations, Gragas could work, but they need a lot of damage as well, not just displacement. So
Renekton again, perhaps?
I think a Jarvan would be a little bit more adequate here in this matchup. Renekton, while is a great pick for Marin, denying as much protection as possible would be useful, as Jarvan can serve as a better peel as well. I'm worried about a Tahm Kench coming out of Gorilla here, though. That's what I think can happen. They could lock it in the second rotation, or even a Braum right now. And if they do so, Afreeca would no longer have the option of targeting support, so they lock in their bot lane right away.
Trying to make this Rakan Xayah combination work.
I thought it was fine, to be honest. They actually found a way to get first blood last time around.
Talia. Oh, I don't know. Cassiopeia, perhaps?
I think Talia is a better blind here. You still have Orianna remaining on the pool, so you always have to consider that, where if you were to blind Cassia, you would have to meet Orianna. And it's a pick that has a lot of synergy with Afreeca. You have Slingshot as you're engaged with Zach, and then you can follow up with a crazy wombo. And so if you're also Orianna, she doesn't really defend herself very well against Zach, whereas at least Talia has the shove right away, which is a little bit more valuable in defending yourself than throwing out a shockwave.
Thanking for the fun games.
Hey, look at that. They're you can tell their eyes are all smiles. Who are they thanking? The game gods?
I'm not sure. Everyone involved, perhaps. Wholesome memes all around.
And it's going to be that Braum ban, so Braum Caitlyn don't want to give that lane up, so understandably so. But will they think about Tam Kench as well? It doesn't have a lot of synergy with Longzhu's lineup. It would simply mean that Caitlyn and Kent can somehow take over a game, but when you have Kidnap and when you have how overpowered that can be, it makes you wonder if Kent is really enough to deflect all-out engage from the ultimate weapon.
Oh! The Mordekaiser ban.
What? Okay, look, he's crossing. You're banning Mordekaiser. I'm rage quitting out of this lobby.
Well, you saw the Akali get banned, but that's after it got a penta-kill. The Mordekaiser was cool to see. I think it was pretty solid, but deserving of a ban, I'm not sure. So Alistar coming through.
And Alistar makes a lot of sense here because not only can you protect Caitlyn very well against an all-out engage, but as long as you save your abilities for Zac coming in, you can always just get him out of the way. And so the engage from Zac can be nullified as long as Gorilla stays with the priority targets. And I think we could have foreseen this pick happening because when you see the first 3 picks that Longzhu have, they really lack a tank and a heavy engage, and so Alistar is that perfect combination. He had some sick combos last game, and I expect him to do the exact same, and this comp from Afreeca is already extremely dangerous, as Cassidy is a great pick into everything that Longzhu has so far, and it's a fantastic laner into Talia.
That last
Or
second
Talia.
switch.
Talia, my bad. Talia.
Yeah.
I'm learning 3 languages at once. League, Korean, and programming. That's hard.
The League language. I thought you were fluent, Crumbs. Oh, we got Renekton coming through.
Yeah, that's why the Mordekaiser bans out.
And will it be Fiora?
I think in the madness that has gone so far, you gotta go with the Fiora. It was banned last time around from Afreeca as they wanted to take that Renekton, and they banned it in the second rotation because they didn't want to deal with this matchup come the late game. It will have a great matchup into the Zac, as he can always repost it and get out of the way, but right now it's a bit tougher than it was before as you have Kidnap and your Q to bring her back into the mix. And Cassidy is not that powerful into Fiora as her riposte can diminish both damage abilities right at the same time, and a quick turn in earlier levels can dismantle Cassidy from 100 to 0.
Yeah, and especially against this lineup, you have to be really quick on the draw with that riposte, whether or not it's a Cassidy jumping in, a Kidnap from Spirit, stuff like this. So Khan, I mean, he's shown that he's very mechanically sound. I think he can play a pretty solid Fiora into this lineup.
But what we can expect is insane action happening on the sidelines. You got 2 split pushers, 2 junglers that can collapse from really far away, and 2 mid laners that have basically near globals with the Weaver as well as the teleport from Kuro. And in the late game, Cassidy is going to be able to surprise Khan so often because she spams so many abilities between all her lunges and double auto attacks, and then it makes the split pushing game that much more difficult. But it looks like Longzhu have no intention of going into the late game, as we're going to see on that board a little bit later. It's an ignite from BDD into Cassidy.
Looking for that pressure, and Here's the last lineup of Longzhu. Zach will be played for the 9th time tonight.
Zach?
Yep. At least that's what my stat sheet here says.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought you meant tonight. We've seen 9.
No,
Zach.
not tonight.
Like, what are you?
Not tonight. But overall, on the summer season, he does come out and it's been extremely strong. But then again, the Caitlyn does go over to Longzhu. So a couple of strong picks being traded. And here we go, guys. Jumping into game number 2. I hope it's as fun as game number 1. Let's find out. Afreeca wins. But will they win the game?
Chance aren't everything. So one of the reasons why Cassidy can be so good into these matchups like Talia is because you get away with putting more points into your force pulls. She spams so many abilities to gain control of the lane or even look for an all-in that it gives you charges, lets you not max your null sphere right away, and as such you get control of the wave and your ganks are really effective because your slow goes up.
Oh boy, the knock up here. Will they force summoners out of Cuz? There is the flash. Small trade, but definitely a nice bit of power taken away from Cuz.
Not a big opportunity cost from that one, just the ignite, and now they're gonna go for a 4-man invade onto this. Wow.
Alrighty then. BDD took 3 of them.
Yeah. All right. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
It's like, whoa, I mean, you're really going in for it.
Well, he does hit level 2 sooner, so could be some next level strat to have some pressure into the mid lane.
Already Khan being obnoxious, level 1.
And he knows that Zach is a little bit far behind. He has some time to continue to playing aggressive, and Cuz will route back to the top side as well. But this all in from Afreeca is what we were talking about as the opportunity cost for that flash from Cuz, as there is no longer that ignite. And when you have exhaust from Gorilla, you get that summoner advantage. And look at that. 2 camps at the same time. Not many other junglers can do that.
You gotta slap them together. That is the way of the Zach. Cuz.
Oh, Cuz, no.
This is pretty close. He needs that W. He needs it. There it is. It's still, I think he should get it.
Yeah.
There it is with the Q. Just making things exciting in the jungle.
Everybody wants to see him execute. So mean.
Ooh, Khan still putting pressure. Spirit just clearing everything that he can.
Gonna look for an opportunity into the mid lane as the wave pushes back. He has to linger in here. As long as BDD doesn't completely thin out this wave, though it should bounce back and overextend Kuro.
As this pushes into Marin, he'll definitely gain some more control of this lane. There's so many creeps here. Fiora can't exactly poke under turret.
It looks like mid, he simply chose to continue to push, and he's just going to be looking for those level or CS advantages, as now he sits at double Kuro CS, which I think the Ignite has really put a lot of pressure onto this matchup. Normally you'd see her go with either heal, even barrier into this matchup, and Ignite just means that you have to play so much more carefully in the early game to not fall behind, because if you do, you're in deep trouble into Cassidy. So far he's playing well, and Cuz will be playing around him as he has control of ward, and you can expect that ward to be dropped down into a side that will benefit both solo lanes. When you have Fiora, and there it is, making sure that you see, but
well,
immediately deleted.
Nice job by Spirit to be there just in time, but okay.
We're off to a great start once again.
And BDD with a level 5 roam coming bot. Tushin and Kramer, they have all their summoners. Tushin running away. Can he get that knock up here? Trying to dodge it. Misses Kramer. Does BDD with the seismic shove, and they cannot find a kill.
Wait a minute. That was so disjointed. They chose to not go on the same target, and as such, opens up an opportunity for them to only blow one summoner to get out there. Fancying a dive here. Martin is not level 6. They could use Blob. They could use Blobs and have Kuro teleport to save them, so they can pull this off.
That they can, but the turn dagger goes on to Marin, and Khan will go down. First blood. Does Marin live? No, is the answer. Marin took turn aggro.
What the hell? Okay, well, I guess we have such a great play mapped out in our heads, but they just chose to not do that one. He could have even flashed out right at the end, but we'll take another look right here. He sees the opportunity, so he's trying to surprise Khan with a stun.
They want to make sure they can land the engage from the JAG.
Oh, I think they had so many different opportunities to really pull that one off.
Well, we've seen some bad dives from Afreeca so far today.
So, yeah, Khan doesn't lose much because he teleports back to the wave, but it does give Marin a teleport advantage.
Yeah. Oh. Kuro did use his up and top, and so far the mid lane has not been treating him too well. He's down about 20 CS.
So here's the idea I had in mind. You go in, she riposts your thing, then you stun them, you stun the Fiora. Zac dies to turret aggro. Then you TP with the blobs, or you just TP Kassadin right away, force Fiora back, deny her the entire minute.
Those seem like two reasonable dive opportunities, two plays that they could have gone for, but this is funny. Khan just waving his wand around, saying, don't get near that creep.
Kuro's got to step up his last hitting game. We saw him earlier miss out on that cannon minion. Your job as Kassadin early is literally just a last hit. So 20 CS behind, even though after BDD went for that crazy level 5 gank that only ended up taking Kramer's flash, and now he's far away from completing that Rod of Aegis, or he could choose to go for that GLP, which has been a common build out of some Kassadins, although it does put the emphasis on some mid-game power that he has to make work.
Well, we've only had a couple of kills so far. Taking another look down at bot lane, it looks like Prey and Gorilla are in the lead there, just pushing it in consistently with the Caitlyn. It's the name of the game down here.
Caitlyn, she still has a bit of a CS lead right now, 13 up onto Kramer, which is significant. And now that Khan can easily make his way in the 1v1 top side, then Longzhu have no issues with going with a crazy play bot side here.
Level 7, and Gorilla, he's not 6 yet, but we got 4 members heading down towards bot. And as I say that, Cuz doesn't commit, BDD doesn't use the wall, and Cuz even commits to ulting in. Doesn't get the kill onto the Kassadin, who just jumps away.
I want to see him solo the dragon, so that's what he goes for. They know they're doing blue buff. So now we're going to finally get to see what dragon will come after this, and this should be a really easy solo dragon, and the pace of the game will be, in a way, determined by what dragon comes next. As last time around, we saw these guys give up their entire lives and barons for a 20-minute Ocean Drake.
They'll be happy to secure an easy Cloud Drake here. Waiting to see what the next one is.
Great news. It's an Ocean Drake.
They're trying to recreate the same position as last game.
And they're like, what was it that inspired them last time around? Could it have been the dragons?
Martin going for a bit of a roam as Spirit is nearby too. BDD playing very way off to the right side.
So taking full advantage of the knowledge he has so far, knowing that there's no chance they were in the red quadrant of their jungle, so really hugging that side means that Afreeca dodge out.
Oh boy, look at this, the charm, and try for the knock up onto BDD, forced to flash the wall as Kassadin was in hot pursuit.
That opens up Spirit to go for a gank onto the mid lane. This does offer some breathing room onto Kuro.
Okay, going for the knock up here onto Cuz. trying to pull him back, and that he does, but Kuro not near enough. You can see the collapse by even Gorilla into the mid lane, who is now level 6.
All right, so Kuro is spacing. He'll have some AP once he clears out this wave. Doesn't want to miss out on that cannon minion, even though it's a great minion to base on. Takes a little bit of extra time to clear it out, so I think it's pretty obvious he does want to go for the base on your Kassadin. You make it really obvious that you want to leave that lane as soon as you utilize your Rift Walk to clean minions.
We've seen some trading back and forth between these two guys, but hasn't amounted to much just yet. Both these guys even on CS.
Okay, so he is going to go for that Roa, which I like better than the GLP because this early game isn't going that excitingly for any of these teams. Making sure that he has the Roa will secure a stronger late game, and late game is what Afreeca is going to need in this game if they are to win this one and take us against 3.
Never-ending push in bot lane, and you could see the CS gap is beginning to really widen, not just in mid, but also in bot. 21 CS ahead now is the Caitlyn, not to mention all the extra creeps that Alistair gives money over to Caitlyn with. CS that he's gotten.
They gave up Caitlyn for Zach, so now it's time to make Zach work, and mid lane is the place to do so. You've got double summoners on Kassadin and Zach. If they establish a good line of vision, they should be able to kill BDD with no problem. He's been playing quite
He has
safe.
no flash either.
Yeah.
You know, it's the easiest thing to set up if you can land it.
He's kind of tanky with early Merc, so I like that build. But he's just being so respectful, and the vision from Afreeca is not very good in allowing Spirit to get into the mid.
So he's spotted out at every turn. And BDD is not even near the mid lane right now. He's clearing this ward. But here comes Zach. And he attacks the Rift Herald.
Oh, almost.
Okay, Marin over here. He's forced to flash onto BDD, who does take a bit of burst damage, but it gets away. Forces the flash out of Kuro. Now Marin's going to eat it from the Fiora, but banging those heads together and the kidnap. He's going to get that extra kill onto Cuz. And now Khan desperately trying to get away. Does feed the double kill to Kuro.
And there it goes. It's that early game power. You've got Renekton and Zach. Their base values are huge. And then Kassadin, who's so strong right now. He just completed his roar and just found himself 5 stacks on that Dark Seal. 2 kills going his way. They make great use of their abilities at the time. And this is the snowball that Afreeca was looking for. It came at the cost of Longzhu looking for something fancy. It was BDD clearing that control ward. Getting out of mid lane without summoners. We'll take another look right here. He starts that Dragon, but Herald, but Marin's already here, and he has no problem tanking out early on, and the Merc treads keep him alive, but he just does so much burst in combination with Marin, and here's just the power of Zach. The kidnap away from Kuro, buying him time to get those cooldowns back, and now this is the Kassadin that is a huge threat.
Yeah, and it was all for that one control ward that started it off. I mean, I feel like BDD didn't respect the rotation in. And okay, they're going to go onto this. Oh, Gorilla coming from bot lane, trying to make this a reality, but Kuro on the Kassadin survives and will keep those stacks.
And there is one reason why he lives, and it's called Ninja Tabi. That's what he's gone as his build. Against Caitlyn, it's really powerful. Then you're also against Fiora, who will be autoing you like crazy. So he finds a way to get some great itemization and survives a gank that blows a summoner out of Gorilla.
Yeah, they really wanted to make sure they could try to take those stacks off or just even get a kill onto this Kassadin before he truly takes off in a way they can't handle. But Afreeca in a really nice spot after surviving that play.
Oh, and that Kassadin is going to be a nightmare for Prey to deal with when you combine it with Zach as well. If Tucson finds a charm onto Caitlyn, gets followed up by the immense distance that the 3 topside champions of Afreeca, then he's just going to get deleted.
Okay, trade down here. Tucson getting extremely low. See that net. And just going to go ace in the hole to push him back even farther. And it's not looking too good for Afreeca in the bot lane, just losing trades even after getting that Essence Reaver onto Kramer. And the Prey Gorilla combo is still winning with Caitlyn this far ahead.
It's just the Caitlyn show. That's all there is to say for that lane. The Gorilla can afford to roam, burn his summoners, but Caitlyn's strength makes for more than one person in the bottom lane. Here's the TP though.
TP from behind, and uh-oh, will they do it again for this Ocean Drake? Cuz on the run, big knockup from Tushin. Prey on the run, Cuz trying to get jumped on the left side. We can't get all of this in the vision. BDD extremely low, and Kramer trying to get in there, but the Weaver's Wall is used to bring BDD to safety. Prey does recall before they can stop it. It looks like the Ocean Drake did go over to Longzhu.
Mission impossible there for Longzhu. They find a way to get the dragon and get out. Spirit flashed in to try to get a steal. He does not find it, and now the Ripped Herald being used onto the mid lane. Caitlyn is going to be covering it. They do, however, get a lot of summoners, so they have some opportunities in the next upcoming battles. And mid lane turret will be going to Afreeca.
Yeah, there it is. All that gold onto the 2-0-2 Kassadin with 6 stacks.
And here's the engage. It was Spirit flashed in, and while we see the 3-man attempt onto the backline of Longzhu, in the meantime, it was Zach and Kassadin taking down Kha'Zix, but Prey with a great recall and BDD with a fantastic angle there, making sure that he doesn't get tagged by any of Marin's spells.
They make it work. The Longzhu's beloved Ocean Drake. They get it again.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Next one is an Ocean Drake again, so we should be seeing more action from Longzhu.
Thing is, we don't need crazy dragons for this series. The games are all the hype we need.
Well, would definitely agree. You can see the Banshee's Veil now picked up on BDD, so he's even harder to take down on this Talia. He was part of the reason they could pick up that kill onto Tushin, who just went a little bit too deep. Didn't have enough damage to follow up and take out BDD in the fight.
And Afreeca has yet to implement their 1-3-1 with Kassadin in the side lanes, as well as Marin in the opposite side lane, and then Kramer and Tushin in the mid lane. They are worried about leaving the bottom lane. There's so much pressure coming out from the Caitlyn now that she has that static shift, pushing relentlessly, and Kura's fine farming into the mid lane. So it appears that they just have no qualms going into the late game with the picks that they have. And this time around, I would agree so, as Kassadin's late game is absolutely insane.
The rotation coming on in. We saw that assistance ping from the side of Afreeca. Gonna hop the wall. And he has not been seen yet. Well, looks like now he was seen. Especially that he's trying to kill that ward.
He's pretty slippery, but will not make it easy to get dove.
Yeah, so they're looking for picks. They're looking for plays with the Kassadin. Good response by Longzhu to not go too far forward and spot that out.
I think the play should be with Zach. I feel like they're not utilizing the power of the combination that they have between Zach and Kassadin. And while BDD does have some really serious magic resist this early on, they can find a way to make it work. Here's an engage onto Cuz.
He is spotted, but Cuz thinks it's only Kuro, and oh, he will be able to dodge there with that ultimate. Big knockup and charm from Tushin. Cuz trying to flash away. He's extremely low. The Ignite is ticking, but he stays alive. And now Tushin being chunked down here from BDD. Does take him out, and Spirit forced to hop away. Weaver's Wall coming in. Doesn't trap anyone as they look for more. Now Kramer on the run. And Kuro forced to hop the wall. Khan looking for more. Still on the chase for Kramer in the bot lane. Looks like that eventually did finish. They can't pick off anyone else.
So close to taking out Cuz with that Ignite. However, the heals and red buff was just too much for him. Or wasn't enough to take him down. But now Longzhu, they're perfectly fine with this pace. Now that Caitlyn got to get some free time into the bottom lane. And here's the engage again. Spirit will end up missing his elastic slingshot from a good use of Cuz's ultimate. And Tushin, while he finds a way to get the charm, there's just not enough damage right at the end. The feathers from Kramer just barely hit him, and at this point, it's already too late. They have to disengage. And take a look at Khan. He just roamed from the top side and made his way bottom. And that's one of the signature moves about Korean League of Legends. Just as soon as action happens on any part of the map, everybody else that's not there shifts movement towards that side, no matter how far they are. If they can assist in any way or have a chance of maybe even cleaning up the fight, they will do so. And one of the trademarks of teamwork over here.
Yeah, you see it all the time. It's just really important, especially if the fights last super long. If you get one, maybe two more minion waves, it's not going to be worth it compared to the amount of value you can get by coming into a team fight late and cleaning up.
Exactly, especially with the champions that they have all around. Kha'Zix, Fiora. Great cleanup picks.
Top lane still even. Almost exactly. Marin with a very slight lead. And Prey really the scary one as it goes later and later. We're only 21 minutes in, but give him a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, his Infinity Edge isn't quite ready yet, but he still has access to those headshot crits that will be the primary source of his damage at this level. But the Ocean Dragon that just spawned indicates that we're going to have some action sometime in the near future, with Kura continuing to make attempts onto the top side, but Khan is clearly looking at the mid lane quite often, as anytime that Kuro does leave that lane, he ends up retreating intelligently and using his abilities less liberally to make sure that he always is capable of defending himself if a gank were to come his way.
Spirit getting a bit tankier with the Dead Man's Plate. It's, you know, one of these items that does exactly what we were talking about before, letting you get in position and join team fights. Just get in position, in Zach's case, to start team fights. And it looks like Longzhu just going to give this one up. They've learned from the last two they've fought.
No need for it, and we're going to get a real ocean breeze with this one, as the next dragon is going to be a Cloud Dragon. That does make Kassadin's movement a little bit faster. And he does get that regen, which he actually does benefit from it quite a bit when you're dealing with high mana, high stacks on your Rift Walk.
Yeah. You're talking about Ocean Breeze. The rainy season is coming here in Korea. Crumbs, have you experienced that yet?
Yeah, I got rained on. I had to buy an umbrella. I bought it for $1.
Was that today?
No, that was like 2 days after I got in. I got my umbrella, even though I didn't need it. But yesterday I just walked out in the rain. I didn't really care too much, even though people here completely detest the rain.
Because of the acid rain, they're really scared that they'll go bald. That's the theory, at least. But I'm talking about monsoon season, like where crazy high winds and rain every day for like 10 days in a row.
That's happening?
Yeah, that happens here, Crumbs.
Has it happened, or is it gonna happen?
It hasn't happened yet. It's coming.
Can you give me a date? Do I have to be here?
It changes it. Yes, you do. No solo casts yet. But yeah, I think it should be at the end of this month or beginning of next one. Oh, we're already at the end of June. What am I kidding?
Oh, God.
Maybe like somewhere halfway through July. It changes every year.
You really just killed my vibe with that statement. I thought I was told it was going to rain like 4 times while I was here.
Someone forgot to tell you about monsoon season. Okay, engage onto Tushin. It just pops back. Kramer looking to poke down that turret. Gets extremely low, but can't get it just yet. Korean commentators love when the turrets barely survive.
Just living by the edge. Zach was fancying going for a dive on the wraparound, but he will get spotted, so I think they're okay with that turret being low enough, and they're not going to commit for it. It's a dangerous pre-position to get that close to Alistar Caitlyn.
It feels weird that we're almost 25 minutes into the game and both top laners are still just pushing top against each other. They're still laning. The Ocean Drakes aren't bad in that case.
They're basically playing with enough reservation that could have applied for game 1 and game 2. That's what this game is now.
We're getting another look here in bot. Maybe someday they can take out this turret. Although against the static Shiv Caitlyn, it's going to be a bit harder.
Those trap lines just make it so difficult to step up, because you got to remember, Braum or Alistar is unlike a lot of other CC champions, as he can actually punch you into turrets or into Caitlyn traps, and you just can't account for that kind of damage. You step up, a flash pulverize headbutt into a Caitlyn trap means that you're at least guaranteed 2 headshots with the 90 caliber net as well as the trap, so really dangerous to do that.
Okay, so they finally take out the turret as the bot lane of Longzhu just backs.
Oh, that's cute. I've never actually seen them base together like that.
Who's Aya and Rakan?
They're like holding each other.
Yeah, you've never seen that?
No.
I'm pretty sure we cast a game where these two were in the same game and they did that.
They fed. They're just feeding.
They weren't happily in love. Too busy dying.
Oh no, it was definitely a divorce. There's a butterfly.
Look at that butterfly. What?
What's going on?
I don't think. What? There are butterflies on the rift? It just disappeared.
You know, there was like a big moth earlier in
yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that was going to actually start sprinkling on me.
What?
Yeah. You know, moth dust?
Yeah,
it's like
there's moth dust?
It makes your eyes itchy.
Really?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, it's like their defense mechanism.
Oh. Defense against humans or just anything?
No, it's just like I get whatever thing eats moth. Birds, I guess.
Maybe. Ducks.
Ducks? Where are you getting your intel from? I actually don't know if they eat ducks, or if ducks eat moth.
Maybe they do. I don't know. Some guy out there is a moth expert. He's going to let us know on Twitter. We always get those tweets. Okay, hold that thought. Trying to go onto Cuz. Nice slow here. Uses the second charge of his ult and gets away.
He's got plenty of magic resistance himself between those Merc Treads and what appears to be I'm going to guess a Hex Drinker. Yes, that's going to be a Hex Drinker coming out of him. The Phage and Kindle Gem will be going into a Black Cleaver for him, benefiting both Kate and Fiora. And then the extra magic resistance from that Hex Drinker will allow him to survive a crazy late game Cassidon burst.
Kramer getting Alistar comboed. Alistar himself will eat the root from Kramer. Just a bit of trading back and forth. Seems Gorilla was forced to pop his ult.
Oh, here we go. This could be the beginning of the end. Renekton needs to bait Khan to go in here. There's a good ward from him to see any possible flank or gank attempt. He's not taking any bait. He's playing so cautiously here. Just really good stuff. Oh, there it is.
Okay, there it is, and does not block that with the riposte. And here's Kuro. Good luck, Khan. Okay, they've got BDD coming on in. Will save his life. Quick reaction from the side of Longzhu and BDD to save his teammate.
That's that side lane action we wanted to see, that we expected to happen from the draft. However, BDD's on point. Throws that Weaver as well, and as soon as the wall ends up being registers on the floor, you know they have to disengage. They're not going to commit further for that. Getting a flash opens them up to make that play happen once more, and if they can succeed and have a better setup around Baron, that means that that pick can lead them into a major objective, whereas the pick there would have likely not resulted in anything. And Cloud Dragon at this stage might as well be nothing.
Yeah, it'll help Kuro get around the map, I suppose, as you were talking about. Lets them get into position a little bit better, but definitely not nearly as important as some of the other ones. We got a Mountain Drake to finish.
Ooh, that one's going to be highly contested, as it benefits Afreeca a lot. They don't have any strength at killing out Baron, and if they can get their hands onto that one, ooh, Khan is in trouble maybe. Good ward. We're just looking for action, grasping at straws here.
The engage onto the Alistar won't be the beginning of this action.
Great move there from Kuro, choosing not to engage onto Prey. So many times would we have seen the Cassidon go in there, try to get some free damage, and end up getting bopped right away. But if he had a Zhonya's, which is the item that he's going for next, he will be able to look for that engage and get a fight started, which is one of the main benefits out of a late game Cassidon with a Zhonya's build.
This is a weird position for both these teams. Marin and Spirit up front. Khan always threatening from the side and goes in onto 3 members, but nice riposte to keep him up. Kuro going in for the kill, won't be enough. Cuz looking for the collapse on the Kuro, but gets a huge knock up there. Deucin looking to end this one. Big kidnap onto Gorilla, but it's Alistair into your team. Afreeca just trying to run away from here. Ace in the hole. They're going to line up for that one, and no kill only Cuz gets taken out.
And that's that Zhonya's coming in hot from Kuro. Chewing gum, you know what's up. It's so easy to do. Cuz ends up overextending, thinking he can get that kill, but the Zhonya's is used right at the great time, survives that final Q, and now that's a Kassadin that has even more stacks on his Dark. Wait a minute, he sold the Dark Seal.
He had so many stacks, though.
Oh, here we go. As soon as riposte comes out, they know they can follow through, and normally you would see a Zhonya's get used right there, but you got to give enough respect to Gorilla to use that combo as soon as the Zhonya's comes out. So wisely, he flashes first, and then the kidnap comes out, but you're not going to follow through on an ulted Kassadin without Kramer being there. And as such, disengage comes out, and a free kill is good enough for them.
Yeah, sometimes it's the little things when it comes to the highest level of League of Legends, like exactly when you use that Zhonya's, or even the late Solari from Tushin.
Basically, the rule is this: if you are in a position where you think you're in danger, pretty much like 90% of the time, it's better for you to flash first, then use your movement ability. Reminds me of earlier when it was Fnatic against Mysterious Monkeys, and it was Tristana against Thresh. Tristana using Rocket Jump first, and then Thresh gets a Flash Flay, cancel it out. Had it been Flash first into Rocket Jump, could have escaped.
Use your Flash, guys. Don't save it. So we got one more kill. I think that was the first kill we've had for about 10 minutes. These guys are really trying to keep us awake in this one.
Well, from what they did in Game 1, it's definitely carrying on into Game 2, but the game has been so fickle. You have Prey, who you know is going to be a late game threat. Then you have Kuro, who's doing the same as well, but unlike Prey, that is perfectly okay farming.
Okay, we're going to get a kidnap onto Alistair, but again, it's Alistair, so...
Yeah, they get the ult, but it's a short cooldown. And unlike Prey, who's perfectly okay farming, here's Khan. There's no Weaver as well to help him out.
Okay, hiding in the brush is the big alligator. Can Khan get away? The answer is no. And they finally pick up the kill they were looking for so long.
That's the danger of that last pick Fiora when you've already seen the cast.
Oh boy, the flash comes out from Cuz, but not from Prey. And Prey will eat it there from the Zag. Being a little bit too far forward, not respecting that. The flash in from Marin, they're looking for a second kill. There it is, double kill over to Kramer on the Xayah, and they're looking for that Baron.
And that's definitely going to be the Baron. There's nothing anybody can do to stop this one from going down. They're not even going to bother to move around. And this is the power of Zach. You don't have enough vision to account for every single angle that he can come from. The ward was already there, allows Marin and Kura to TP, and it's a great decision that Afreeca made early in the draft. We'll trade Zach for Caitlyn. Give us the answer to engaging onto this pick, and we'll gladly let you have a late game static hyper carry.
I like this. Afreeca, they know the death timers are high enough. They can easily go from Baron straight into another objective. You see Kuro alone in mid lane, pushes tier 2 mid, and then they just go top and take out tier 2 top. That's so much gold onto all of them. You can see that in the bottom left that they're about to spend up.
And the curse is breaking. This is the Afreeca Game 1 that we're thinking, but it's actually Game 2. And here's the engage. A great hit onto Prey. Takes him out immediately, and by the time the teleports come through, the fight's already won. It's a double TP, and they go so hard for Cuz because if you actually can take down the jungler, the Baron becomes unstealable, and that's what they got.
Unless you're Samsung, and you let them set it up perfectly, and you back off.
Unless you're Samsung.
Although they did have the smite in that one, so got to be fair. So with the Baron going over to Afreeca, it was getting a little bit dull for a while, but now they've got the ball rolling, and Spirit on the left side, he says, I dare you to try to defend this. I just dare you to get close.
It's the ZAG threat. Fiora gets a split push on the side, so Longzhu have to stall out the wave as long as possible. If they buy time for Khan, they might be able to do something, but here he is. He's going to be dealing with Marin. Not strong enough to go for a 100-0 dive by any means.
I mean, you see Randuin's and Gargoyle Stone Plate and Chain Vest and Ninja Tabby.
Yeah.
Good luck, Fiora.
She's going to need a BT if she actually wants to threaten that.
She made a completed Maw. And I suppose that's the deal with the ZAG Kassadin, but in the split push against Renekton, I feel like, as you were saying, maybe some more life steal would have been good.
So I think she's actually going for a last whisper here with that pickaxe. Makes sense as well. Not going to have that crazy amount of life steal, but it will allow her to deal more damage when a team fight is to happen, and it does suit the theme of going with a Maw of Malmortius, because if Kassadin at this stage jumps you, you're still dead anyways, as he now has a death hit. Here's a crazy burst.
There it is, down to half health. Maw is already popped. He might be able to kill him by himself. Good riposte into the flash, but you can't get away from this Kassadin, and he's so fed.
So nasty, so much damage coming out of that death cap Kassadin. 4-0-4 with 80% kill participation. That's why you struggle so much with split pushers when you have champions that can answer so well. And it's never going to be a fair 1v1 when you have Kassadin in the mix.
And so Afreeca, they are pushing this one in after getting that big pick. And they're taking it pretty slow. They're not looking to dive any turrets. Bottom inhibitor still alive. They haven't rotated down there just yet. Kuro actually ate a bit of damage up in the top lane, probably from Prey. There's the engage and that dive coming on in, and a big knockup from Gorilla onto two members. But look at that, the charm and the ZAG knocking heads together. Longzhu just desperately trying to engage, but it's not going to work out. BDD taken down, and there's the ace, and that should be game number 2 to Afreeca.
That's all it takes. ZAG, Kassadin, Rakan, so many answers to Caitlyn. Longzhu took the bait. They went with the draft, but as soon as those kills went early on to Kassadin, it was already too late. And a perfect ace is going to come out for Afreeca, and we're going to game 3.
There it is.
Actually broke the curse.
It's happened to Afreeca. They force a game 3. And we are going deep into the night to find out who's going to be the final victor of this game 3 series.
Well, it looks like ZAG is still broken.
It was, I suppose it was just too scary for Longzhu to leave that Caitlyn up.
Obvious statements for 1,000, Alex. Teprity.
Yeah. Don't leave the ZAG open.
Well, they thought they got a good trade, but they didn't account for the Kassadin pick. Had there been no Kassadin, this could have been a little bit better, but the draft from Afreeca was tailored for this specific moment, and you see how BDD has to respond. He has to flash out. Even though that slingshot was likely not to hit, if Q comes out, he's going to have to flash anyways.
Yeah, we'll probably get a look at that replay. Look at the,
hearts.
Hearts from Spirit saying, yeah, I'm a pretty good ZAG player, just like everybody else who touches him.
Except Mighty Bear.
Yeah, except that guy. We haven't seen him since. No, we have. But Longzhu gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I think first point is don't let them have ZAG. And again, this fight definitely started things in favor of Afreeca. Got Kuro on that Kassadin off to a fantastic start.
Getting an experience for 3 kills going his way with the Dark Seal early on, and he was struggling in lane before this, and after this happened, it was never the same. Here's another one where he's gonna have a great use of his abilities there. He's gonna Zhonya's the engage from Gorilla. Then Rift walks once again out with the last bit of his mana, so they were actually able to clean out the Kazakhs and disengage properly, all without Kramer. Look at the damage from Cass onto Caitlyn. Just obliterated.
You just can't get close to the ZAG.
Or Rakan.
Yeah.
Or Kassadin.
Or Kassadin. Or
Renekton.
Yeah. So that was game number 2. It wasn't as Clown Fiesta-ish as game number 1, but still a pretty fun one at that. I think it came down to the draft. Guys, looks like we're going to go into the break right now. When we come back, the final game of the night, game 3 of Longzhu versus Afreeca. We are back here at the Nexon Arena for the final game of Longzhu versus Afreeca. We're going to game 3, guys. And it's been back and forth. The first game was crazy. It was all over the place. The second game was a long, drawn-out one that Afreeca eventually won.
And the MVP is going to be Kuro with Cassidy. Ever since this battle, there was no looking back for this champion. When your Cassidy gets a snowball, and not only that, but gets a snowball on the most important members of the Longzhu's early comp, especially for the split pushing, Cassidy can just take over, and he did just that. Well, there was a bit of a lull. They looked for good opportunities, and mechanically, he was sound. Good build as well. The Ninja Tabis did save him a little bit earlier. We're not going to get to see it, but he escaped.
His best play, yeah, arguably. They don't show it to us.
Well, we get teased that way.
Yeah.
It
Maybe
makes
we'll
you
get
want
to see
it
more Cassidy, though I don't know. We're going to be on red side this time. We're taking a look at the result. And, yeah, I mean, Afreeca, they were really far ahead. And, again, the Cassidy got fed early and did that.
And the story
but
the story for this game is just not so much about the damage. While Cassidy does have a lot of damage, they just had no way of dealing with the heavy engage. That is Zach as well. A combination that actually the first time around that Zach went through in this summer season was when BBQ let Longzhu have it. And they played this exact same combination of Zach and Cassidy against Talia. And they completely rolled it over. And that's what happened this time around as well.
So I would have to think, going back to blue side for Longzhu, that they have a better sense of what to ban out here. They won't be forced into that weird situation where, you know, do you give them Zach or do you give them Caitlyn, or do you leave them both open so that we can get one and get the worst end of the stick?
Yeah, so they got pigeonholed into that decision, and the draft was immaculate for Afreeca into that. But this time around, there's so much to consider. In the result, we barely got to see it, but that was not a bug. That was a Mordekaiser banned in Game 2, which came as a result of Mordekaiser being selected into the Renekton from Khan, and they actually ended up winning that game. Now, what we take away from that game, not a whole lot, as it was all over the place, but it still means that the power of Mordekaiser is something that is untapped so far, but the answer seems to be, so far, into Renekton only.
I mean, there's a chance that we see it again. I think it's pretty low, but I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Renekton from Arn, and if it's left open, Khan looked pretty comfortable on it in Game 1. I don't see really why not, unless it was just a sneak pick for one game. But let's take a look at the final 2 bans. Already Zach is gone.
You've got Caitlyn and Galio, and Zaya will be denied once more. So now do they leave both up again? So tough choice for Afreeca this time around, except Zach is not in the pool. It's easier to give up to leave both Caitlyn and Zach before, but Galio has a harder time engaging onto the Caitlyn. So I think you leave the Galio up and ban out Caitlyn here.
Yeah, there it is. The ban out, and we might just see BDD on Galio once again.
So they get Galio, and then Afreeca gets to get probably Kazakh's Ashe as a response into this. Kramer's signature AD carry, and you give a Spirit that Kazakh deny it as well from Kaz. Don't let them have that sick combination. Force them into maybe a less scary individual threat. Come on, lock it. It's going to be, you got to deny Perez Ashe. Not going to give up that comfort, no. Okay, take the, come on, you got to take that Ashe.
Well, I like the Gragas, but they're still thinking about the second pick, I think, here. As down to the wire, they're trying to buy as much time as possible before making this pick.
They're worried about the possibility of giving away the Galio Gragas into a hyper carry situation where they don't have enough engage. So I can respect that choice as well, but I definitely would not give up the Ashe, and so they'll be smart and take it away themselves. And now they'll have a lot more engage tools, and as expected, Kazakhs will be the answer from Longzhu. What combination will they fancy here? They can lock away their AD carry right away, but I don't think they'll get a lot of value from that one. So I expect something else, and yep, never mind. Just Varus right away. Super simple, standard stuff all around.
They don't want it to get it banned away, especially with already 2 ADC bans. Want to make sure they can lock in something that's competitive against that Ashe. Last pick here for Afreeca before the second ban phase. 8 seconds left.
Spirit wasn't shy about playing that Gragas jungle, so taking away the Renekton early on, and now they're gonna... He's laughing about the Mordekaiser again, so you can expect Afreeca to actually ban Mord this time around. Really, it makes sense as Gorilla can play Alistar once again, and it would synergize well with the comp that Longzhu have so far. So here it is, Mordekaiser ban.
You're on fire today, Crumbs.
Wow.
Calling them left and right. What's going on?
Should have been a baseball umpire.
What?
You know, because he makes calls left and right.
Yeah, but I was expecting you to say like, I should buy the lotto more often, or
oh, no, that's
I should be a fortune teller or a prophet, or something like that.
In a pick like the least interesting position in a dying game.
Well,
answers to Malzahar to Gallia banned away. So what does Kuro have in his pool now? Into Victor, probably into Gallia, probably Victor, to be honest.
yeah, they do have that left available. There is also still Talia, Orianna, these picks that have been across the board.
Whoa.
Okay, well.
All right. It still has great synergy with the comp that Afreeca have. However, they don't have an opportunity to really kill BDD. So now they're going to have to really play around the side lanes if they want to make this Kassadin work. Last time around, it took a bit too long, and Longzhu now have an opportunity to go with a really strong top lane champion into Renekton. You don't have that many options this time around, especially considering that you're dealing with a Kassadin as well. So maybe we get to see another wonky pick come out today. Could be just Kled or Jarvan.
That would make sense.
But what has made sense?
Just going to leave that there. Jace. They already have a decent front line.
Wait a minute. So this could get crazy because if that Jace gets locked in, Jace is the hardest counter for Kassadin.
Well, it's locked in, so
it could be even a Galio top as a response to Renekton and then putting more emphasis onto the Kassadin. It's unlikely, but it's a possibility we have to consider.
we joke about how Galio's not really a flex pick anymore, and essentially he's not. He's been locked into the mid lane most of the time, but in certain situations like this, maybe? It's definitely an option for them.
Definitely so, but it will work in the top side as well if they choose to just put Galio top. And yep, it is just going to be Jace into the Renekton matchup. So as long as they have sight of Gragas, he should be fine, especially with the range advantage that he's going to have on the Crocodile. But Afreeca have such a global comp on their hands so far. You've got Abyssal Voyage, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the distance that Gragas can cover in the engage, as well as Kuro's ability to roam effortlessly on this pick.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of presence around the map. The Jace-Varus combination just reminds me of the beginning of spring with lethality and all the poke damage that would come out, but not the case.
It's just really, it's curious how Longzhu chose to go with Jace into the top lane, a champion that typically you see trying to split push at times when the split push failed so miserably last time they played against Kassadin. And now they have Tahm Kench to add to that. He's going to have to change his game plan and group up with the team, which will work great. Granted, you can go a 5-man here, but the thing is, they are almost all physical damage. So the later this game goes, the more Afreeca will benefit, and I get a feeling this could be Afreeca's break of the curse. They have finally, perhaps, brought it back in Game 2 and 3.
Could happen. Maybe looking for more consistency. Have they found it here? I was liking Longzhu's chances coming into Game 3, but after the draft, as we talked about, I think Afreeca could be taking this one down. But still, we have to go through the game. And speaking of the game, it's all loaded up. Everybody's on the rift. So come join us as we jump into game number 3. Well, there you have it.
The hero for Longzhu here. It's going to have to be Gorilla. With Lantern and Okaz can get slammed level 1, but not going to happen. They will just lose that ward.
A victory. But, ooh, Khan.
The damage charts have already been topped.
Yeah. The only one. Kassadin has the most farm in the game right now.
But going back on Gorilla, he has tools to disengage from Gragas, disengage from Kassadin, save people from Arrow, even get them out of a sticky situation with Abyssal Voyage. So we have seen him have impeccable games on this Thresh before, and if he can do it again, we might get ourselves a highly competitive match as we're looking at Longzhu contesting the Raptor camp once again.
Looking for a Q onto one Little Raptor, a little bit early on that one. So Cuz is going to pick up all of that. Meanwhile, Spirit just starting the blue buff. Khan looking to get frisky here with Marin.
A little bit of cheeky harass there. We'll get spotted out at the red buff, however, so the map will be split. And I love this move from Longzhu. This means that now Khan gets to play as aggressively as he wants in this top side of the map. And they have Thresh in the bottom lane to disengage from any action that will happen early. And you can maybe expect level 2 Gorilla to actually skill up Lantern to avoid any possibility of a gank going on in this side of the map. So this does play to the strength that they chose in the draft. And it allows Khan to be this aggressive for a long time, as now you see BDD finding out where Spirit is and buys even more time for Khan to have perfect knowledge for the path that Spirit is going to take.
Not a single creep just yet for Marin. He's just been sitting in range, getting the XP. Failed death sentence from Gorilla after hitting level 2. Means that nothing will happen. You were talking about the veteran play from some of these supports. Gorilla and also Mata known on the Thresh to come in and even roam towards mid lane and look to set something up. So if there were a chance to put pressure bot lane, if they could push that in before Kassadin hits level 6, I know it's unlikely, but it would be a nice play to set up.
Yeah, they have kill pressure if Kha'Zix is to be there. So definitely something to keep in mind if Gorilla chooses to do so. However, Ashe, her volley makes it quite difficult to answer back, as Varus typically requires more mana to shoving the wave back. That's why you see him paired so often with these heavy push supports as well that can allow him to get full control of a lane.
So far it's very even. You can see that Kramer and Tushin haven't been able to hard shove that in just yet.
Save for top side. Still a big CS advantage and pressure for Khan as Marin under tower and no potions available, but Cuz making his moves into this top side, making sure that they can at least have an idea for what Spirit is going to try to do. And as long as Khan can continue to play this way, an advantage will grow topside that eventually will mean an item spike, and that's what you really want to be looking for. He's an attempt on the mid.
Will the flash come in? Good flash from Kuro early, but again, Longzhu didn't really have to commit to anything to force that flash out.
Love when that happens. Preemptive flashes, you know the danger that you're going to face, and more importantly, if he were to even not die, it will just burn his teleport right away. So the chunking makes a difference no matter what happens. So burning the flash right away puts him in a safer. Whoa, what?
Okay, BDD, he wanted to get that flash taunt, and he actually misses it. It was really close. Had he landed it, perhaps they could get that kill onto Kuro, but just a millimeter away.
Maybe.
Kuro squeaks away.
You gotta remember that there's still body slam available for Spirit to force a disengage out of that. So really ambitious play there, and it could have likely just been saved for later, where you just have an easy access into mid lane with just charging up that taunt, going for the flash, and there would have been no response from Kuro and 100% guarantee on the play. So instead of going for the guaranteed play, they try to go for a higher risk, and it fails.
Yeah, BDD, he's getting a bit tired on this Galio. He wants some glory, you know? Doesn't want to just sit back and go 2-1-16 again.
It does help his incredible KDA so far. I believe it was a little under 12 before this game or series.
for the series, yeah, because the Talia KDA in game 2 really is not going to help.
The ward just expired, actually, so Khan unaware that Gragas is here. Oh, this is great timing.
Okay, coming in is Spirit, and Marin able to land that stun into the body slam. Easy peasy. Khan even flashing away. And the knockback, a teleport coming in from BDD. They're really trying to punish this first blood over to Spirit. And the teleport canceled.
He used his own TP as panic. He panic TP'd.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the...
He panic
Whoa.
TP'd. I thought it was Gallia first, but he panic TP'd.
Wow.
Oh, God. That's bad.
Yeah, that was very uncon-like. Who, before this, you know, under pressure was really performing, but got caught out.
It's because of the timing, right? The ward just died. Thank you very much. But the timing was so unexpected. The ward had just died, so they must have felt so safe in that lane that seeing Gragas right away was so surprising. And here comes once again, oh boy.
The repeat embarrassment. Sorry, God.
That TP. Get me out of here.
And then the flash after.
Yeah, so a good attempt to try to buy some time, but as soon as Marin hits level 6, he knows he has to cancel that one. Otherwise, he would have been fodder as well. But now the swap has come in. Oh, actually, how disappointed. We thought it was going to be a full-on swap for Galio into Renekton and Jace into Kassadin, but instead, it's simply covering each other's lanes. So Jace will return to the top set, and this matchup was just so good for Jace. I'm really surprised they are not opting into this one. They want to make the most out of Galio, but Cuz hasn't been invading like crazy to really make it work.
Maybe they're just really scared about the Renekton for Marin. I mean, we saw what the Kassadin can do when you get it ahead, but if you just play safe and don't allow him to get any kills, and you also shut down the Renekton in a way, maybe that's what they're looking for.
But the thing is, Kassadin, sure, getting kills is huge, but farming evenly and having not awful pressure into the mid lane is a good enough victory for him. Getting kills is basically a death sentence, but farming away and maintaining yourself even is the dream for this pick, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's even in CS, he's on a good path to an early Road of Ages. He only needs a couple more 100 gold to finish that item, and he's going to have a teleport right back up so he can get that item finished a little bit sooner rather than later, and that's going to put him in a great position to keep bullying Khan, who currently has no flash. So as long as Kura gets control of mid lane with this blue buff, he can roam topside, as we have seen him attempt to roam before, and completely put Khan in the dumpster.
So we got Cuz with the red buff, and he spots Spirit trying to steal this blue. Thankfully, Spirit puts down his own ward, sees Cuz coming in. Again, that red buff slow. Looking to contest this blue and perhaps force a smite out of Cuz, but you can see all three members of Afreeca have collapsed first, and they're going for this. The heroic entrance, will it keep him alive? Cuz is actually turning back, and here comes Marin, big taunt. Gonna save Cuz's life for now, and that damage from the base damage of Galio coming in. Finally, Khan makes his way, and here's Gorilla from the bot lane, but the Abyssal Voyage, and everybody's trying to join on in. Will anybody actually die is the question, and it doesn't look like it.
It's a 5-man that blue buff in under 10 minutes in the opposite side of the map, so wow, they try to go on to Cuz, but the heroic entrance keeps him alive, and then so much of the abilities end up missing. The final Force Pulse does not connect onto Cuz, and he just gets to walk away, and the blue buff does go to, I believe, Spirit actually walks away with it. Here it is again. So a good engage here, but the cask is on an awful angle, so it doesn't allow Marin to get in range. Well, he tries to flash in and could have gotten another slice and dice, but Cuz would have likely just flashed out of that one.
We're going right back into live. Marin and Spirit were looking for a play onto Khan, but it doesn't work out. Kuro burns his teleport, doesn't go in, and Marin just going to recall, though he is spotted on a ward.
Yeah, even though Galio did have teleport, he did have the first roam onto topside, so he was making his way just through the river, and that would have been enough to make Kuro cancel, on top of the fact that he would not have had an angle or any follow-up had he gone in. And now he just has to think about what timing he wants to have for that Rod of Aegis.
Everybody in the crowd realizing
There's
what Tahm
Tahm
Kench does. They're like, ooh, ah. Oh yeah, you can just eat his ally. Oh.
And then at first, like, oh, that sounds useless.
Chain of Corruption here. Tushin with the early flash. Doesn't get put in the box.
You know, it was the Rocks Tigers that actually made the debut of Tahm Kench at Worlds.
Really?
Yeah.
The old Rocks Tigers, right?
Yeah, the old Rocks Tigers at 2015 Worlds, where I believe it was Gorilla playing that pick with the Ashe combination, and my God, it was a thing of beauty to see. And ever since then, the pick has, everybody's understood the power that he brings to the table.
Yeah, now it's quite obvious, but I suppose back then, if it was unknown, if it wasn't really played.
Because the thing is, when you get new champions that come out with kits that are so unlike anything else, people tend to struggle to figure out if they're going to be good or not. When you have a champion like Xayah or Rakan that's a little bit more straightforward, you can see similarities between abilities before it, such as even Jhin. And his similarities with a champion like Jhin, it's easy to understand where the strengths lie. But a new pick, not so much.
Never mind. I was just like those fans. I forgot that Tahm Kench is on it, even though you're talking about it. But yeah, a bit of a rotation coming from Longzhu. They don't go for the heroic entrance. Not going to dive.
So wave clear onto mid lane. So Action keeps trying into the Tahm Kench lane, but that's going to go to no avail as the CC isn't tremendous.
Kuro going to Rift walk away here. Cuz burning his ult for this, and Spirit's on the chase. Abyssal Voyage now from the bot side, end to TP. They really want to catch out Cuz, and it should be an easy cleanup. There it is. Another kill, this time onto Kassadin.
Why does he keep doing this? Last time it was the same thing, trying to jump onto Kassadin, and he simply Rift walks away and is like, oh, wait a minute. I can just kill you, and now the snowball for Cass begins.
Okay, the Devour at the last second, but the exhaust is up. Can Kramer get away? The answer is yes.
It's Tahm Kench. You know how they call him here? They call him Tahm Kimchi.
Tahm Kimchi.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense. He is red with the skin.
Yeah, it's Sushi Chef Tahm Kench.
Yeah. Close enough, right? Lots of pressure down on that bot lane from Praying Gorilla. Marin trying to make the best of it. He's caught up in CS in the top lane, which is quite nice.
This time around, the itemization from Kuro will be that Mercury tread. It makes more sense than it was last time. The TP's out.
The 5-man dive, the immediate response though from Kuro. Will they commit? The answer is no. Kuro coming on in, but the big engage onto Gorilla with the cast. BDD with the heroic entrance. Now Tushin in a bit of trouble. Kuro going forward with that Rift Walk, and Tushin will eat the dust. Kuro just going to have to back off from there, Cuz not even in that fight, was all the way on the left side. Meanwhile, Marin up in top lane getting out-traded by Khan.
He gave his life to stop that teleport, to allow the bottom lane to finally make something happen, and unfortunately it gets turned around. The heroic entrance was huge, so Longzhu walk away with a big advantage out of this, and they might be able to get this turret low enough to even eye out that first brick. Marin's very close. It's going to take another wave most likely.
Marin should be able to clean this one up.
Look at that. He made his way back to the lane so fast that he didn't even have enough time to regenerate.
And now the rotation comes in. They want to save this turret as much as possible. Everybody's just eyeing the top side of the map. Even Gorilla's up there now.
It's these moments where objectives are so low that teams end up greeding out. Players start thinking, maybe this is the time that I can get that first brick. If I can just get this turret by myself, I'll be in such a powerful position. And that's often the times where you greed out and have a lack of foresight and end up getting caught out, giving up kills, and end up losing that entire advantage. So wisely does Khan end up retreating and swap out with the dual lane to prevent any mistakes from going out.
Well, Afreeca's got a lot of control up here right now. Although you can see 4 members to the 3 of Afreeca at this particular point in time. Kuro is nearby. The Chain of Corruption onto Tahm Kench. Immediate teleport from Marin. They're going to have 5 members soon, and you can see Longzhu respecting that teleport will have to back off.
It's a teleport advantage because Marin did not use his. He had canceled it instead. So now Longzhu, in the next couple of minutes, will be looking to set up vision for their own teleport play. And it might yield them that first brick that has been so stubborn so far this game. At 16 minutes in, we still have yet to see a turret go down.
No Drakes either. Cloud Drake, nobody likes him.
Actually, it's 3 times in a row we get initial Cloud Drake.
Not my favorite. Okay, looking for the hook. Tushin just going to devour him up because lurking in the corner. What this is really just pressure onto that top turret, looking for that first brick.
The swap just benefits Longzhu so much. Keep the Jace into Renekton. Now that he's spiked on that Blade of the Ruined King, he's capable of handling his own down there. The dual lane has no trouble with pushing Tucson and Kramer in, and when you have heroic entrants ready and able to stop any initial attempt on the dive, it becomes so easy for them to just go to a lane and take down the tower. And now Khan just has to start thinking about where Kassadin is going to be. It happened last time around, much later in the game than now, but he still has to be aware, as Afreeca needs to be looking for places to get advantages to make this Kassadin work. So he has to be thinking that Kuro will have his sights on him.
Kuro just happily farming up near the top of the CS, just 4 behind the Varus so far. Actually picks up a wave and takes the lead, but with the kill and that extra farm, could be looking at a pretty scary Kassadin in about 10 minutes. Uh-oh, forced to flash here is Marin. Can't get eaten by the death sentence. That would have been lights out for him.
Oh, Marin, so greedy. That flash might make a difference. It might mean that now Khan can play more confidently and not get
Heroic entrance, Kramer in a bit of trouble. Tushin looking to get away. The death sentence was so close. Might have opened up a kill onto Tushin.
Well, he still has flash, so he would have had to commit plenty of abilities to get that kill. And now the 4-on-4 will always benefit Longzhu. This is not what Kassadin thrives in. The more they continue to bring him into the mix to wave clear, to just be a bit of a harass tool, but showing on the map, the more that Longzhu is content with taking this situation as the bottom lane continues to push in and grow a lead. However, because that tier 1 has not gone down, it becomes that much harder for Jace to pressure, because Kassadin's route from tier 1 to tier 2 bottom is so easy for them to collapse onto Khan. Even though he has a big lane to get back on with that acceleration gate, it's not going to matter. Kassadin's already level 11. He's level 12 right now, so that level 2 Riftwalk will mean that he can close the gap in a matter of seconds and pick up kills that will snowball the Kassadin just like last game.
Yeah, so still no one wants to go for the Cloud Drake. Everybody still hates Mr. Cloud Drake. Nobody's really had an opportunity either.
Say Mr. Cloud Drake?
Yeah, Mr. Cloud Drake. Why? That's his name. Mr. Cloud Drake.
Just assume it's gender. Rift Herald's a girl.
I think I did. Actually, yeah, I did. Sorry. Okay, Abyssal Voyage. Khan in a bit of trouble. He flashes right on top of the stun, and that's going to be the Devour from the 3 stacks, and down goes the Jace.
His own hammer pushes Tucson even deeper into the lane, ensuring that he dies in an even safer situation. And that's the power of Abyssal Voyage. The arrow that comes out of Tahm Kench, he didn't even get a chance to see it. It's just an arrow from a frog.
So they get the kill, but looks like they're just looking for some deep vision in that blue side with the kill.
The kill means that now they have some more time to start moving around the map, get some breathing room over for Marin now that there is no flash on Khan. But with Kuro being so far away, the only chance of ganking this lane will have to be through a teleport or a roam. So now it looks like they're going to go for that Cloud Dragon. They don't have any crazy wards to teleport to, but it should be free as Cuz is nowhere to be found. But it's just a 20-minute Cloud Dragon. Doesn't mean too much.
I suppose the roams of the already strong map presence of Afreeca will just get even better. And the next one is a Mountain Drake.
A good one to fight for. And speaking of those roams, here it comes again. So he comes out, look at that. You don't even see the arrow.
It's already inside Khan. The knockback. It's like, take me with you.
It's like one of those, you know, back in season 1, one of the best strategies was you'd go Ashe with teleport. So you're laning, say, mid lane, you throw out the arrow, and then you teleport into the minion wave right where you think they're going to engage onto you.
Yeah.
And then when you appear, arrow hits at the same time, and then you actually get a kill. So that's kind of what it looked like, but unfortunately he didn't throw out the arrow from where Abyssal Voyage was started.
No arrow from downtown. And you can see Khan, he's been bullied up in top lane. Doesn't want it anymore. He'll just go down into bot. Sitting at 0-2.
0-2, but still under pressure. He can beat Kuro here as he can't take this fight. He's just being respectful of Tahm Kench as they don't have full vision onto him, and that can make the difference. He doesn't want to die, but with red buff and Blade of the Ruined King and a Kuro that has itemized magic resistance with that Mercury Tres and doesn't have that much damage at this stage in the game, he should be able to win that 1v1.
Bit of a push onto mid lane. The cask is used almost to just clear minions and push everybody back, but still a minion wave remains for now. Got a nice chunk down, about a fourth of the health of the turret. Just get taken out, but again, that cask, that Gragas just disappeared.
All in one bite.
Interesting
Is he a demon? Tahm Kench is a demon, right?
A demon?
Yeah, he's got to be a demon.
Why is he a demon?
Like a demon of the river.
He seems like a nice guy.
Really? He eats everything.
What's wrong with that? Some people got big appetites.
Like people.
Are you being judgmental, Crumbs?
Yeah. I think he's a river demon. Like something.
He just reminds me of Old Grey.
Something out of like a Studio Ghibli movie. He looks just like from that.
I gotta watch more Studio Ghibli movies.
I've only seen a couple.
I saw the, what was it, Princess Mononoke, I think is the name. Is that a Studio Ghibli movie?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks good. I haven't fully seen it. I fell asleep, but that doesn't mean anything. I literally fall asleep to every movie and TV show, so.
Crumb's just a tired guy. Good vision clear there as a team by Longzhu. Clears out 2 greens and a control ward. Continuous pressure onto mid. Another cast to clear this, plus the smite. Barrel, okay, Dusing does get locked up. Chain of Corruption, there's the gray health being used super low. Still has enough to eat up Spirit, make sure everybody gets out alive. Kuro just flashed.
Being respectful of the hook. Great accuracy there from Gorilla.
Good reaction time.
Well, it is his former teammate, so he does have to at least understand the quickness and accuracy that Gorilla can have in one of his signature picks. And just how many there's so many picks that are Gorilla signature picks. Man's been signing for years.
Okay, here we go. Looking for Khan again. Doesn't happen this time. Khan, he's learned his lesson, it seems.
He's got flash, so at least he's not in point-blank range to get surprised by that arrow. And Tahm Kench will be backing up Ashe here in this lane. There are no TP wards, so they can still pressure this tower.
So far, Afreeca better with the pressure. You can see the mid-tier 1 is still up for Afreeca. They've been able to successfully defend that twice now. Uh-oh, Dusing getting a little bit far forward. The knockback is too late. Meanwhile, Kramer just ignoring it and taking out the turret. Another big objective for Afreeca.
What a weird attempt there from Khan, utilizing his own flash to trade on Tahm Kench. Sure, that will put Tahm Kench in a more dangerous situation from now on, but it's just a Tahm Kench. You're Jace, and you're going to have to deal with paths.
Okay, Tucson eating him up at the death sentence, and lots of Afreeca in trouble. Spirit with the big cast, he wants to get onto that. Kramer helping him out. Does get him to safety, but at least they finally get that beloved Tom Kench that everybody seems to love to kill.
And Longzhu playing this well, group up 5-man. Do not allow Cassidy to get any picks on anybody on the side lanes, and Kura has to be so respectful while doing this. Does a nice rift walk to make sure that he's not even in range or of an angle from Gorilla. 40 seconds onto this dragon, however, and there is no teleport onto Khan, so he will be grouping up with the team, and he's quite spiked now as he has completed his Black Cleaver, which will benefit so many of the members of Longzhu.
Yeah, definitely a good pickup for him. And again, I mean, it's only been 5 kills so far in this 26-minute game, and it's just been one at a time too. Nobody's getting wiped. Nobody's really making too big of mistakes.
That single target slow that ends up hitting Tucson keeps him in place, and with the chains hitting, with the taunt, as well as the death sentence, there's no way for him to escape. And the trade flash that Khan went for earlier ends up paying off with a kill onto the support as well as a tier 1.
Okay, looks like we might have some more action. Mountain Drake coming in. Oh, missed death sentence. Very close. Because just going to take that lantern. Tushin and Marin as a group pushing through the jungle. Khan trying to make it interesting here. Knock up into the wall. Marin gonna stun. They have to get out there. There's the TP though, and the dodge of the death sentence. Chain of corruption coming down onto Marin, but here is Kuro. Marin getting extremely low. Pops that ultimate, baiting everyone in. Can they actually get that kill? Cuz able to pick it up. Nice death sentence on the back line. Gonna make this 2. And they do take down Tucson. Khan still going deep. The Rift Walk is used. Can he jump in? That's a 3rd one. Going over to Longzhu. Will they catch any more? Doesn't look like it.
Baron is on their sides now. BDD didn't even participate in any of that. He's okay. He's going to be able to just easily go on his merry way here. And with the isolation and incredible damage between the 2 blades on this team, this Baron is sure to go down. As long as Gorilla stays out and can zone out Spirit from a steal, then this will be Longzhu's.
Spirit taking a angle that Gorilla wasn't expecting. The Lantern is going to bring in BDD. They'll be pretty happy to take this 2v2, although Kramer with the red buff is pretty scary. Lots of members low in the pit now. They're actually going to get the kill here onto Gorilla and going in. Can he get the smite? No is the answer. And Spirit not able to get that kill, but the Abyssal Void's coming in. Here comes Afreeca. They're collapsing. And they are going to eat up Kramer here. Make sure he stays alive. On the chase now for Prey. And there's that tongue lash. That should be the end of Varus's life eventually, as Marin takes the kill.
Almost a repeat of game 1, where the team that takes Baron ends up giving their lives nearly immediately. They do lose 3 people and will lose this tier 1. Afreeca is poised for a tier 2 as well. TP on Khan is still seconds away, as well as his life, and that's going to be 2 towers going their way, and the gold is now in their favor. That's a negative power play.
So far it is. We'll see if they can make any push happen with the Baron buff that they still have. But as you were saying, they get 3 kills, or 2 kills I think it is off the back of that. 2 or 3, and then they get 2 turrets, and now they're eyeing this Mountain Drake.
Oh, this could be risky. There is no teleport on Khan just yet, and Spirit is making his way.
Because he wants it. Look at the blasting plant. Gonna get the zoom out. Can he catch it? Coming on in, immediately shut down. Doesn't even go for it. Takes the Lantern. Gonna make the safe play.
Good disengage there from Afreeca, making sure that he doesn't have a chance to go for the steal. Force him to take out the Lantern right away, but Longzhu no slouches on the response. Now eyeing that tier 2 in mid, and another one into the top side. Pings going down for the defense play here. Carries aren't just there just yet, but the wave clear is non-apparent. So it will be the tier 2 mid, but most likely not tier 2 top.
They're still pushing. Got a decent wave here in mid. Maybe they can get some chunk damage onto this turret. Lots of range creeps in the back. And just push this forward. You can see the wave clear of everybody on the side of Longzhu. But again, they're not going to overcommit. Just chunking down the turret, taking what they can get.
Thinking about blue buff now. They still have Baron on 2 of their members that they can easily push in and empower and try to brute force that tier 1 mid, but Kassadin is behind him, and so is Marin.
Marin and Kuro all alone in the jungle. Tushin trying to get on in here, but the arrow onto Prey in the backline. Heroic entrance, though, gonna keep him safe for now. Kuro, he will rip off to safety. Marin somehow still is alive. Big taunt there from BDD, trying to keep everyone around. Kuro trying to be a hero on the left side, but big play into the next entrance, and Gorilla able to get that kill for his team, and the TP is coming in. They want more.
They don't have enough damage on the side of Afreeca right now. Between her heroic entrance and all the protection they can offer to Prey, it just wasn't enough between Renekton and Kassadin, and now they're thinking about ending this game, and they're going to be able to do so if they play their cards right.
Still got 40 seconds on Baron. A desperate hold will have to come through. You can see Spirit trying to clear that wave, but the big taunt once again. Tushin disappears. Spirit not doing anything at all. Kramer, though, with a ton of damage, trying to push them all out. And can he actually do that? No, the answer is no. Spirit able to take out a couple with the help of Kramer, but most importantly, they keep this game alive.
Just so close there, but now Longzhu have cracked the base. They've cracked the code, and Afreeca is going to be looking for plays anywhere else they can find on the map, but it's too late. They're just grouping as 5. They don't have an opportunity to do this. This is why 10 minutes ago, when the gold was even, we're saying Kuro needs to be looking for plays. They need to be punishing Khan more. They failed to do so. Here's comes that re-engage. They're trying to get that blue buff. It's 2 people onto Prey, but between Heal, the Redemption, Galio, there's just no chance of actually taking him down. He tries to hit spells, but Ashe is nowhere there to follow up. It's only Kassadin and Renekton. Last time, Kassadin worked because he had Zach. He had Xayah, Rakan to follow up. There was so much backline threat. This time around, when it's only 2 members that are so easy to tell when they're going in and so easy to disengage from, is why we wonder why the Kassadin was picked. We're expecting a Victor, would have made a little bit more sense. The Talia, maybe even the Orianna. But they went with the Kassadin, and it failed to snowball, and now they're in deep trouble.
Well, they've kept both of their Nexus turrets alive. That was a heroic defense that Spirit and Kramer specifically did put on. Tushin was there, didn't do much defending though, more so delaying, I suppose. And either way, they keep the game alive. So they're only down an inhibitor. Now the Baron buff is down. Longzhu have a harder time pushing. They're still only 1.5k goal ahead.
And I don't think that at this point they can safely dive the backline. They have to play frontline assault, protect Kramer. He's actually the highest damage right now. Kuro is not able to burst down anybody. There's too much magic resist. There's too much peel. So keeping Kramer alive will have to be the game plan, as he can take down multiple members on the side of Longzhu. He does have his armor penetration completed. It's a 4-item Ashe that's not built on full utility. It's difficult to imagine that they have switched the game plan so drastically. As a Kassadin, you always get so tempted to just go in.
Yeah, that armor penetration super important. Uh-oh, that play, but Spirit dodging down south. They weren't expecting that movement, and Spirit able to get out of there alive.
Oh, he just got whispers from death, but just barely makes it out. Had he died there, that would have been it. Longzhu would have easily ended this game.
Okay, well, they're looking for more. Trying to push this top tier 2. And again, they have incredible wave clear on the side. The arrow is going to hit Gorilla in the front. The cast will knock him in, but the heroic entrance immediately keeps him alive. The big knockup onto everybody, but Gorilla will go down. BDD forced to disengage, and nobody else does go down. They at least get that pick onto Gorilla.
Excellent arrow there from Kramer, eyeing out Gorilla. Any member you can get at this point matters, and while you do lose the turret, it does buy you some time to clean out some vision, get some control back in your mid lane so that super creeps don't just obliterate your Nexus turrets. And now they have to look for that again. They know they can kill Gorilla. They know they can kill members if multiple of them focus them, but remember that they were so deep into the turret that there was no follow-up. A great Kaskin. Kramer's 5-0-2. They gotta keep him alive.
That is the goal. So we're gonna take another look. Kramer from downtown. Gets the grab.
It's a great cast there. Even Kuro gets to go over the wall and assist on that. And look at that. It was Cuz and Khan dealing with Marin at the same time, and even then, Afreeca could not continue their assault onto Prey.
There were a lot of assistance pings from the side of Afreeca. They wanted to get a deep ward on the blue buff side of Longzhu, but good clearing from the side of Longzhu means that they can't. And uh-oh, Tucson, where's he going? Running through the jungle by himself. The piercing arrow will pick up that kill, instantly making a 5v4.
What is he doing? He's trying to get that ward, but they don't have any vision established so far. He's going by himself. Now it's going to have to be a steal attempt from Spirit or a crazy fight.
Okay, Longzhu immediately turning this one in. Big taunts on a lot of those members, trying to get Kramer in the back. That is the main target, and they will take him out. Cuz, as well as Khan, able to get on in there, and now Afreeca just on the run, trying to survive as much as possible, but another member goes down, and this might just be the game-ending push from Longzhu.
And Longzhu knew the game plan from the start, eliminate Kramer, and everybody's flashing in to get a piece of that ash, and immediately, immediately she gets deleted. No flash on her.
You can see that Afreeca, they were trying to proxy the wave. They didn't want this push to come in, but we're pretty late in this game, already at 36 minutes. And Longzhu, they're looking for the game-ending push. And without Kramer this time, it's going to be a lot harder to hold. TP coming on in. Kuro trying to push them back as much as possible. Tushin will be taken out in the end. Force pulse, but there's the death sentence, and Kuro goes down. And that's probably going to be Afreeca's chances going down the drain. Longzhu looking for their last victory here. Going to take the win, 2-1.
Afreeca just fall apart right at the end. A bit of a greedy draft from them. They paid dearly, and Longzhu played well. They played to the composition. They understood what their win conditions were at multiple times in the game. They itemized intelligently, and they're able to take out a win that, while the gold might tell us that it was a little bit closer, it felt like Longzhu had complete control past the mid game.
Longzhu looking really good towards the end of that one. Just having Galio for BDD both times. This time he went 2-0-10, so perfect KDA. Gonna make up for game number 2. And we haven't seen Jace in a while, but it eventually worked out. He wasn't the mainstay of this composition, but was okay towards the end.
It's easy to have your Galio get a crazy KDA when you have so many hyper carries on your team between Kha'Zix, Jace. Then you got Varus, who's dealing so much damage, and previously with the Mordekaiser. But Afreeca, looks like game 3 was their game 2 this time around.
Yeah, definitely another disappointing loss for Afreeca. They get so close against many of these other really strong teams, against Samsung, against SKT. They just can't seem to get the victories in the end.
It's a balancing act. You have to be able to stay on your rope 3 games in a row. Longzhu did it, and Afreeca now with the Cassidy pick is really the big question mark for me. I think this draft would have worked if you had a victory. You would have forced Longzhu to try to dive onto you, as opposed to you being the ones that try to engage. There's too much peel on the side of Longzhu for that to work. And here's Gorilla with a great Thresh game as one of his best picks, just hooks left, right, and center. Fantastic plays. His lanterns were overshadowed by the accuracy of his death sentence.
Hugs all around for Gorilla. The team knows it. The coaching staff knows it. He played a pretty sick game of Thresh. And gonna take another look at some replays. Spirit trying to steal, not successful. Afreeca do make this interesting towards the end.
Now, this almost was another ace after Baron, but at least 2 of their members find a way to recall instead of trying to stay in the mix and give up their Baron themselves. And this is a fight where we really get to see what happens with the comp. So much goes on to Prey. That's Redemption, Galio Ultimate, Lantern. He even got hit by the arrow, but there's just no chance of taking this Varus down.
The Lantern here was really cool too. Takes that to just get away from Kuro.
Look at that. Play into an immediate death sentence. How many times have you hooked Cassidy? It's so hard to play Cassidy when you're dealing with an excellent Thresh, and Gorilla is just that. With that hook onto Gragas, immediate play, Lantern him out, and here comes another hook that you just don't expect. Actually, that's not really, yeah, there it is. There it is.
Super low health, but he makes it work. Then again, the 2 front members of Afreeca made it so that Kramer could push them back.
BDD not wanting to give up his KDA. Should have tanked that arrow for Gorilla.
I thought maybe they could keep him alive with the heroic entrance, perhaps. But again, Galio ultra tanky. And this is when, even with the immediate QSS of Kramer, everybody wants a piece of that Ashe. Just like you were saying, they all jump into the back line and he can't get away fast enough.
4 people flash over the wall, and even at the end, Prey actually flashes over the wall to, where's Ashe? Where's that? Oh, okay, she's dead. All right, okay.
It's like the nightmare. You just want to kill that Ashe before it can get anywhere near you. So taking a look at the damage, the Varus Jace combination actually did a pretty sick amount of damage throughout this game.
Screams drown out the noise in the studio as Longzhu walk out of their booth. But the damage charts that you were saying, Varus popping off, just being, he flies under the radar. When you have Jace, Galio, and Kha'Zix causing havoc in the front line, Varus always gets forgotten, but his damage is always quite high. Ever since he switched to the attack speed Hurricane build with Blade and the armor penetration that he packs, he ends up doing more damage than you expect, as he also can do a lot of poke.
So guys, we're gonna head to that interview right away.
So here we have BDD for the MVP interview. So it was the longest and the best game of the summer split. So it was a really, really hard and close game. How was the gaming boost going? We are really so busy concentrating a lot. We are trying to cheer us and also yelling all together in every team fights. So we have seen a lot of unusual champions today, like Alistar, Mordekaiser. Was that planned? Yeah, we thought it was good in composition. And Gorilla and Khan was also confident. So you're also on the MVP point #1. Do you have any new aims for this season? I personally think my performance was the worst of the season, so I want to thank my teammates for playing so well for me. I'm going to try harder. I wasn't satisfied, and I also tilted a little bit after game 2, so I should be better next time. It was really a long game. How did you keep concentrating? Yeah, Gorilla just trying to give us encouragements, so that's how we cheered up together. So who would you like to pick for the MVP? I personally think Gorilla. He made a lot of hooks. So yeah, I hope Gorilla gets the MVP.
So let's take a look and see who was the MVP of Game 3. It was BDD. Oh, golly gee, crumbs. I think it should have been Gorilla.
Well, he did have a lot of plays himself, but as he says himself, he feels like he didn't have the greatest game, but I agree with you. Gorilla had an outstanding series, but it's the taunts that are difficult to see and the impact that they have in fights so many times. Just able to save allies as well as engage by himself is one of the reasons why this pick is so hotly contested.
I think there's something special in Galio. I think the champion skill sets are good. So yeah, that gives us all the time victory. I feel good getting MVP in 2 times in a row, but I'm still not satisfied from my performance. So today was the Gorilla's 300th place. So any message for him? Oh, sorry that I was tilted a bit. Thank you for so supportive. Is he really the mother of your team? I personally think so. He really does take care of all the teammates really well. Your next opponent is Samsung Galaxy. How we're gonna prepare for it? We're gonna practice as always and get rid of our mistakes and trying to get the victory without making any mistakes. Last message for your fans, please. Thank you for being so supportive. And we will prepare a lot for the next match. Thank you. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you.
So thank you, Ji-sun, for the translation. And that's going to do it. Kind of surprised that Gorilla did not get the MVP, to be honest. But, I mean, Galio comes through as the true MVP tonight.
The standings end up putting Longzhu at 6-2 now. Only one loss behind KT, SKT, and Samsung Galaxy. So the top is still so close. These three teams are all basically first place, and then you have Longzhu, who is far and away from Jin Air, and Afreeca, who is now at the same level as the Jin Air GreenWings, a team that has so much potential that unfortunately just cannot harness it for more than one game.
Longzhu desperately trying to break into the top 3. They want to put that pressure on them, try to join them in the upper echelons of LCK Summer. And it definitely does matter as we get closer to about halfway through this season, this split, and as we get closer to Worlds.
And Worlds is what is going to be so exciting. These 4 teams, I would love to see all 4 of them go to Worlds.
I'm sure a lot of people would.
We can only have 3, and such a race for the top because you just don't know how they work against each other.
Yeah, so you see Samsung was ahead of SKT, I think because Samsung took the 2 over SKT. But as you said, basically everybody is right up there at the top. And who do you think, making predictions right now in week 4, Crumbs, what do you think when we get down to it? Who's going to be the 3 teams that go to Worlds?
SKT.
Okay, that's the easy one.
KT.
Uh-huh.
I think Samsung.
Samsung?
I
okay.
think Longzhu can do it, but it's definitely between Longzhu and Samsung for the final spot.
I think it definitely depends on how much Longzhu develops as a team, how they mature as a lineup. I mean, it's obvious these guys are incredibly talented, but when it gets down to that high-pressure situation, Samsung as a group, I think, will come together. They have, you know, more veterans on the team, more guys that have been around for longer, that have played together for a longer period of time. So, as you mentioned, I think SKT and KT are the 2 shoo-ins, and then the other 2 teams probably Longzhu and Samsung. What about Afreeca? No? Are they just out of it after today? I mean, they were close before today, and now taking that loss, they're at 4-4.
I mean, for their inconsistencies to somehow solidify after so much time that they have had together, it seems unlikely for them to be able to climb out of the position that they're in. They need to go on a crazy winning spree to do that.
I would have to agree. Poor MVP, man. I was really looking forward to them coming in and doing a bit better this split, but they're at the bottom. They're like the new Kongdu monster.
They're team irony right now.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate, but that was going to do it for us Sunday. I hope you guys enjoyed the cast, rather. I don't know where I was going with that. The cast was definitely a very long and fun night, but that's going to do it for us. We'll see you once again on Tuesday.